And Chloe, what would you like to do?
I will have a bowl first, please.
Okay, first time in Switzerland, a bit of history for you. How excited are you about the series?
Yeah, we're really excited to be here. Yeah, we're just going to have to just adapt to these conditions, not like Greenville as we know, but just obviously control what we can control and go out and put on a good performance.
Obviously, we've seen a little bit of Jersey on ECN. We're really excited to cover these games. Who do you think is a particular player to watch out for today?
We've done our research on all teams, so we know roughly who we're looking out for. So I'm not going to give away much just yet.
Fair enough. And bowling first, what's the strategy behind that?
Just try and restrict Switzerland as much as possible, get a feel for the ground. We did a bit of ground fielding yesterday. It's obviously a bit difficult, a bit bobbly. So, yeah, try and go out there as a team and try and restrict.
Okay, I'll let you get on with it. Good luck. So, bowling first, it's Jersey. We do have the Swiss captain here, Danny Medagoda. Danny, nice to see you again. You must be really excited to play as a home team for the first time.
Yeah, it's super exciting to finally host some matches at home. We can have friends and family coming along to support and visit, so it's going to be a good experience.
Yeah, and look, despite only playing for about 12 months in T20I cricket, you've played over 20 games. How have things been going over that period and how have things been coming along?
It's been really great. Yeah, so we started in Belgium about in May last year, and quite a few games. Every single game that we play, every single series, we're learning a lot. So with all of these games packed in together, I think we've grown a lot as a team.
And batting first, how do you feel about that?
Not exactly what we wanted to do, but it's going to be good. The outfield looks incredible. We saw the pitch conditions a bit yesterday, so it should be some good batting.
Well, big week ahead. Wish you all the best. I'll let you get on with it. Danny Medagoda, the Swiss captain. News from the toss is that Jersey have won it. They can bowl first, so we'll see the home team with the bat first up. Tina Goff is in the commentary box. Great to have Tina with me, and she'll be taking you through the first moments of this one. Let's get ready for a great week of cricket. First ever T20 cricket here in Switzerland. Over to you, Tina. Good morning.
Thanks very much, Vinny. And yes, a little piece of history being made here in Switzerland with the first ever T20I on Swiss soil. We go straight into the first ball, which we bowled by Chloe Greeken, who we saw just a moment ago win the toss for her side and decide to have a bowl first. I think is a good call against a Swiss side who struggled with the bat on occasion in that recent series against Germany. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time to go through the teams, but no rest for the wicked here as Chloe is already 2 balls in, looking to rattle through some early deliveries here in this glorious early morning Swiss sunshine. You saw there the Swiss captain, Medagoda, at the toss as well. Spoke to her afterwards and she did say she probably would have bowled as well had the coin gone in her favour. As it is though, Switzerland looking to put a score on the board here. Early full toss there from Greeken. And well, there's the baseball man there. Is causing a bit of mischief there for the Jersey fielder, and a puff of smoke and dust. The ball goes flying to the boundary for the first runs there for Switzerland. Good early hit there by the opening batter. Greeken there, just missing her length touch. That one again though, right back on it. You can hear Jersey in the field, loud and rallying around their captain. Of course, a very experienced captain, Chloe, only still 25 years of age, but nearing her 50th cap for Switzerland. This will be number 48 for her as they scamper through for a quick single and almost in trouble there, running in treacle to the non-striker's end. But she does just about get back in. That will be the end of the first over. So just that one boundary to speak of there for Switzerland. And at the end of the first 5 runs on the board. The opening batters then for Switzerland. Amrita Sasidaran, who burgled the strike on that final delivery to keep herself at the striker's end, and she's joined out there in the middle by Franziska Kuhnburg. It'll be Erin Duffy taking the ball for this second over here. So Jersey ranked 34th in the world in T20Is, Switzerland 36th. I think that probably doesn't quite tell the tale of these two sides. Jersey far more experienced in international cricket than their Swiss counterparts. That one's dug in short and it's slapped away into the deep. The fielding's done excellently on the boundary there by Amy Aikenhead. And there's a mix-up out in the middle. They were uncertain whether to go for the run there. Get sent back. They do manage to go through for a couple. As the wind just picks up here at the Embrach cricket ground, sweeping through the commentary tent. Good hands there by my co-coms to stop any damage being done. Rule number 1, adhered to perfectly. Good comeback ball there from Erin Duffy, bit fuller, and gets Amrita forward in the defensive. So both these sides have played some international cricket in recent months. Switzerland, I suppose, in recent weeks. In a 5-game series against Germany. That one's in the air. There's a chance for a catch, but it drops short of the fielder. It will be Florence Tanguy who does the fielding. Some of those 5 games against Germany, Switzerland on the wrong end of 4 of them, but did manage to sneak a win against a higher ranked German side in the final game of the series. Would have given them, I'm sure, a bit of confidence going into this series. That one's worked away nicely. Late cut there by Amrita. Get herself off strike. So it will be the first time that Francisca actually gets a chance to face a delivery here. 2 balls left of the second over. Francisca going into her 14th T20I, high score of 49, one agonisingly short of a half century. There's a big appeal, it's down the leg side and the umpire is unmoved. Doesn't give a wide. Just a question whether it brushed a bit of the arm on the way through. Certainly Jersey heard something. Otherwise it would have been a wide ball, I'm sure. So maybe just a bit of the forearm on the way through to the keeper. Solid in the defence there, Francisca. That will be the end of the second over. Steady, if unspectacular start here for Switzerland. 8 runs on the board after 2. Duffy there, after dropping it short on the first delivery, finds her line. Maybe consider herself a touch unlucky to not get the decision go her way on that strangle down the leg side. It will be the skipper, Greeken, to continue from our end here in front of us. Going into the third over then. Saw him in the toss video before the game, but now he's joining me again in the commentary box. Vinny Sandu, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. Good morning to everyone. Great to have you with us. And I know that everyone's really excited here this morning. Not often we get firsts these days in European cricket, but, first T20I in a nation. Super excited about it. Jersey, and we've already seen kind of having to come to terms with the conditions, the boundary early, getting lost in the dirt. I mean, it's the beauty of European cricket that these two countries with very different levels of, I suppose, traditional cricket being played can come together. And yeah, I do think the Swiss team come in underdogs, but so far they've held their own. It's Greeken.
Nice flight on the ball there from the Jersey skipper. Yeah, we're saying there's only 2 ranking places between them. I think probably that flatters Switzerland more than Jersey. Jersey are quite an experienced side at international level. If you look at Chloe, who's moving up towards 50 caps. The wicketkeeper, Mia Maguire, as well. She's on 45, so a lot of experience in this young side. That one slapped away nicely, though, by Amrita, and that will race away on this outfield. Just loses her line there, does Greeken. In fact, well, it's pretty much slapped off middle stump, but nicely played there by Amrita.
And the thing with the Swiss side, they've only been playing international cricket for about a year, but they have played a lot of games. I mean, that's really clear. And the best training is games. Obviously they're working very hard in training in between. They come in as the lowest ranked side, 36 in the world, but 14-7 record in 21 games is a pretty good start to the international international journey for this Swiss women's side. I actually commentated them in Belgium, their first ever T20 internationals, and it was only a year ago. So that's why I couldn't believe they played 21 matches. They won 4-0, so a really good start for them. Still a developing domestic structure, so probably not where some other countries are. So that's a challenge. So pretty small group of players to choose from. But then again, in Jersey, we know they don't have dozens and dozens of women's teams either. So in a sense, there's similarities there, but I suppose the Jersey side are a lot more, I suppose, comfortable and experienced in international conditions.
Yeah, Switzerland, I suppose, have the benefit of being very central in Europe, so they're able to welcome a lot of teams to play against. And well, I mentioned that series against Germany recently as well, and that would have been such a boost for them to beat the German side, who are
definitely
far more experienced in international cricket as we get to the end of the third, 13 for no loss. Decent over there from Greek and does concede that one boundary, but otherwise goes for just the 5 runs in total.
And she's a great player to watch, isn't she, Chloe? Also an expert lawn bowler, which, it's funny. In a lot of countries, lawn bowls is not that widely played. We had a petanque club next to the ground last week in Cossonay. I'd probably prefer that. I would call them non-running sports, if you like. But anyway, here's Duffy bowling a second over.
I think every sport can be a non-running sport as we go for almost a non-running run. And she is sent back there, Amrita.
I know the Swiss side talked a lot about the running between the wickets in their sessions yesterday, saying, look, we might not be hitting a gaggle of boundaries at certain times in the innings. So let's be doing the fundamentals right. Let's be backing up. You can already see that kind of urgency there. Might get the odd mix-up, but they're really trying hard to communicate and run as a team out there. Don't want to have these long strings of dot balls. Also, Chloe's brother's actually representing Jersey in the Commonwealth Games in lawn bowls right now. Double international action.
That one down the leg side, and after slight deliberation, the umpire does give it. Yeah.
Also, how are you? First time on ECN for a little while.
Good to be back.
When did we last have you on ECN? Just thinking.
Even this year, was it this year?
Had to be.
Portugal in March, April.
Yeah, wow. We've worked together a little bit since on a couple of other things.
We have. I mean, we need to talk about Lords at some point.
Where we will.
I'm sure you haven't spoken too much about it.
As this ground is known, the Lords of Switzerland. It's got the slope.
It does have the slope, and it's nicely played. Late cut once again. A shot I wish I could play. So it's delicately played to third by Amrita. Just using the pace of the ball, I suppose the bounce of the AstroTurf is always going to be true. She just guides it away for a single. Looking quite comfortable here is Amrita at the crease. Francisca hasn't been able to get off the mark yet, but she's only faced 3 deliveries so far. Amrita really farming the strike. Nicely played.
Kuhnberg's originally of South African origin. She's a multi-sport player, and actually you can see straight away with her technique. She's played a lot of hockey, she's played a lot of softball, and I suppose trying to adapt those skills to cricket. So certain shots come more naturally to her than others. Particularly, she's brutal on anything short. She can really generate some power like that.
Have you done this before?
Well, sometimes you can see the future. And they bowled pretty well to her so far, but she's very quick to jump on anything short, and she really can snap those wrists through the ball. So congratulations to her. She gets her first boundary of the series. Also think she's an interesting choice at the top. I think there's certainly players they've got with more of a defensive technique, but they're thinking, look, let's put her out there when there's less outfielders and see if she can make something happen early.
Again, short and again pumped away. She's not going to miss out on that one. Back-to-back boundaries there for Francisca. And I think it's a good move. Top of the order. You've got a bit of pace on the ball from Jersey. And I think if you're batting here on an AstroTurf pitch, you're going to just reckon with the fact it's not going to hit the stumps much. It's mostly going to bounce over the top. So even if you have that cross-batted technique, it'll serve you quite well out here. And with that rapid outfield as well, Francisca gets 2 in 2. It's taken a couple of deliveries to get going, but it's getting right into her work now. Fuller delivery, but an overcorrection there from Erin Duffy, who just strays foul of the offside wide line. So I think it's early warning signs for Jersey that they can't afford whatsoever to bowl short to Francisca. And meanwhile, Amrita is very comfortable on that late cut, playing it under her eyes. So these two forming a nice early partnership here. Francisca tries to go again, but it's fielded well. Chance of a run out and direct hit, and she would have been gone. And it was an excellent piece of work there by Trinity Smith. Unlucky not to see those bails flying, and Amrita would have been back on her way to the dugout. As it is, though, they scramble through for a single. She'd almost given up there. Amrita knew she was absolutely cooked.
I think that's a good example of, I suppose, a calculated risk. If the throw was on the full, then I think she's probably in trouble. Bouncing the ball into the keeper from short distance here, I think it's going to be pretty tough. And Mia Maguire couldn't handle it. But yeah, I mean, the thing there, at least they made the fielders make the play. They both ran straight away. The backing up's been good. And look, a pretty bright start here for Switzerland, 25 without loss. They certainly look like they're in the swing of playing games. I think that's one thing that Jersey probably haven't had a lot of recently is the actual international match practice, although they have played a lot over the years. So it might just take Jersey a little bit of time to find their feet here. Looks like we're going to change bowling now at the eastern end. It's going to be Florence Tanguy to bowl.
Yeah, I think Jersey have only played 2 games this year, both against Guernsey. They won twice. Guernsey probably not the toughest opponent they'll ever face. So even if they come up against a Switzerland side who on paper might not be option, but have run into a bit of form on the back of that win against Germany, it will be a tough task for Jersey. Good start there from Flo Tanguy, right on the spot as it passes the outside edge. Yeah, more slow this time from Flo. And I think for Kuhnberg, she's pretty less comfortable about when she's got too much time to think, particularly if the ball's pitched up and drawing her forward. It's not as natural a stroke for her. Touch too short, and it's pumped straight down the ground, and the 2 fielders on the chase, but they're never going to stop that one. And again, anything short, and Francisca's just going to throw her hands out at it. I think Jersey have to recognise very quickly here, you're almost better off over-pitching it than dropping it short. She's just a good player of short length, and there's no problem even kind of dragging it from outside off, because that's her power zone. There's a lot of bottom hand in her technique at this stage. It's a better length, and you can see as soon as that length is kind of in that good area or even fuller, Francisca then doesn't quite get in the right areas to hit through the line. Flo here's got to keep it on that spot. Yeah, I mean, you can be fooled once, but you shouldn't be fooled twice, really, with dropping short to Kuhnberg. Gets a bit lucky there, does Kuhnberg. Well, there's certainly a run there, and you can hear from the Swiss dugout there telling them to get their skates on. I will say Amrita's probably not the most confident of runners in between the wickets, but she does manage to get it through for a single. So both of these batters now on 14. Good start, good partnership from these two. That's the main thing Switzerland would have wanted, is to not lose early wickets. There's an appeal here, but I think that was probably bat on ground more than anything. The umpire remains unmoved. There was no appeal there from either the keeper or the bowler, and that usually says all you need to know. The bat definitely did hit the ground. You could see it in the replay. Sometimes there's a bit of an edge on it as well, but not that time. Another good delivery passes the outside edge, and that's the end of the over, end of the 5th. And the solid start continues for Switzerland. Nice bit of drift there from Tanguy at the end of the 5th, 30 for no loss. That's a runnable start. I mean, it's hard to say what might be enough. Again, you're going to have the Jersey bats batting on a surface they're not especially used to, but they do play a lot of artificial cricket in Jersey. I do think it's a pretty good batting pitch. I haven't talked about the pitch very much, but it's reasonably flat, it's concrete base. I do hear, that it can offer some assistance to the pacers. It looks like it's Annalise Merritt who's coming on to bowl now, so we'll see if she gets some good bounce out of it. But to me, it looks a pretty friendly deck to the batters, and I think I'd enjoy kind of going out there and trying to make the most of it. Interesting choice here to go to Merritt, so going back to pace from the top end, which seems to be the preference here for Kuhnberg. And Merritt's quite tall as well. It's going to sit up in the pitch, and I think Kuhnberg might relish this opportunity. There is a fielder out at deep mid-wicket, still in the power play. Well, if she bowls that length, she'll have no problems whatsoever, as that one's dug out well by Kuhnberg. Pretty well played. I think with
Francisca, it's kind of about choosing what to go after and what not to go after. She could have easily had a big swing at that and probably got castled, but instead she realised, okay, this is one, just play with soft hands. If I'm lucky, knock it down for one, just keep it out and wait for a ball that's in her zone. Should be a good contest. Sasidaran on strike.
Good length from Merritt and well played. Good cricket all round there.
Now that I'm finally into the chat, let's say good morning to a few people in there. I know that Phil G is in there, and Phil will be part of the coverage, hopefully from Wednesday afternoon, where I'm tagging out, he's tagging in, and he'll also take you through the European Cricket Series that we've got here, 5 days from Saturday here at Embrach Cricket Ground.
Again, well played and slight hesitation. I do feel that these two, albeit positive in their running, slight run-out candidates because there's a bit of yes, no, maybe
I think there's always that chance, but I think you need that chance. I mean, that's a good example of you could just sit there and not take a run, but then you're just building pressure on yourself. It would have had to be a perfect piece of fielding, pick up, throw, direct hit. In the end, they get through for the one.
Up in the air, and it's going to land safely because it lands about 2 meters ahead of Kuhnberg, who gets away with one there. You can see she's trying to go for that favoured slap shot, but the length was just not quite there. Merritt, well, she probably would have been the closest. I think she was hoping that the keeper, Mia Maguire, got there, but by the time Maguire picked the ball with her helmet on, it was too late.
It's too full to pull, really. I thought for a second I might have backspun under the stumps, but we'll never know.
That one probably was there to pull, and misses out, does Francisca, but misses her line as well. Merritt, so I have to re-bowl that one.
So Phil G saying, hello, Vinny and Tina. He's calling me his tag team partner, and he's calling you G-Force teammate. Of course, the G-Force will be reunited on Wednesday afternoon, and then Thursday before you got to head off. Hello to Paolo Campini as well. Good to see you, Paul. Also, I want to say a quick hello to Ash at Save Derek. We've got Terry Richmond tuning in from down under. We've got Rob Thompson all the way from New Zealand. And Chris Addison's there. Jay Wild's there. Hello, Prez. Hopefully you're well. Saying Tina G is the one for me. Everyone's happy to have you back.
I'm happy to be back. Morning, everyone.
And hello to Ravi as well.
Good length. That's slapped away through the covers. Imperious shot there from Kuhnberg, showing that maybe she's not all just about the pull shot. Stand and deliver. And that's kind of what we were saying. That one, because of the height of Merritt, just sits up nicely. And any width, Kuhnberg capitalises on.
And showing another string to her bow a little bit there. I think she's got the confidence of a few runs under her belt as well. So she feels like she's on a bit of a free roll. I think she is a bit of a power play plunderer in their strategy. And she's done her job. You know, she's made it through the power play. That's probably the most impressive shot from her so far. And that wasn't really her natural zone. But she was able to kind of use the pace of Merritt against her. Last ball to power play coming up.
This time she tries to go leg side, and well, on the repeat shot, she shows the shot she should have played through the covers, but misses out. So it will be the end of the power play.
Yeah, pretty good power play, I think, for Switzerland, all things considered. 38 without loss. That was a kind of middle zone one, wasn't it, where she goes after it. I guess there's no harm in it. She's probably only ever going to nick it or miss it. It was kind of too full to pull again, but not really full enough to drive comfortably. Merritt goes for 8 in the over.
Yeah, Kuhnberg had a couple of decent scores in that series a couple of weeks ago against Germany. Scored 32 in the first game, 40 in that final game, which was the game that they ended up winning as well. So coming in with a bit of confidence is Kuhnberg, and 19 off 15 so far after taking a few balls to get going. Will be Flo Tanguy to continue with her spin. Amrita on strike, who's forward and stout in her defence.
My final hellos have to go to Kroom. Hello, Kroom. Just spotted you in there. Hopefully you're well. Kroom's playing this week in Hornchurch. I have to check their fixtures, but he's definitely playing when I'm there on Thursday and Friday.
Who's he playing for?
Upminster, his actual club. Big money transfer from Havering 11. So
well, they must have seen us catching last year and thought, we need a bit of that. Amrita hits away into the offside. Should just be the one, as it's cut off there by Annalise Merritt.
Kind of brings us nicely to the ECS, which is also starting. So you can double screen it today. We're about, what would it be? About an hour and a half away from a start in the east of London. And actually Upminster in the first game against Raynham. Are you playing, Kroom? Have you made the cut? Upminster play today. Also, we'll see East Londoners and we'll see the hosts, Hornchurch, in the afternoon. This is pulled away nicely. Another one into the quicksand, and that's going to go for 4. So, Kunberg really doing a good job here. First one in a while, the Tanky's dropped even a little bit short, but obviously at a different velocity, Kunberg able to snap into action and collects the boundary.
Gets a hearty slap on the back there from her batting partner, Sasidaran. Shows how quick the outfield is as well. As this time doesn't quite get hold of it. The fielding then done by the skipper, Chloe Greeken.
Here's a list of our best bowling, which includes a T20IW game. Dunja Demic with 4 for 4 of her 2 overs. Serbia versus Bulgaria.
Hit away into the leg side. Of course, we're out of the power play now, so 4 fielders allowed outside of the ring, and 3 of them for Jersey are on that favoured leg side from Kuhnberg. They've got deep square, deep mid-wicket, and I suppose a wide-ish long on. Also
sign of respect for these 2 that they have elected to put the full complement of outfielders out straight away. You don't always see it, depending on how the openers have gone.
Just loses her line there. Does Tanguy, and they scamper through for another wide. Just maybe can criticise themselves for not being as tight as they would have liked here, Jersey, with their lines. They've given quite a few singles through wides and extras already. And again, this time overcorrects down the leg side.
It's a good point you make. And you can make an argument, okay, the outfield, it's not what Jersey are going to be used to. It's a bit foreign. But the pitch is the pitch. They've got good run-ups as well. And I think you're right. They haven't quite hit their spot so far often enough. And to be honest, the hosts have capitalised.
Again, this time probably would have been a wide, but Francisca instead says thanks very much. And the 50 partnership comes up between these 2 openers. 51 for no loss, and they've really got into their work here as Flo Tanguy on those final few deliveries just loses her rhythm. 2 wides, then a wide, and then a 4 to cap off the 7th over. Kuhnberg here going along nicely, 28 off 19.
Yeah, hello to all of our viewers in Switzerland and Jersey, by the way. I know we'll have some home viewers here. Switzerland, obviously, a pretty big country with a lot of different districts, and it's quite unique, actually, Switzerland, with 4 official languages. This is in the German-speaking part, just outside of Zurich. I've just spent time in the French-speaking part near Geneva. There's also the Italian-speaking part. There's also Romani, which is the 4th official language of Switzerland. And hello to all my friends in Jersey. There's been great things happening there. They hosted Nepal in a men's series recently. I've been following with interest. So, hello to all my friends over there in Jersey. And we hope to be back there soon as well. Spent a bit of time over there for a European Cricket Series last year, the Liberation Series, which I'd love to bring back, actually. Here's Merritt getting her second over.
First over went for 8. That one, probably the best of the bunch so far, as that zips past the outside edge of Amrita.
Yeah, she's just struggled a little bit to get going. I mean, I still think, your top order batters, you want them going kind of run a ball minimum. She preserved her wicket well, 16 off 24, strike at 67. You contrast that with Kuhnberg. Maybe not quite as technical, but she's motoring at 147 strike rate.
Good line and length there again from Merritt. And I suppose Amrita is judicious in the shots she goes after. If it's a decent delivery, she doesn't really go for it.
Yeah. And to be honest, they bowled pretty well to her. I think she hasn't had as many hit-me balls as Francisca has at the other end.
Still have the 4 out, though, for Amrita, and that's exactly right, as that's crunched away, and it's a misfield out there in the deep by Erin Duffy. And Sasidaran does get a boundary to her name. Much needed one, as they're not afraid to go on the pull, these 2.
There probably will be times this week where Jersey will be begging the outfield for mercy, but I think this is in one of the more lush parts of the outfield. I don't think Erin has too many excuses there as it gets under her for 4 runs.
Merritt, though, probably been the pick of the bowlers so far, just in terms of getting the ball through to the keeper. She's got height about her and gets a bit of zip through as well.
I got to tell you about the count up to 1 million balls. We're in the 969,000. Today we might hit 970. We probably will. We've got 2 venues. where's the millionth ball going to happen and what's it going to be?
Oh, I thought you were going to say you've already worked out when the.
I
when
think
the
we
millionth
know
ball's gonna
roughly.
happen.
Well, we don't know exactly.
Well, we've got a lot of balls coming up at Hornchurch.
I
And
think
here.
it'll be towards the end of August.
Okay.
The millionth ball. And I feel like it should be like, when you walk into the supermarket as like the millionth customer where everyone, the streamers go off and like the bowler and the batter get like some sort of prize, maybe a ham. Might not go down too well in some of our locations. But you know what I'm thinking. End of the 8th over of the score. Here's 55, just the 4 off that over. And nothing else. Hey, so Croom is in the 11 for match 1 at Hornchurch.
Love
We'll be
it.
double screening it here then, Croom. One of our super fans turned European Cricket Series cricketers. And what's your preparation as a pro ECS cricketer, Croom? What's your breakfast? How many Weetabix are you doing? Probably doing some pre-stretching, maybe going back and doing a bit of research, looking at some of his highlights from last year, build up some confidence. Let us know in the chat.
Well, you saw him at Lord's the other week as well,
I
so
did.
he was clearly trying to embody the spirit of cricket there in preparation.
Big thanks to Croom. Yeah, I was at Lord's, as were you, a couple of weeks ago for a couple of games. So Julian and Sarah were there. Anyway, back to Chloe Greek, and they really want this opening wicket, and it hasn't come yet. Again, now Kuenberg just decides that's not one for me to hit. I'll keep it out and wait for the next ball. Very good start here from Switzerland. And I mean, obviously they've had a lot of games recently, but it's hard to believe they've come so far in such a short time. Mixing it with Jersey here. Batting's a confidence game, or anything's a confidence game, but especially batting in cricket. And these balls that normally make Francisca a little bit uncomfortable, she's kind of getting him in the middle of the bat, even if it is defensive. He's really owned this opening spot.
It's 5 dot balls in a row, though, so they'll be looking for that pressure release and ambitious appeal there. That one's always going to go high. We were talking about the AstroTurf pitch earlier. Unless you're getting it right on the toes of the batter, it's unlikely to go through onto the stumps. Yeah, it's worth remembering as well that Jersey, despite having a lot of international experience, are a young side as well.
Yeah.
8 teenagers in their squad. So if you can get on top of them, you can kind of put the pressure back on them. And that's what Switzerland are looking to do here. But for now, the pressure's just building up slowly with 7 dots in a row now.
Join the dots. It's happening. This is the build-up. This is why Greeken brought herself back probably a bit earlier than she planned to. She's the one that can maybe tempt the batters into an error.
Switzerland unmoved, and, well, finally they do move as they go through for a single. Again, just a slight hesitation, but in the end, the right call is made as that one was knocked away into a gap. Well, we were talking about the run-outs as well, especially with a pitch like this where the strip is almost on the top of a mound. It's almost impossible to get the direct hit run-out. So if you do basically run on contact 9 times out of 10, you will be able to get home safe. But that is the end of the 9th. Good over there from the Jersey skipper, just a single coming off at 56 on the board.
Well, lucky we've got Al here, who's the strength and conditioning and nutrition coach of Team Spain, because he can critique Kroom's pre-match here, playing for Upminster today. He's gone 2 Weetabix, cafe, or protein, of course. 9:45 meet, 10:30 start, all the stretches, I'm sure. So youngsters can do that. Thinks he's 12th for the second game, so can run the drinks on. That's, like reminds me of Semi-Pro, one of my favourite movies featuring Will Ferrell. And actually, I can't imagine Kroom being the kind of guy that they might trade for a washing machine. If you've seen that movie, you'll get the reference. Woody Harrelson's character gets traded for a washing machine. Okay, Kroom, the feedback is more eggs.
Well, I did see a completely empty carton of eggs in the accommodation that we're staying in.
Yeah,
We'd only
that's
been
true.
there for one night and there was a 12 box of eggs empty. So Ali's obviously getting the protein in as we go into the 10th over, which we bowled by Annie Mossop.
Yeah, first chance, have a look at Annie. First ball came down nicely. Already seems to be bowling with decent rhythm. Yeah, I think soon it'll be cheaper for Al just to bring his own chickens on tour. He spends so much on eggs in every venue.
Switzerland's not the cheapest of countries either. I took a train yesterday from the airport, 4 minutes to one station, and it cost me €8.
Yeah, bargain.
The only reason I did it, I thought if I don't get a ticket and I get fined, the fine will probably be about €3 trillion.
No, I think sometimes it's better running the gauntlet if you look at some of the fines versus the actual prices.
I'm a law-abiding citizen, Vinny. Couldn't possibly.
True.
But yeah, that hurt.
Hit the hip pocket.
Good pace there from Annie. Probably just, again, a touch too short. You can see Francisca's eyes lit up there. She thought she was on for the pull once more. But again, probably just cramping herself up for room. Mossop, only 16 years old, going into her 10th T20I. So for the Jersey squad, she's relatively inexperienced, both in age and caps. But she's started well here. 3-dot balls. Got a good snap about it as this one's up in the air. And I think it's going to land safe once more in front of the onrushing fielder coming in off the deep cover boundary. It's Grace Weatherall out there doing the fielding. Be interesting to see if we see her bowl. So she was a seamer. She has converted to spin. I know she's had some injury issues with her back. Again, only young herself, 19 years of age.
Spent the Australian summer in Australia. Playing in New South Wales grade competition at North Sydney Oval, which is an amazing ground.
Again, that late cut comes out from Amrita. Clearly her favoured shot. And, well, it's a misfield out there in the deep by Liv Baston. It goes for 4 runs. She's played that shot excellently so far, the Swiss opener. And, well, probably deserves one to go to the rope. Plays it nicely.
Third time, though, they've run over one. And they'll be really disappointed. They set high standards themselves. It is a bit of an undulating field. Not necessarily flat terrain, but if it's good enough for Lords, it's good enough for the ECG. And Jersey won't be leaking these boundaries all week.
Up in the air. This surely will be the first wicket to fall, and it's a caught and bowled. Annie Mossop gets the first one, and this partnership, the opening partnership, is finally broken. 61 runs on the board. Goes for almost a Kuhnberg shot there, does Amrita. And she knew as soon as she hit that one that she was in trouble. Mossop, the 16-year-old, gets her first wicket of the game. And Jersey break the Swiss resolve here, 61 for 1.
Yeah, and look, just wasn't in a great position to play that pull shot. You're trying to drag it outside. From outside off. Mossop with a bit of extra pace just forced the fly ball, and it's 61 for 1. We hit the halfway point of proceedings. One more time at that wicket. See, she actually goes to leg and makes it, so it's tough to work out where she's trying to hit that in the end, but maybe they needed a bit of a change. They had hit a bit of a flat spot. They still got Kuhnberg going well. Hey, let's welcome you into our commentary box. Maybe Al, we can see. Oh, well, to do that, we'd probably need the camera. So we might not do it just yet, but we'll work on it.
It's been very windy this morning.
The camera blew away. Here we go. Oh, here it is.
Should do like a Blair Witch project.
I still think we got time. Hold on to do this. It should find us. That wasn't very well thought out, was it?
Should we hold it like some kind of webcam?
It's good enough for the toss. There we go.
Well, they're taking drinks at the halfway mark anyway, 61 for 1.
I'm a bit nervous about the wind setup. We got Al to sort this out for us.
My energy drink's gone flying, by the way.
Oh well.
Oh well. It does. There's gusts of wind that go across this ground, aren't there?
Yeah. Trust us, we know. We're pretty exposed to it at the moment. But I think we still got a second. He's now going to line us up in the camera. We had it so perfectly set, didn't we, before? But let's see. Here we go. We're almost there. We're pretty good. There we go. 3, 2, 1, and bang. Vinny Sounder here. Mr. Maximo Tina Golf. Great to have you back on ECN. Been a little while. But great to make history. Great that you can be here as well. Big week on ECN, so you can double screen it if you like. We're international T20Is here in Switzerland. We got another European Cricket Series starting in Hornchurch. Speaking of ECS, did you catch some of the Costanet finals day, particularly that first game?
I saw a lot, and I saw the golden ball. Yeah.
We reset the golden ball counter to 0. Of course, we won't have a golden ball if it's T20. It'll be a super over. We've only ever had one super over on ECN that we've broadcast. So wouldn't it be great if we had a second one this week?
I mean, either with you or with my GeForce buddy. I couldn't think of anything
I can't
better.
remember. There's a golden ball tingle. It's like the super over
sniff?
twist. The super over sniff. Yeah. Oh, well, this is right in Kuhnberg's wheelhouse. Using the pace, and she'll get a boundary as Baston comes on for the first time, feeds her favourite shot. And you can see this with a lot of softballers, a lot of hockey players, strong bottom handedness. Yeah, maybe not the classical kind of straight bat technique, but still very, very able to jump on anything a fraction short. And yeah, Kuhnberg has moved pretty quickly to 34.
She's been joined out there in the middle now by Meghna Rajan, coming out at number 3, which is her customary position. The vice captain has that leadership role in the Swiss team, only 17 years of age.
She's got a high score of 49 in T20Is, Franziska Kuhnberg. And I don't want to put the jinx on her, but she's in a great position to maybe bring up her first 50 here. She keeps going like this.
Good length there from Bastin, who's on to bowl this 11th over. Interesting that they're continuing with seam against Kuhnberg in particular, who likes seemingly the pace on the ball. As long as they keep it full, they keep it out of that hitting arc for Kuhnberg. Speaking of high scores, Rajan, who's come in, she holds the highest score for the Swiss national team, 76. As that one goes through the defences of Kuhnberg, and it's a second wicket in just 4 deliveries for Jersey, and both opening batters back in the shed now. Well, Vinny, you mentioned the 49. She's not going to break that record, but she's done a good job here, the opener, Franziska, for her Swiss team, but she does have to take that long walk back off. 34 she scores in the end, but both openers now out, 65 for 2.
Yeah, the jinx is complete, isn't it? Doesn't score another run after I mentioned the 50, but I think it didn't take too long for Bastin to get it right, and that probably is the right length to her, something that kind of causes her to play that favourite swipe across the line, but something that's bail height or just below. So this one hits just below the bails. It's a fraction short. She kind of gets on that front foot, tries to swipe across it, in the end gets done. Again, the alternative to that is maybe just block it for a dot ball. So she took her chances there, but Kuhnberg certainly can be really proud of her contribution there. 34 against a much higher ranked side, and she's the second to fall, 65 for 2. That'll give us a look at Vanni Danuka, who's coming out to bat number 4.
2 experienced batters then out at the crease for Switzerland. Vanni only in her 10th T20I, but grew up playing in England, played in the Middlesex setup.
Yeah.
Studies now at UCL. She was born in Switzerland, that's why she qualifies to play for the national team. But certainly someone with a wealth of cricketing experience. Plays for MCC as well.
Yes, she does. One of your teammates, I guess.
She is, yeah. I played.
Spoke very highly of you when it came up yesterday.
I'll pay her fee later.
Very
I actually
nice.
played against her on Friday.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, she played for MCC and I was playing against MCC in a rogue move.
Who are you playing for?
I was playing for the Charlotte Edwards Foundation.
Oh, yeah.
It was the launch of the Charlotte Edwards. I played with Charlotte Edwards. It was good fun.
I heard about this game, actually. I didn't realise you were playing.
Well, they batted me at 11.
They hid you.
I did get a ball.
Put your hand in your pocket. That's how you get up the order. For charity.
Well, they specifically asked me to play, and I was like, yeah, I'll come and
problem.
play for you. Then
Don't bother bringing your kit. Just bring your trousers, bring your shirt,
Thanks, guys.
bring your shoes.
That was a lovely day. Launch of the Charlotte Edwards Foundation, which is based kind of half in the UK, half in the US, and they want to give girls who maybe don't have the opportunity to go on tours worldwide to have the benefit of a cricket tour and all that brings. And it was great to see some young girls out there, and also Charlotte Edwards was playing, Isha Oza from UAE was playing, a couple of other internationals, and then me at 11.
and me.
And me. And Vanni was playing for MCC. She bowled very well, so I'm sure we'll see her with the ball later today. Good delivery once more from Bastin. The one thing that she's done more than any other Jersey bowler so far is target those stumps. You could see it with that wicket of Franziska, and again, just dug out there by Rajan. Couldn't do much more with that delivery.
Yeah, this is real battle time. It's almost like a new beginning, isn't it, for Switzerland here, with basically 9 overs to go, and they can't really spend too much time establishing themselves. They need to kind of trust that if they do get out, that there's batters under them that can still produce. Because I worry here that these two might take a couple of overs each to really start going for it a bit more. And meanwhile, the score's kind of flatlining because just the 3 runs off that over, all coming in wides. And the score, that's after the first ball boundary. The score, 68 for 2 after 11.
Good over there from Bastin with that early wicket and just challenging the stumps apart from on those two wides. But otherwise, a great start from her, as it will be Annie Mossop to continue from the top end. Picked up that wicket, the caught and bowled in the previous over, the first wicket to fall, which was followed by the second just a few balls later.
From the very first ball, she's looked like she's just been in rhythm.
She's got a lovely gather as well, doesn't
Yeah.
she? That one just slightly too wide, but quite tall at the crease. Has a nice leap into her action.
And I think she gets that outswing, and the breeze is assisting at the moment. She's picked her end well. I haven't talked about this ground very much, but I've got to say I really, really like it. I even like the hill. I can imagine maybe a picnic blanket and watch. Maybe Isaac, who's on the camera for us today, can show us the grassy knoll.
It's quite a severe knoll for a picnic, though, I'd imagine. So that one's cut away. And almost now standing grab. Wow.
Oh, well, Olivia Baston almost went into the history books because this might have been catch of the century. Look at it, full extension, right in the edge. And the problem was she had it right in her fingertips and there was no other way to land except hand first. I'll keep that one. We want to see that one again in a moment. That was unbelievable. I suppose it goes down as a drop, but I'm amazed she even got there.
It stuck in for a long time, didn't it? And it only came out on the fall. Outstanding effort. And Stockport would have been 4 runs as well.
Yeah, that's
no
true.
one behind her.
Oh, have a look at this one more time. Actually, very well captured as well by Isaac. Right in the edge of the fingertips. Wowee. Sensational effort. In fact, that was Erin Googe there. Pardon me. It was Erin Googe at a backward point. It would have gone into the history books. Amazing.
Again, just past the outside edge of Rajan, who has yet to get off the mark in her 3 deliveries so far.
You mentioned earlier that Rajan does have a half century, and Danuka also has a half century at this level, 58. She scored versus Germany in the recent series. 21 matches in just a year. It's a big amount for a continental side. We haven't mentioned yet, there's no ball called there, probably a front foot no ball. So a bit of a chance for Rajan to try and express herself here. But there is a 4th team in this quad series. That's why it's called a quad series.
Yeah.
But actually, we haven't mentioned the 3rd team yet, which is Spain. We'll see them this afternoon. But Brazil, who are travelling today, but they'll be playing tomorrow. And probably now I'm obligated to tell you a little bit about how the series is structured. Here's a free hit.
It's come off the Q end of the bat there, I think. So I was looking to the leg side, but it goes to the player at 3rd. So misses out, will get a single on that free hit.
So this is the quad series because there's 4 countries involved this week. Now, get your pen and your paper out. There are 4 countries, but Jersey, because of their travel, they cannot take part on finals day, which is Thursday. Finals day, but not the final day
No,
of cricket this
don't
week.
get those two mixed up.
Get your pen and your paper out. So basically, you have these 2, you have Spain, you have Brazil.
Yeah.
But the finals will be contested only between Switzerland, Spain, and Brazil because Jersey, unfortunately, can't stay for Thursday. That's the way it is. So that's the first thing you got to know. And finals day, we'll have the 2nd and 3rd team playing off for the right to meet the top team in the finals, of course, excluding Jersey, who will be on the table. It's just we know they can't be in finals.
So everyone's in finals day who's present, apart from Jersey.
True.
Which is nice.
Point 1. Point 2. There are a couple of games that will be scheduled that will exist, but they won't technically be part of this quad series because obviously in the actual series, to be fair, you need everyone to play each other the same amount of times, in this case once. But there are a couple of extra slots, and so they'll be filled by standalone T20 internationals. So I'll tell you when they are in a moment.
Drop short. And again, just lost a touch of her rhythm here. Has Mossop. That's a 2nd wide.
So is everybody's with me so far? So Jersey can't play finals. That's it in a sentence, which is Thursday. But Wednesday morning, there is an extra game, and that will be an early game at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock start game.
Because Wednesday we have 3 games, don't we? It's
Wednesday's
the only day with 3 games.
Exactly. Kind of. Okay, so I'm glad that everyone's following so well. So Wednesday morning, before our regular 2 games, there'll be an extra one. It's Switzerland Jersey again, so same as this fixture. But that won't be counted towards the quad series. That's just a standalone game. And then after the quad series is over on Thursday, there's another standalone game Friday morning, which we're also covering, which is Switzerland-Spain.
Got it.
If you're confused, not surprised, but don't worry. Just turn on the TV and we'll be here. And then also, if you really want to know, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, and check the fixtures there.
I suppose from the team's perspectives, every single game is important because every single game is T20I
Exactly.
ranking.
Ultimately, that's what it's about.
Yeah.
It's about, these bilateral one-on-one contests that add to your ranking points and can move your ranking. And of the 12th overs, walking stick 77 for 2. And speaking of rankings, you've got Brazil actually, who will arrive tomorrow. They're the top-ranked side in the competition, ranking of 29th. They've played 73 T20Is, which is quite amazing. It's more than anyone else, and they've been playing them all the way back since 2018. Spain 33 in the world, Jersey 34, and Switzerland 36. So they're pretty clustered, as this could be 5 bonus runs potentially. Pretty good stop attempt, but I think it's going to get through. It's the dreaded Minimo. And to be honest, Switzerland can use the charity. It's gone pretty quiet, hasn't it? Baston coming on, keeper up. Applaud that from Maguire, but bowler didn't help her out too much. Yeah, so all the teams rank between 28 and 36, but they're teams that don't necessarily play each other very often. Switzerland, again, they're pretty new to the scene. And so we'll see how they go against some different opposition. Brazil have played Jersey once. They played last year and had a win, a bit of a rain-affected game, a bit of an on-off game. They played Germany. Did you play against them back in 2022?
Yeah, played against
Africa?
them. Did indeed, lost to them.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Didn't want to remind you that. Facts are facts.
Yeah, Brazil get around a lot, don't
Yeah.
they? Because they obviously, where they are in South America, they've played Argentina a lot.
Yeah.
They've played the US and Canada a bit as well, but they're keen to get over to Europe and Africa to challenge themselves against different sides. And I suppose they come into this tournament actually then with the most to lose, because if you have the highest ranking and you're playing against teams below you can't afford to lose. Whereas Switzerland, on the other hand, they're the lowest ranked team. It's basically free hits for them. In terms of the ranking, no one expects them to win. But if the way the T20I ranking goes...
You get more for beating a team above you
Yeah.
than you get for beating a team below you, basically.
Yeah.
So,
And you don't lose much if you lose against a team
Yeah.
ahead of you, because that's the expectation. So Switzerland, even if they beat Jersey here, who are 2 ranking places ahead of them, could feasibly go up 5 or 10 ranking places as a result. So Switzerland trying to use the home advantage here, and at the moment they're using the generosity of Jersey, because Liv Bastin, having started so well in her first over, has just lost her rhythm a touch here. Probably just needs someone to give her a bit of a pep talk.
So Brazil, I actually went through this the other day during the ECS, but they've actually played 22 different countries in their 72 matches. And rather than dwell, I might just bang them out after this ball. It'll sound a bit like a freestyle rap, which I'm sure everyone wants to hear from me. But it's an amazing group of countries they've played.
That's a better delivery from Bastin.
I'll need time. You ready? Argentina. That was an obvious one.
Yeah.
Argentina, Botswana, Cameroon, Canada, Cayman Islands, Chile, Germany, Isle of Man, Jersey, Kenya, Lesotho, Malawi, Mexico, Mozambique, Nigeria, Peru, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, Uganda, USA, Zambia. That's it.
I was going to say it's alphabetical order. So there can't be much after Zambia apart from Zimbabwe, who they did actually play in the Quibuka tournament earlier this year, but because it was not the official
Was it
Zimbabwe,
Zim A?
it was not the official team, so you can kind of add Zim as well.
Okay, I will. But and also, you know, Brazil, the women's game is a lot more resources and infrastructure has been thrown at it ahead of the men's game there. So it's quite an interesting case. In Europe, typically the other way. The men's game has taken hold, particularly in the continental countries, through immigration, and then the women's game is following.
Well, Brazil were the first country ever to make their female side professional ahead of their men's side.
Yeah.
And you can tell because I mean the men's side are decent enough, but because of the investment in the women's team in particular, obviously I saw their amazing work when I was over in Brazil in October. You you can see how the women's team in particular has flourished. I'm sure we'll speak a lot about Brazil as they play. Won't see them today, but we'll see them tomorrow. But obviously the amazing work done by Roberta Moretti, who has just retired. So we won't be seeing her, but I'm sure she won't be far from a cricket field.
I thought she might be in the touring party. I'm not 100% sure. She actually was the manager of the World 11 at our marquee top roof.
Well, she was at the game on Friday. I think she said she wasn't coming this week, but it'd be lovely to see her if she does. Another misfield here from Jersey, but it's not overly costly there. Erin Duffy mops up and they do run through for a couple. Liv Bastin just needed to get out of that over. Bit of a tough one for her there, but manages to reel it back nicely at the end of the 13th, then 91 for 2. These two haven't really got going, but the last couple of overs have just been a bit chaotic from a Jersey bowling perspective. Far too many extras, which has meant that even though not too many runs have been scored off the bat, the run rate is still ticking along nicely. That expected score up at 140, which Switzerland would have certainly taken at the toss. Having lost the toss, they would have had a bowl themselves put into bat.
Well, here's a stat for you. We haven't had a boundary in the last 18 balls, or 19 if you include the no ball. But in that time, it's been raining wides. And it's actually pretty much since the wicket fell. So in that time, we've had 16 runs in wides and a run in a no ball.
Yeah.
And then, and a few runs off the bat. 9 runs off the bat. So it's been a bit of an off the boil period, hasn't it? And to be honest, the batters have needed it because they've both struggled to establish themselves in this innings so far. Here's Grace Weatherall bowling spin.
It's nicely played through the covers. They might push for 2 here. They will indeed. It's a good call there from
slow to
Danuka.
react. Yeah, look, Danuka straight away recognised there was a chance for 2, but to be honest, Rajan, she took some convincing and stood still, trying to let her eyes do the walking. Didn't really work. Luckily, the throw bounced over Maguire and she wasn't in jeopardy.
She's quite tall, Rajan, so I was able to get those long legs going. But Danuka saw straight away that there was 2. Goes for the scoop, and that clonks off the head of the wicket keeper. We're going to have to check here that Mia Maguire's okay. She looks to be fine, gives the umpire a thumbs up.
The universal thumbs up, but that was a badge buster for Mia. And to be honest, it's one of those nightmare ones as a keeper where you're already obscured, you're kind of super obscured with the batter's body in the way. And Mia just flashes the thumbs up. Umpire says, "How's your German? I'm about to give you a concussion test." And he said, "Yeah, alles gut."
Weatherall here, you can see she's got the signs of a former seam bowler because she really gets the arm through quickly.
Thing with converters, converts, I think is the word. And you're one.
I'm one.
You're a fast bowler turned spinner. Is that it takes a bit of time before you feel comfortable actually tossing the ball up.
That's what I was going to say. Grace could just do with slowing it down a touch, especially for these batters who like a bit of pace on the ball.
And maybe not all the time, but definitely sometimes.
Yeah.
It takes time to feel comfortable because you're so used to trying to beat batters with pace that it just goes against your DNA. But with time, that should come. And then obviously then you've got the ability to vary your speed, which is one of the main weapons that slower bowlers have.
Digs it in. Great take there from Mia Maguire. Yeah, I'd like to see Grace just slow it down a touch and have that one as the quicker variation rather than that as her default. But it took me a while as well because you've
got less margin for error, the slower you bowl as well.
There's quite a bit of bravery involved in needing to toss it up and then if you get hit, to go even slower as we get to the end of the 14th. Decent over from Weatherall, 95 for 2 on the board.
Yeah, not a bad over anyway. Obviously, only went for 3 plus the bye. But if you ask the batters, particularly when you're playing countries that are a bit newer on the scene, they're less comfortable if you can get it above the island and you're inviting them to come forward out of their crease. It opens up different methods of dismissal as well. I think you get a few more pop-ups. But yeah, with a reduction in speed becomes more responsibility to get it exactly where you want it because any slightly short slow ball's going to get whacked. Any full toss is going to get whacked as well.
Although I would say even if you get whacked in women's cricket, if you're tossing it up slowly, there's not too many batters that can clear the rope on the full. So then you're bringing in catches into play on the boundary. This is more the kind of pace that I'd like to see Grace bowl as they scamper through for a leg by. The throw's darted in. In fact, the fielding's there done by the back of the leg.
Do you think one day we'll see 360-degree pads as the game continues to evolve? I've seen so many people get nailed in the back of the leg lately.
Like a tube.
Yeah, basically. It'd be easy to put on. You wouldn't need the straps.
Yeah, like a sock.
Yeah.
Put on like a sock. I'm thinking kind of Michelin Man style.
Well, aren't cricketers tough? I mean, I love the FIFA World Cup, but geez, there's a lot of rolling around. It's nice to get back to cricket.
Again, nice pace and, well, half stop there, mid off by Annalise Merritt as they get through for a single.
I'm impressed for the most part with the running and with the kind of proactiveness of the running strategy here from Switzerland. That one that was a leg by around the corner. Quite a lot of the time we see the non-striker just sitting on their bat, chewing their gum. But, they've been keen to look for every run.
There was a nick on that, and you can see it's hands on head there for Flo Tanguy. It was a tough chance there.
It's a big nick. Actually, he's on the shoulder and actually almost pops up for a catch. That was actually very well done by Maguire to almost create something out of nothing. So she only needs knees and toes now to complete the set. So heads and shoulders.
Slap down the ground, but it goes straight to Annalise Merritt, who takes the catch. That's why you have the tall fielders at mid-on and mid-off. She makes no mistake, and Vanni Danuka just never really got going there. She has to depart, and it's the third wicket to fall for Switzerland. Tries to go up and over, but you can see there Merritt right in front of the camera takes the grab, and Jersey get their third, 95 for 3.
Kind of build up of the pressure in a way. No boundaries in this partnership. And, looking for it. She becomes the third to go, so 97 for 3. Nice catch as well by Merritt. And Vanni Danuka, I mean, she'd be a little bit disappointed, I suppose, she wasn't able to go on with it. She doesn't really kind of hit it with a straight bat. It's kind of a little bit angular. She's kind of fighting her front shoulder. She's kind of sent mixed signals with her body position. And Merritt was able to catch it on the top of the mini grassy knoll out there at mid-off. Anyway, it'll be the captain coming to the crease now, Danny Metagoda.
I'm still trying to work out the logistics of having a picnic on that grassy knoll.
Yeah.
I just see cheese rolling down the hill.
You don't need... Isaac, can you show us the grassy knoll, which is over to the left? There you go. I think we still got a bit of time. Still getting set.
I think the slope is just too severe to have a
But you don't need a chair then, because you can pretty much lean back on the grass.
Yeah, but where's your food going apart from down to the bottom of the hill?
In my mouth.
You need some kind of tray situation.
Let's try it. We have lunch here at the ground.
Should we experiment, have a sausage roll at the top?
Maybe end of the over will show you what we're talking about, because there's quite a steep hill, which is pretty good because you don't lose many balls here, the guys were saying.
It's almost a mini
If it goes
castle.
over there, then you've got trouble. Anyway, he's Metagoda facing for the first time.
Played away nicely. Will definitely be one. Again, this time they don't even think about the two.
She's new. She's happy to get one, get to the other end. Hand it back to Rajan. Rajan 8 for 17. Needs to try and accelerate here. There's basically 5 overs to go after this over.
You must have seen the cheese rolling.
Oh, love it.
And we could do a mini cheese rolling.
I'm crazy enough to do that, I think.
I agree. Rajan on strike here. Dropped short there. Knocked around the corner. An immediate call there. Again, a good call from the skipper Metagoda. Knew that she was going to the danger end. The long throw had to come in from Weatherall. And even a direct hit probably wouldn't have been enough there as they scamper through. Yeah,
it's good running. You can wait for a run to come on a silver platter, or you can take a bit of a calculated risk. And that was well done. 99 for 3 then after 15. Right, here's the grassy knoll. Do you think we could have a picnic on that? I would definitely roll a Gloucester cheese. What's the type of cheese it is again? Gloucester. Oh, it's a particular type. There's a great Netflix documentary on it. I'd love to see a ball hit onto the grassy knoll this week, and I think it's possible. Definitely when we're in Jersey, we had a lot of sixes.
It's in Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
So I imagine it's a double Gloucester cheese.
Double Gloucester cheese.
A single Gloucester just wouldn't cut it.
No, you couldn't. It couldn't handle the conditions. Anyway, here we go with over number 16. And Wetherell's going to come on with her right arm spinning thunderbolts once again. Gets another dot.
I don't understand how there's not more.
Have you seen the Netflix documentary on it?
I haven't. No.
Okay, slide aside. There's this Netflix documentary. There are other streaming services, but this is a Netflix one called We Are the Champions. There's 6 episodes. Oh, I'm glad we got onto this. Short. It's going to get away. Maybe a little bit of bat on this. It's definitely going to the boundary. But a top edge flies over Maguire's noggin, which has already had a workout. And that'll be 4. Again, spinner's bouncer. Surprise tactic. I think everyone was surprised. The result's going to be 4 runs. Can I tell you? So basically every episode is a different obscure sport. And it starts with what I think is the most known legitimate one, which is cheese rolling.
Yes.
Which is, it's partly about the cheese, partly about just running down an extremely steep hill. And there's a bit of a technique to it.
I was going to say, would we call it running? Would we call it
Well, is it running if gravity's doing all the work? Episode 2, World Chili Eating Championships. Personally, my favourite episode. As someone...
You dabble.
I dabble, but this is beyond me.
Nicely played there.
Good
Into
confident
the covers.
call. As long as they get through, they do. Episode 2, chili eating. Episode 3, fantasy hairstyling. Wasn't one of my favourites, not just because I don't have a lot of hair.
What part of that is fantasy?
It's like extreme hairdressing.
Okay.
Right?
What, like on top of a windmill?
No, the hairstyles themselves. Uh-oh, more trouble. Is there anything on this, or is this going to be extras? Wait for the signal.
Oh,
It has been called wide. Second minimo. 100s come up during the over as well. And again, good body position. In fact, that had to be off the bat.
That's what I thought as well.
It seemed like it was off the stickers. But hey, personally, you'd be annoyed as a batter. If you're a team player, you get an extra run, you get an extra ball. You know, Snicko might have exploded if we had the review on that because it looked like a pretty big deflection. Episode 4, World Yo-Yo Championships.
Excellent.
Those yo-yoers are a different breed. Here's Wetherell. That's
Better
right.
delivery there.
Much better. The last 2 you'll like, and without even, don't look at them. Episode 5, Dog Dancing. End of the over here, 108 for 3. Episode 5, Dog Dancing. And another surprise winner for me was episode 6, the World Frog Jumping Championships. I can't remember where this is. Frog jumping. They search for frogs and they try and train them, but basically the frogs start in the middle of a circle and they get 2 jumps, and they're allowed to yell at the frogs, and like there's the coach, right? This is about as obscure as cricket is in Europe as well, by the way, in some places. Well run there by Rajan, gets through for single. And it's basically the distance from the centre where the frog starts after 2 jumps.
Right.
I think it's 2, but it's a number. I think it's 2. Tangi. Full toss, elevated. Well, Greekin's one player that probably isn't going to touch the clouds, so she is going to have to let that one go over her head for a single. And there's like one family that knows like a secret creek where all the good frogs are. So they've won it like for like 50 years. It's like gets passed down by generations. I think it's somewhere in the rural US. But if you it looks like a good time frog jumping, and it's like once a year. And the funny thing is, you can have the best frog in training, but if it comes to the day, if it bottles it, it bottles it. And the frog, some of the noises they make to get the frogs to jump are pretty noisy.
Lofted down the ground and taken. Annalise Merritt takes it on the run. It's the second catch for the tall number 1 there for Jersey. And it's Nelson that does the job there for the guests. 111 for 4. It's not a bad shot there. Lofted down the ground, but Merritt, with her long levers, stretches out and takes the grab.
Yeah, nice catch. And again, she's certainly someone with a lot of reach there, Merritt. Took it fairly easily in the end. So the Nelson strikes, and Switzerland 111 for 4. I like this. And throw your own strange sports into the chat as well. Extreme ironing. Have you heard of this?
That is where they do ironing in strange places.
That is
right?
where they'll
Rather
do,
than
yeah.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Nice to see Alexis Hartley in the chat as well.
Yeah.
Are you playing later, Alexis? I mean,
She might be. Hi, Lex. Hopefully you will. And she says, yeah, you could definitely have a picnic on
I
there.
mean,
You, me, a steep hill, extreme picnicking.
as long as you don't have
Put that
any,
in.
as long as you don't have any spherical picnic items, because they're going to be rolling. You need
True.
square and cube items only.
I feel like you could get some customized solutions. By the way, thanks to Ash at Save Derek for the extreme ironing mention. But, get a couple of stumps, knock them in. I'm sure you could angle the table just right. I like the idea of just leaning back onto the grassy knoll.
I think we should do a toss video from there. You start at the top and
Sounds
walk.
a bit dangerous with my shoes. Anyway, here's Taggy folding out. Oh, probably no ball. It is. Free hit coming up. This is Natalie Saucier-Clark, who gets the benefit, I suppose, of an early free hit. That one just coming out a little bit early. Never came down. Freebie.
Nice early gift for Natalie. She can get herself off the mark. Well, she forgets that she can't be stumped off a free hit, although maybe it could have been a cheeky run out.
Mia knew that wasn't going to be out, but she could not stop her muscle memory.
Good practice.
Taking the bails.
Good hands.
Yep. Taggy gets away with it.
So free hit missed out on, but she won't miss out on that one. Natalie knocks that one away again, just drags it down the leg side. Zero protection out there for Jersey. And
boundaries in towards the lower end of the official allowable lengths as well. So I think you get good value for your shots here. I think we've seen that already. I like it because I think the outfield is going to be tested here with the ball travelling quite quick. You have to be quite skillful. End of the 17th over, 116 for 4, 136 pace at the moment. Taggy will finish with figures of 2 for 29.
I think we skipped over dog dancing a bit too quickly. Are the humans dancing with the dogs? Or is it just the dogs?
Actually, I watched it a couple of years ago now. No, maybe.
Because
I think the humans do dance with the dogs.
So it's kind of a extreme crufts situation.
It's also, its official name is Musical Canine Freestyle. MCF.
MCF. The good old MCF. Going back to a bit of pace into the 18th over, and Erin Duffy will come back for her third.
I think their handler is also there with the dog in the dance.
Short and cracked away. There is a fielder out there, but it'll go to the left of Trinity Smith. And Rajan, who's got off to a relatively slow start here for her standards, gets one right out the screws. She moves to 20, and if Switzerland are going to finish strongly here, you'd imagine Rajan will have to do the lion's share of the hitting, 20 off 25.
They're far too short, halfway down. That's probably the one that Rajan needed. There's a deep wicket out there, but she just hit it too well and beat Trinity Smith to her left. 120. Can they push the 140? Even 150's on the cards if they can get a few more boundaries.
Better length there from Duffy. It gets through to the wicketkeeper. So tell me more about MCF.
You can see, I'm showing you a bit now, which I have a dream. We need to see some, this is genuine dog dance.
It's quite poetic.
Yeah. I think great beauty. Were you much of a dancer?
No.
I've got 2 left feet, can tell you that right now.
So I think we're quite similar in the things we can and cannot do. Neither of us are very, okay, I'm on board with the dog dancing. I feel like the handler does quite a lot of the heavy. I just saw a dog.
Everyone in the break, Google dog dancing. All right.
Yeah, we're quite similar in the things we can and cannot do. Both of us not very good on the old drawing or the old dancing.
Can't draw, can't dance. I am quite musical, so
Yeah,
I
I'm not
am
musical.
artistic in a way.
Yeah, I can't do any of that.
But I mean, my feet don't move. I'll lean and click my fingers, but it takes a while before,
a little two-step.
I've got feet quicksand. 2.5 overs to go.
Nicely dabbed away. Switzerland using that late cut to great effect.
Run a ball 137 from here, so definitely once you're asking 7+ and over, if you get a good start, maybe keep the openers quiet in the power play, then Switzerland would be a pretty big upset. I will say, I know there's only 8 ranking points between them, but I think partly because Switzerland have only been playing T20IWs for a year. It'd be a pretty big upset, but you never know. Again, bat on ball. they'll get through for one. I think they'll probably settle for that. But, I mean, Jersey, as you said earlier, they are higher ranked, only by a couple, but they've played a lot more games over a longer period. But they're still a young side. You know, a couple of more experienced players there, but they're also in unfamiliar conditions. You never know how players are going to react to that.
Chloe, the skipper, is the oldest player in the team, and she's 25. And she's been skipper for a good few years now. So a lot of experience, but still only in the early stages of her cricket career as we get to the end of the 18th. 125 for 4, so 2 overs left here for Switzerland. Certainly will be eyeing up that 140 mark. There's a decent enough over there from Erin Duffy, though, just restricting Switzerland to singles. Speaking of the skipper, it looks like she's either going to bring herself back on, or she's having a discussion here with Trinity Smith. It will be Chloe then to come back on to bowl the important 19th over here.
Oh, here we go. Here's an obscure sport from Mohammed Hussain. And thank you, Mohammed Hussain, saying Indian Gully Danda, which I've just looked up. It's played with 2 wooden sticks to strike a small piece of wood 3 to 6 inches long with sharply tapered ends. Sounds dangerous already. And it's basically, it seems a bit like it's T-ball, as in like you knock it up and you just whack the stick and other people are trying to catch it. And then there's other stuff. I'm not an expert, but I would like to commentate that. And then you calculate points depending on how far you can hit it. But so you don't run. It's a distance sport. But again, if it gets caught, you get nothing.
Right.
So there's fielders. A non-ball sport with fielders. Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks for that one. Greekins back to bowl out here in the 19th. As we all know, it all happens in the 19th in T20 cricket.
Philip, our friend in the chat as well, saying World Toe Wrestling Championship.
Oh, Philip Backstart. Hi, Phil.
Up in the air. Chance for a catch, and it's taken. So Chloe does get her first wicket of the innings. Well deserved for the skipper, who's bowled tightly so far. And it's the 5th wicket to fall for Switzerland. Muted celebrations, but it's actually a big wicket as they get rid of the dangerous Rajan, who could have put on a push in the final couple of overs. But it's nicely taken there at backward point.
Yeah, nice catch. And I suppose she did get a bit of a wriggle on in the end, didn't she? As it was Erin Googe that took the catch behind point. Bit of an easier one than the one she attempted before. You can see she never quite got to it, just lost her front shoulder a little bit. And Erin, well, compared to the other one, like I said, that was an absolute doddle. Could have caught it with her eyes closed. As we'll have a new batter out there. Melissa Pina will come out batting number 7. Important. They keep moving here. Yeah, so Phil, who actually commentated my first tournament with for ECL, you know Phil pretty well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
German connections. Talking about the World Toe Wrestling Championship. That sounds, I feel like you get an advantage by just not showering for a few days. I feel they might get a few forfeits. Or are there rules about that? Is there the hosing of the feet? I don't know. And arm wrestling, I know is a sport, but I don't like to talk about it because there was this incident on Australian TV where there was a broken arm. And,
I've seen that.
Oh, it's not good.
Thumb wrestling is
That's put me off arm wrestling at any time, anywhere, because that's not a sound that you should ever hear. Good start there by Pina. Gets off strike, and Natalie Sunsia-Clark will take over.
I never know with arm wrestling, because I'm left-handed, whether do you have to find a fellow left-hander to arm wrestle against?
That's a very good question. I think it's a right-handed sport.
Well, that's prejudiced. That one's through the gap there. And Chloe bowling an excellent over so far. Just 1 ball left of the 19th. Giving away just a couple of singles and picking up that wicket as well. Switzerland just want to take a bit of momentum into this run defence, don't they? They don't want to just tail away in the final couple of overs. And, well, half chance there for a stumping, but Mia Maguire doesn't get anything on it, and they are able to get through for buys.
Go check it out here. It was one of those ones that it didn't really turn, it hurried on, so she's beaten to her left. She does a lot of things right there, Mia, but just needed to take a little bit more of a skip step left, and she probably takes that. But it's never easy when it's between the batter and the stumps. End of the 19th over. How about the economy from Greekin there? 1 for 13 of her 4 overs. That's 1-2-8 for 5. Last over coming up.
There's a reason that she's the highest wicket taker by far for Jersey. 62 wickets before this game, so 63 international wickets for Chloe Greek, and the next highest is Tanguy with 36. So the skipper leading from the front there for her Jersey side. Will be happy with her contribution. Maybe not quite so happy with the amount of extras that her side have given away here. If you take away, especially the wides, the 128 probably would have been more towards the 108. It will be a bit of seam to finish off the innings here, and Erin Duffy, who started from that end, will be finishing going into her final over. That one's knocked in the air, should be taken, and it's a comfortable catch there for Erin Gouge. And it will be the 6th wicket to fall.
Yeah, and you can't really blame Sunsia Clark here. She tried to make something out of it. Wasn't happy. She could have padded that on the ground for 1, but she thought, okay, who knows? Maybe if I can get under it, maybe I can use the pace and get it for 4. But it did look a little bit catching practicey, didn't it? But this is the last over, and so you got to probably take some chances you wouldn't earlier in the innings. So 128 for 6. Duffy with her first wicket of the series, and once again Gouge with a safe pair of hands.
Again, it maybe suggests that Switzerland, because of the inexperience in relative terms in their T20I careers, maybe don't quite have the depth in their batting lineup. So Jersey possibly frustrated that they didn't pick up a few earlier wickets and could have kept this score down to something a bit more comfortable. As it is, though, it will be a decent run chase.
Yeah, needs to find a way to get off strike here. This is Ananya Srinivasan, who will do the keeping for Switzerland today. 4 balls to go. Duffy, the handy wicket there, brings a new batter out. Never easy. Got the cover in very tight. Trying to stop that one.
Knocked away nicely, though. She does have a high score of 28 not out in T20Is. Gets herself off strike. Gets another run.
And also you talked about Jersey being a pretty young side, considering how experienced they are. But yeah, there's a lot of teenagers in this Swiss side as well. Can't believe some of the years of birth I see in these modern international cricketers.
Well, when I was doing my research, which I do on occasion for Switzerland, they don't have a single player in their 20s. They're all either teenagers or over the age of 30.
There's a lost generation. Yeah.
That decade of 20 to 30, clearly they were doing something else. They
Got a lot
weren't
going on in
cricket.
your 20s, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I think I only played in my 20s, and that was pretty much it. All right, 2 to come. We're looking at a 130s chase here.
That one's hit away nicely, and it's going to go for a 1 bounce 4. And suddenly, a bit of life in this innings again from Switzerland. And this is what we're talking about. They want to finish strong here, the Swiss, just to take that momentum into the second innings. And that was a lovely swing of the bat there from Peanut.
Yeah, shows the depth in their lineup as well.
Yeah.
They've got a certain fearlessness at this stage, obviously. So playing shots that they maybe wouldn't play through the middle overs. But I think I feel like they've squeezed pretty much all they could squeeze out of this innings, Switzerland. It'll be interesting to see in the second half whether they can restrict Jersey, who probably still start favourites on the chase. Here's the last ball. Seatbelts on, everybody. Or not. Let's have another last ball. Good take by Maguire. That could have easily gotten through. Awkward take full into your right.
Yeah, and she's got no protection behind her. There is a third, but quite wide. And I think anything that goes past the keeper is going to go away for 4.
I think with their running, honestly, I think there's 50 of their score that I put down to just good runs that other teams might not have taken. Here's the last ball. Take 2.
Slap down the ground, and that will be 4 runs. There's no stopping that one, and it is finished with a flourish there from Peanut, who hits the final 2 legal deliveries of the innings for 4 runs apiece. So they don't quite get up to the 140 mark, but they get there or thereabouts. And Switzerland, I think, having lost the toss at the start of the game, will be more than happy with the 138 that they've posted. Ably assisted a little from Jersey, who lost their way, especially in those middle overs, just too many extras and wides going the way of Switzerland. But Switzerland, fair play to them, still a young team, both in terms of age and T20I experience, and they've put on a decent score here.
Yeah, so 138, but 30 in extras, which for Jersey's far too many. A dozen in misfields as well. I think, three fours got through that probably should have only been ones. So, yeah, but then you also look at Switzerland. Pinar comes out, only faces 4 balls, and you look above and you go, Sassi Daran, okay, it was a good opening partnership, but she scored 24 off 32, Raja 22 off 30. You watch Pinar going, if she'd faced 20 or 25, who knows what she might have been able to score. So it's one of those funny ones. I think if you'd offered Switzerland 138, they probably would have taken it. But now, they need to defend, and I suppose we'll see how comfortable Jersey are out here batting for the first time on this field and on this pitch, and we'll see if they adjust. We will take a break here. Vinny Sounder, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. Great to have your company. Plenty of action Monday morning, but already swinging into things. It'll be 139 for Jersey if they are going to come up with a win in the first game of this quad series. We'll take a break back in about 15 minutes. Right here from Switzerland, you're watching cricket on the European Cricket Network. Hello, welcome back. It's great to have your company as we have history this morning on ECN with the first ever T20 international cricket match from Switzerland. And right now we're watching the hosts come out to defend 138, which is what they scored off their 20 overs. Pretty good starts from the Swiss after being sent in. Franziska Kuhnberg with 34 of 31 was the leading performer. 24 for Amrita Sasidaran in an opening partnership of 61. Rajan batting 3 with 22. Some good late hitting from Pina. A couple of fours gets them up in the high 130s. Looked like it might have been low 130s before that. Bowling-wise, Tanguy, the only multiple wicket taker, 2 for 29. I think Greeken had a case for best of the bowlers, though, with 1 for 13. She was very hard to get away in her 4 overs. Erin Duffy with a wicket. Annie Mossop with a wicket, 1 for 14. Olivia Baston with a wicket as well. A couple of good catches from Erin Googe, as well as almost a catch of the Millennium effort, which just knocked out when she hit the ground. So, look, it's going to be on for Jersey if they bat well enough. Aikenhead out there with Grace Weatherall, as it'll be Nat Sancia-Clark who will get us going. 139 for victory. Jersey playing their first game on Swiss soil in these conditions. How will they go? And it's a good start from Sancia-Clark, who seems to get a little bit of out movement there. The breeze does seem to be behind the bowler from the far end and a little bit left to right. .30 extras in the first innings. We're certainly on the high side as well from Jersey. And right on cue, we get our first one of the second innings. And I suppose this is what I would call a moderate total. 138. Certainly competitive. But it's the kind of total, especially against Jersey, who have a pretty hard-hitting batting lineup. You don't want to be giving them too many for free. Oh, outside edge. To have a slip in place. It's a good piece of fielding down there. It's Naina Metisaju. Already maybe a key difference because Jersey, 3 times they struggled to make an outfield stop. I feel maybe the Swiss side maybe a little bit more used to fielding in, let's call them, slightly suboptimal outfield conditions. Really got to commit to those stops on the outfield. Loses this one down the leg side. It'll be the second wide of the over. Well, welcome back to all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you are maybe joining us for the first time, why don't you subscribe to the channel? We'd love to have you stick around. Also, I love the misunderstanding of the obscure sports conversation. Hello, Wayne. Oh, thought that might have been close, you know. You just have the ability to swing it stump to stump. Aikenhead just prodding forward. Haven't seen an LBW given today. So really, power play is super important. If Jersey can get it ahead and maybe get kind of 50-60 in the power play, they can play pretty risk-averse cricket, I think. Try and preserve those wickets and cruise. But some want to keep Jersey behind the rate. Fraction short, just turned behind square. Aikenhead will collect another run. We'll get to have a look at Grace Weatherall. Well, Grace has a bit of a reputation for crushing the ball, and I like her at the top of the order. Only 2 outfielders in play, and she will be brutal on anything loose. Also interesting, yeah, since last time I saw Grace, she's converted to spin bowling from pace bowling. She had some injuries that had kind of put her in that direction. Here she is facing her first ball of the week. technical defence shot, but Sunset Clark asking the right question of the Jersey opener. Hello to all of our viewers as well watching from Jersey. Hope you're well. We're obviously hoping to get back there soon, and congratulations with all the stuff happening in Jersey cricket. Also, I'm sure we've got a few Swiss fans tuning in from all corners of this very diverse nation. Last ball of the over. Grace snaps off a cover drive, and that's going to run away for 4. So there's a bit of a warning shot there, slight bit of width, but a very safe shot as well, straight into the turf, and running away for the first boundary of the response, end of the over. And it's 9 without loss. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again in the ECN commentary box is Tina Goff.
Yeah, good start there from Jersey, and final flourish in that final ball from Grace. It's interesting to kind of track her career. Pretty much started as a opening bowler, seam bowler, got a good bit of pace as well about her, but has had to change to spin. And we saw her come on second change in that first innings and has been boosted up the order. So very much more of a batting all-rounder nowadays, and has the task here to see Jersey through the run chase, which is probably a chase that they'll think is 20, 30 runs more than it should have been. They weren't the tightest on their bowling were Jersey, and a bit sloppy in parts in the field meant that Switzerland got up to 138. Remember, Jersey won the toss. They wanted to chase. So they've got a point to prove here, as it looks like it will be Meghna Rajan to bowl the second over here for Switzerland. Rajan has 22 international wickets to her name. Is actually the leading wicket taker for Switzerland. She's the only Swiss bowler with over 20 wickets to her name, which is pretty impressive given that she's played 20 T20I, so averaging more than a wicket every game so far.
Tracking over a wicket a game. It's pretty good going in this format.
Gets a bit of air on that, and it's stopped well there at mid-on. Great shin work there from Melissa Pinar, who, remember, finished the first innings with a bit of a flourish with 2 big hits of her own, and that one was a big hit into her shin bone, but got everything behind it.
Shin bone, a spirit. Got to get something behind it. But look, I love the way just get on with the game. FIFA World Cup, it's a 7-minute delay, isn't it? They're emptying out a couple of cans of Magic Spray.
Could have done with some football shin pads on, though. It would have helped.
Might not be a bad idea, actually. Give me ideas. Anyway, Grace is going to get back on strike. Boundary ready to the Jersey opener.
Again, lofted. And this is the kind of bowling that we were maybe talking about when Grace was bowling in the first innings, just giving it a bit of air. I know it looks very hittable, but just dips on the batter at the last moment. Rajan not afraid to give it some fly, and that's what's served her so well in her international career so far. This time a bit flatter, and that's probably why you don't want to bowl it flatter, because Grace slaps that one away past the 2 fielders out there in the deep. Win the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. Both of them are deep on the leg side, but neither of them got close to that one. 4 runs. Excellent
Placement, threads the needle there. Had a good idea, I think, mentally about where those fielders were, and she could pretty much pick her spot. So Weather looking dangerous early. Rajan, very small margin for error. Did you see Wayne's comment about you in the chat as well? I'll come back to that in a second. Here's Rajan.
This time it's shorter, and it's pulled away once more dismissively by Weatherall, who's inching closer to 600 international runs. She was 587 before today, so that moves her to 599.
She's not inching, she's furlonging closer at this rate. Rajan, once again, fraction too short. You can see she kind of drew her into a false shot when she got her, encouraged her to get forward. That was the only kind of misjudgment of the over from Grace.
This time it will go again to the boundary, so that's 3 and 3 for Weatherall. Does pass that milestone of 600 international runs and gets there in some style. Not the worst delivery from Rajan, but just sits up nicely on this AstroTurf. she almost has to go back to what she was doing earlier in the over as we get to the end of the second 22 for no loss, which is tossing it up. If anything, you want to over pitch it rather than under pitch it, especially Weatherall so quick on the pull is going to capitalise on anything that's short.
Yeah, they hit 17 boundaries, the Swiss, in the first half of this game, but already you can see the boundary powers there for the Jersey side as well. As we get to the end of the second over, 22 without loss. So, yeah, 4 boundaries so far, all off the bat of Grace Weatherall. Yeah, so Wayne asked the AI, bring out, it actually brought out the dad joke, said, what's a fun fact about Tina Goff?
Okay.
It says she's a cricketer and a translator. It's a fun combination. She can translate languages and, on the cricket field, translate, air quotes, bad bowling into lots of runs.
Yeah. ChatGPT and puns.
I'm not scared the AI is going to eat us just yet.
No.
With Sansia Clark.
Up in the air. This is a big moment for Switzerland, and it's dropped. That's a costly shell there from the fielder. I think it's Meghna Rajan. No, in fact, it's Samahir Dabulkar. Went straight up in the air, and that could prove to be costly for Switzerland. They're not going to get too many chances, and when they do come, they have to make the most of them.
It was kind of blowing towards Dabulkar, but I don't think if they could have chosen out of the two fielders, I don't think she's the one that probably would have chosen. Already maybe a clear difference between the two sides. The catching.
Dug in short. Well, gets big on Weatherall, who isn't afraid of it, goes for the pull, but misses out.
Surprise delivery, whether by luck or design. And Weatherall didn't quite get across in a position to hook that. That was the difference. Didn't quite get her eyes behind the ball. Probably the one bouncer for the over, I think.
Yeah, maybe bowled slightly in anger there by Sansia Clark. It feels like she might have been able to pick up a wicket the previous delivery, but this one's going to come straight of our way. Vinny unmoved.
I'm seeing well. You got to know when to leave them. That was a clear leave. Don't know where that ball's gone, but it was pretty well struck. The old short then full being taken to extremes.
Oh, I thought you'd had a mini stroke or something, because I thought that was going straight at you.
I was in my lane and I could tell, like a good goalkeeper, it was going the other side of the post. I'm glad it didn't Tortuga and take a right turn at Albuquerque on me. But, well, that's actually the first Maximal of the week, and it's always taken me out. Well, I hope their insurance is good, because they almost took out our equipment. Grace Weatherall already kind of showing, I suppose, unnatural power for this level. But she'll take those all day long. It's pretty close to no ball as well. Maybe just at the waist.
She's got this baseball stance, and she high bat, wide base, and anything in that kind of area she's going to hit away, and that's a beautiful cut. That time, she doesn't try to go cross-batted into the leg side. She knows she can use the pace of the delivery. Nobody out on the offside. And that one's probably the pick of the lot so far from Grace, who's motoring along here. 26 off just 9 deliveries.
If I had to give a men's European cricketer comparison about the setup of Grace, it'd be Max O'Dowd. You know, he has a very kind of wide stance, isn't really a bat tapper. He's a bat waver going in. You'll see it here, but again, main thing is that at the point of delivery, you're in a good position to do the right thing. It's kind of knock-kneed in her stance.
Need to come back here to Sansia Clark. Go slower, and it's nicely watched from Grace, and in fact it's a brilliant piece of running between the two. Again, alert to the fact that the fielders may be just slightly on their heels, having been battered in the last couple of deliveries. And they run through for a single.
Yeah, good judge of a run as well. And a pretty professional start from Jersey with the bat, also aided by a few loose deliveries from Team Switzerland, and of course that drop catch.
Akenadet then facing up, final delivery of the third, and gets big on her. She wasn't quite as comfortable on it as Grace Weatherall, but the result is the same, and it will be 4 runs to finish the over. Jersey motoring along here. I suppose she did well there, Amy, to keep her eye on the ball and get something on it, knowing that anything on the bat probably would have raced away to the boundary, and that proved to be the case. End of the third, then 38 for no loss. Jersey going along nicely here with that required rate now, less than a runner ball. Weatherall doing most of the heavy lifting, 27 off 10. Aikenhead should be full of confidence herself, though. She registered her high score in that previous game against Guernsey a couple of months ago, back in June. 85 off 64 on that occasion, going into her 35th international game for Jersey. Switzerland here just need to find a bit of magic from somewhere. They did have that opportunity in the previous over, the catch dropped there by Samir. They just need to keep plugging away, trying to create chances, because they know someone like Grace Weatherall won't give too many opportunities, and when one does come your way, you have to take it, because she is someone who can take the game away from you in just a few swishes of her bat. As we go into the fourth over, it looks like it will be Vanni Danuka to bowl it, so an early change here. Switzerland know maybe that they don't have as many runs to play with as they would like, and they can't afford to let these two batters settle. So Vanni, with a wealth of domestic experience in England, bowls her first delivery.
It's called a no ball. This might be off the pitch. Let's have a look at it on the replay. What have we got here? Well, it's close. It looked to be more on the pitch than off. She's trying to say, hey, that wasn't God's grass. That was artificial grass. I suppose the umpire, still a bit of a discussion about it here.
Was it maybe front foot in the end?
I don't know. I don't think it's front foot no ball. She slips over the line, but I think she lands behind the line. Al, you still got that one? Have a look at the delivery. I think she lands behind the line. See? And then slips over. So I don't think it's front foot no ball. Well, it shouldn't have been.
Well, yeah, it hits the edge of the pitch, doesn't it?
Arguably. And we've got our first wheels change, do we? All right. Well, that's it. Everyone's just walked off. Here come the new shoes. All right, Isaac. Let's see what we got. It's like probably not quite the speed of a Formula One tyre change in 2026, but I like she's gone pre-laced and she's ready to go. So yeah, Vanni, nice to see her, along with all of her Swiss teammates, playing their first ever home T20I. But yeah, it was definitely a bit too much of a slide. There's always a bit of a natural slide on the front foot, but on these artificial pitches, obviously you don't get to bowl on the metal spikes. Normally you're using these kind of dimpled rubber studs, or not really studs. But anyway, be a free hit for Weatherall. Probably doesn't need the charity.
This one goes up in the air, and it's going to be catching practice. Danuka takes it calmly. At least gives her catching a boost.
Probably would have loved a catch taking that easily last over as well. Rare miss hit from Weatherall. She'll get through for a high single.
Aikenhead then on strike. Danuka just maybe struggling a bit, having slipped on that first delivery now, lost a touch of confidence in her action. And that one down leg side and dispatched away nicely on the full there by Aikenhead. So Jersey have proven themselves to be the experienced side in these opening exchanges, targeting the bad balls, also using the fact that there's only two fielders allowed outside the ring, both of them on the leg side. One's at deep square, the other at cow corner, but neither of them have been able to stop much. And well, that one goes offside, and that one's going to race away despite Franziska Kuhnberg being in pursuit there. The boundaries keep on flowing here for Jersey, who have got off to a dream start in their run chase here. Maybe just a little frustrated with their bowling performance, but everything going their way. 48 runs on the board after just 21 deliveries so far. Better delivery on that occasion from Danuka, but again, they managed to burgle a single. I think the fielders inside the ring here for Switzerland just have to be a bit more switched on, maybe just take a yard closer.
Yeah, it's easy to say, but also had a few balls smashed past them as well, which probably gives you second thoughts about creeping in, trying to save that one. I mean, my inside mail on this ground is that there's runs in it. You can see it runs very, very quickly. Bang. Oh, and Take that. Trampoline Tortuga almost takes off Saranya's head. It's a hard field. And the other thing is everything is downhill from the middle, as that was pretty much unstoppable. 50's up as Wetherill moves to 32. 50 partnerships, a pair of opening partnerships worth 50 plus. But this ground reminds me in the topography of the SCG in Portugal, in that the pitch is the highest bit and it's all downhill to the boundaries. This one has a few more quirks on the way, but you know it's going to be fast.
And that one's going to go away as well. I don't think there was anything on it. It's just a case of whether that's going to be buys or wides. Soft signal is buys. So again, boundaries flowing here.
I think this hits around the crease, which is where the bowler lands. And so you'll find just around the line, or just behind the popping crease, there's often a little bit of a ridge. And that one hits it. And that's why it goes up pretty unpredictably over Srinivasan. I should also apologise. We know it's very windy at the moment, but there's not too much we can do about it. It's picking up at the moment. So apologies. I know that some of the wind's getting to the microphones, but we'll do our best to yell over the wind. Reminds me of the old man yells at cloud meme. And we'll do our best.
We need some kind of cube to put on our heads to protect, like an astronaut's helmet.
Oh, yeah. Which is a different type of wind. But it's coming and going, the wind, isn't it? Pretty pleasant at the moment, 21 degrees. So temperature-wise, 26 expected, but we are expected to get a couple of quite hot days coming up.
Yeah, 37 degrees on Thursday by the looks of it.
DeBolka gets bowled. She was the one that put down that catch earlier, so she'll be keen to make amends.
Yeah, that required rate for Jersey, just a touch above 5, but given they're going at almost 14s at the moment, they'll be looking to win this game quickly. I suppose run rate might come into it. Then again, the format as it is, probably not. But finishing quickly, it's always good for the confidence. That one is hit down the ground and it's going to go 1, 2, 3, a couple of bounces and a roll for 4 runs.
Oh, did it go in the end? Yeah, it has been called. But actually, this is actually into the wind. It shows you the wind's such a factor. Maybe she didn't get it quite in the middle, sliced under it a little bit. And in the end, it just crept over the rope.
Well, it looked like it was going to be into the nets behind the ground, but in the end, almost didn't go. And there's a chance for a catch, and it's taken nicely, as it's a good hit from Aikenhead, but almost hits it too well and finds the fielder there lurking at covers. So this opening partnership is broken. Nicely taken there, low to the ground. Switzerland do pick up their first wicket, and the opening stand is broken.
Yeah, Danuka takes it well low down. And let's be honest, DeBolka did make up for it, didn't she? Put a catch down, comes back, taken the wicket, end of Aikenhead for 22 on 15. And the score, 61 for 1. Nice catch low down. Wind wasn't really a factor. I really like that catch technically because she bends at the knees, allows her to stay in a fairly upright position with her torso, and her head's down towards the ball. So, batting number 3.
Top run scorer in T20Is for Jersey, 892. So maybe eyeing up that 1,000 run mark in this quad series. She's streets ahead as well. Aikenhead, who she's just replaced, is the next highest with 632. Gets herself immediately off the mark, despite the fact that Grace Wetherill didn't want to go for it. But in the end, it's a comfortable single. It was Grace's call.
Yeah, this is what I call one of the only grey areas in calling. So technically, if you go by the book, anything behind points is non-striker's call, but the striker is actually in a position to see if they've hit it at the fielder or not. So that's a bit of a time that maybe if you're non-striker, you do respect the striker's call. But Grace was snoozing, wasn't she? Gets away with it. Wayne mentioning another fun fact on you, Tina. I know you're not very self-indulgent, but that you were a record setter and then broke your own world record for Germany against Austria a couple of years ago now. And is that true? I'll just say it is true. Would you like to add anything?
No. It was one of the early ECN games.
It was, yeah.
And that was during COVID,
Look it
so
up.
there was not much cricket going on. So we were the only thing for people to watch.
Yeah.
So they had to endure us.
Why would you need more? Anyway, end of the 5th over. Jersey flying. 64 for 1. Tabolka, though, with the first wicket of the contest.
Talking of fun facts, what would be your fun fact if you had to do a icebreaker in a business setting?
Like in a cricket sense. Fun fact.
No, just any fun fact. If you're like, hi, my name's Vinny, and a fun fact about me is...
The obvious one is I've commentated more matches than anyone dead or alive.
Dead commentating.
Is that fun? It's not as fun if you include the word dead. How about I've commentated more matches than anyone in the world? That's a fun fact.
I mean...
And they'll be like, sorry, what?
I don't think you need the dead or alive qualification.
Yeah. A bit morbid. Anyway, it's going to be Naina Metisaju to come on. 6 over last the power play.
Weatherall again, quick on the pull. And this one's going to race away. You can see just how quick the outfield is. It was completely mishit there from Weatherall. And despite the efforts there of Melissa Pienaar, doesn't quite get down quickly enough. And Weatherall in the end doesn't have to run. She moves on to 37 off 16.
Aman Chowdhury in the chat saying Jersey is playing fast because they have another match. That's a good strategy.
Everyone loves a long lunch.
Yeah, Jersey will be playing Spain this afternoon. They've got quite a good rivalry.
Sarju's got a very quick run-up, but just slows down a bit at the crease as Weatherall knocks that one away. It's fielded well there in the deep by Meghna Rajan. Who do you think is the next taxi off the rank in terms of commentators?
Easy. He's on right now in Hornchurch. He just started. It's
Okay,
Rico.
fine.
And there's daylight after that. Just because of volume. It is hard. I mean, it's not really a fair comparison, obviously, because a lot of commentators have done longer careers in years, but with longer matches. So imagine you had to do like 5,000 test matches. The average person lives for, even if you have, let's say, 30,000 days, right? So let's say you got 65 years working. Let's say you don't commentate the first 18 years. You got about 24,000 days. So if you were to do 5,500 test matches, let's say the average 4 days, you're basically 22,000 days commentating. So
how many test matches is that?
A lot. Yeah, 5,500 test matches would be about 22,000 days of cricket. So I haven't done the most days, but I have done the most matches.
How many test matches have there ever been? Probably not even that many.
Yeah, don't think so.
Do you want to know my fun fact if I had to give a fun fact?
Please.
If it was cricket related, it'd be that I've played cricket on 6 different continents.
That's pretty cool.
Every continent apart from Antarctica.
Is that in the plans? Versus
Could be.
MCC versus
Penguin 11.
Penguin 11.
Well, cricket on ice. I mean,
Cricket on ice,
we just have to move it to Antarctica for a year.
They did tours of Antarctica. My school's got a tour of Antarctica. They had to plan it 2 years in advance.
I mean, if I just take a cricket bat to Antarctica and hit a ball, I'd count that as having played there.
Uh-oh.
Bowler takes the tumble and the ball's going to race away for another 4. Just, again, Saju, she's got such a super speedy run-up. I think she doesn't do herself any favours. By the time she gets to the crease, she almost has to put the brakes on.
You do want to throw yourself around. I think that's exactly what they meant. Grace Weatherall has moved up to 42. Now you got me thinking like obscure fun facts I haven't mentioned before.
Well,
okay, I've got one.
Go on.
I was one of the judges at the European Casino Dealer Championship at the Hippodrome London in 2015.
Which
is pretty unusual.
What are the criteria for
customer
casino
service,
dealing?
dexterity, mathematical calculations, just overall class score as well, and a comportment score. Let's not get into that though. And there's all the music stuff, but people know that about me now, so it's not that fun a fact. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I suppose I'm thinking of when you meet new groups of people and someone says, oh, it'd be great if we all have a fun fact about ourselves, and it's just the worst thing ever. So you have to...
I'll give you facts, but they're not fun.
Well, as soon as you start talking about dead or alive, yeah. It's a better ball there from Saju, who's had a little bit of trouble with her run-up, but gets that one through to the gloves of Ananya Srinivasan.
Early food chat, but Monty Luce is spot on. He said the one thing this ground is missing, considering we are in Switzerland, is the Toblerone for the boundary.
Yes.
The triangular kind of prism boundary padded denoter. They must take up a bit of space, though, if you've got the Toblerone going all the way around. No one ever thinks of what's happening to the Toblerone when the game's not on.
That one's hit up in the air. It's a chance for a catch. Melissa Pienaar is underneath it and doesn't manage to get her fingers around it. I think hurts herself on the way through. And it's another missed opportunity here for Switzerland, which has kind of been the story of their innings so far.
I think it's a pretty clear differentiator so far, the fielding in the air. Although I actually think Switzerland probably fielded better on the ground than Jersey have so far. But you just can't be affording dropping. You can't afford to drop top order players that are so dangerous. And Weatherall gets super lucky on 42. Now walking 677.
I think we've spoken about this before as we get to the end of the sixth, end of the power play, 77 for 1. But Toblerone had to change its logo because it had the Matterhorn on the
We've been
packaging.
here this week. We've been here.
Oh, you've already done it this week?
This week, yeah. Is that your fun fact? Because you have to go get another one. But they tried to outsource Nestle, not to mention any names specifically, but hello Nestle if you're watching and if you'd like to sponsor us here at the European Cricket Network, we'd love it. But we'd also, maybe you could use some of the money you saved by outsourcing to Slovakia, to Bratislava. And that meant that the Swiss Rules Committee, and it's a pretty big committee here in Switzerland, they said, no, you can't use this Swiss imagery if you're not making it in Switzerland. Fair enough. What do you think about the Toblerone? Could I go out on a limb and say, I find it more dangerous than tasty as a chocolate.
I don't need...
It's very pointy.
I was going to say, I don't need my chocolate angular, ever. It's also shrunk recently.
Oh,
we
talked about the Toblerone riots. As we get
Do you know why Toblerone's called Toblerone, though?
I don't.
So it's a portmanteau of the inventor. Would you call it an invention? Creator?
Creator, yeah.
Founder, who was called Theodore Tobler. And then Tyrone, which is like the almond chocolate. So it's a mix of Tobler and Tyrone. Appeal here, and nothing doing from the umpires. They get through for leg byes.
Maybe just sliding. So
the number of peaks has gone from 15 to 11.
So this is what I meant. In the UK, the UK is where they had the Toblerone riots, where people weren't having it. And that did actually force a reversal in that market.
This one's coming our way, and neither of us move.
Well, I mean, we've got a lot of cords around. Someone will find it. There we go. But that's the lesson here is don't bowl big, juicy, full tosses. Annalise Merritt does well, gets inside it, almost to 6, actually. So,
I like how we both just watch it like we're watching a bus go past.
Rule 1 is protect the equipment, and that I'm very focused on. I feel like I'm seeing them pretty well. That one was close to me, but got to know where your off monitor is.
I mean, that one was less violent than the one from Grace earlier in the innings. So that one has been cut away, and again, it's dropped. This time, it's Sansia Clark with the missed opportunity, went straight in and straight back out, and they can't afford to be dropping these chances.
This is probably the toughest drop so far, though, because it was hit reasonably hard. It was one where you got to get your fingers pointed up.
Worked away for at least one. It might be more, and they go through for 2, and it is cut off on the boundary there by Meghna Rajan.
Could be in for an early finish. I might have just spotted the Brazilian team. They're not playing today, but this will be their training day.
Spain have arrived as well. I like the furniture over there in that gazebo. It's very much like a lounge area we've got going on for the spectators.
Hospitality area. And also their tent has walls, which is probably why they're not as wind affected. But this is going to be affected from Grace, who goes large over mid-wicket. Almost 6, but not quite. Bounces just half a metre inside, I think.
Well, she raises her bat. Maybe she thinks she's got to 50 with that stroke. But we'll take her to 49. So a premature raise of the bat there from Weatherall.
Do what you can. But anyway, they are absolutely cruising. It's just the start they wanted. It's 89 for 1 after 7. There's Team Brazil. 72 matches they've played. I'd be curious to know if this is their first one in Europe, if I'm excluding England, because they did play in Leeds last year, and in the, I think it was called the ICC Challenge Series. I wonder if this is Brazil's first game in continental Europe. I would say probably yes. They've played Germany in Africa. They've played Jersey in England. So, yeah, check it out. Are you doing some more research about playing in Antarctica?
I am.
What do you got?
There
They have played cricket in Antarctica. I've heard of it.
Well, there was a 2006 semi-autobiographical novel called Penguins Stopped Play.
I've heard of that.
11 village cricketers take on the world. And that was travelling with Captain Scott's 11, which was a amateur cricket team. And I don't know. Yeah, I need to know if that was actual penguins. That one's driven nicely.
I don't. Oh, geez, that could be out. It is out. Wow, what a direct hit. Well, maybe this could spark something, as would you believe it, it's Samir Dubolka who's grabbed that. Had to be a perfect piece of fielding. It was driven. They decide to go, but you can see here, definitely she's a fraction short. Actually hit the corner of the pitch, bounced up, and it bounced into the top of the stumps. I think the umpire gets that spot on merit. Bit unfortunate, but it has to go. I'm pretty sure a couple of things. We'll get this as slow as we can. She throws from the knees. It actually hits the base, was it? And then I think that, to be honest, Merritt was a little bit worried about taking out the bowler. But if she'd slid in there, maybe she could have saved herself. It's a good decision.
Yeah, it's a good call. I think she, as you said, was worried about knocking out the bowler. Should have probably put in the dive, or at least got the... She's got long arms. The big old bat slide doesn't do either.
We should remind everyone the base is part of the stumps as well. So if you hit the base that's supporting the stumps, given this is an artificial pitch, then yeah, it does count as breaking the wicket. So sensational piece of fielding. I love the way she threw from her knees there. Wasn't able to get in, I suppose, a traditional throwing position, but was still pretty well balanced. So something from nothing there, and it's 89 for 2. I was just saying, Brazil versus Spain later this week. It feels like a FIFA World Cup fixture, doesn't it? Brazil versus Spain.
Well, Brazil have played Jersey before.
In England. And
in England.
We all know England's not Europe anymore. They made their choice. Looking at you.
This is going to be called a no ball on field, and that will be Weatherall's half century. Will she raise her bat again? She won't get the free hit.
Moral dilemma, because if you've raised about once and you were wrong, do you raise again? I mean, I would. Now she's
sheepish.
She plays it correctly. She's gone a delayed, and then when she's forced, she's gone shoulder high. And Grace, she's got plenty of practice raising the bat. She keeps batting like this. Florence Tanguy coming out at number 4.
Ideal situation for Flo as well. First ball for her will be a free hit. After that one was just a bit too high from Sarju.
Backyard cricket rules. Can't get out first ball. Although we had a bit of an epidemic of free hit runouts, because I think sometimes people think free hits, I need to be getting runs here, and then they just will hit it straight to somebody and run, which of course you can be run out off a free hit or a no ball. Basically, you can't be out any way that is credited to the bowler in that situation. So you run out, or some of the more obscure ways to get out, you still can be out.
And a full toss. This one should be cut off out in the deep by Peanut. It's Tanguy looking for the second, but Weatherall happy to just take the single with that required rate.
Serious question for you,
4.
Tina.
Yes.
I know you've worked with people, various cricket levels and experience levels. How do you improve catching in game situations when people maybe haven't grown up with those skills and they haven't played hardball cricket? Because it's a key difference, isn't it? Even if from playing with a softer ball or nothing at all.
I think you have to train with the intensity of a match. I think it's the only way that you're ever going to improve. Because I know in training, people don't often like taking the high catches. They don't like the boundary catches.
Training has its own risks. You're playing on a hard ball, right? So I mean, it's a genuine question. With no...
This is why I'm not a coach.
Yeah, probably. But also, I do see even at high levels of cricket, sometimes they have these kind of little gloves, type gloves.
Yeah, fielding gloves. So I think with the fielding gloves, then you can at least get repetition in without having injuries, or at some point you just have too many catches that your hands can't take it anymore. But I don't think you could avoid doing it. And I think maybe in women's cricket, they avoid the intensity of high catching and hard catching because it can hurt.
Yeah, and Helix said, and it makes sense, practice. But like you said, when that practice sometimes can be give you less confidence if you have one that comes off the end of the fingers. Anyway, this one, I think, gets a little bit of a something on the way through. No, it doesn't. It's going to be 5 wide. So Sarge getting some movement there, but maybe a bit too much movement. As Jersey counter on in the chase. Yeah, so maybe the answer is, I mean, I grew up as a fielder. I only started keeping when I was 18, but when I think about it, if you gave everybody wicket-keeping gloves, and at least they could practice getting your hands in the right position, and then I don't know if there's a gateway to no gloves, but...
Well, have you seen these warm-up games where you have a tennis ball and you have helmets on, and then you've got to...
tell me more. And you have to try and whack people in the head?
No, so 2 people have the helmets on and the ball is launched up in the air and one of them's got to get under the ball and let the ball hit their head. And then someone else has got to catch it. Because it stops that fear of the ball hitting you. And it's only a tennis ball and it's not going to hurt. And then someone else...
So, explain?
It's the end of the 8th, 98 for 2. So the ball is launched up in the air.
Yeah, tennis ball.
Yeah. And you have a team of 5. One of the 5 has a helmet on.
Okay.
And the person with the helmet then has to line up where the ball is, get underneath it, and let the ball hit the top of their helmet. And then one of their 4 other teammates has to take the catch on the rebound. Because it's going to ping off the helmet.
Okay.
So it's
not really a high... How high is it bouncing off this helmet?
It pings a tennis ball off a helmet pings quite a long way.
Okay.
So it teaches you to line up the ball off a high catch, teaches you to not be scared of it hitting you or getting underneath it, and then teaches the rebound as well. Okay. And you get to head a tennis ball. You could
also use? Just like any car park. The fact that you've lined someone's head up under it. It's just, I actually, honestly, with kids that are learning the high catches, one of the things I used to do is just 1 bounce catches. Yeah. So let it bounce once, take a bit of sting out of it. But the idea, especially when you are living in the UK now, where they are very, very big on their concussion protocols, one of your training games involves deliberately headbutting a ball, albeit a tennis ball. Well, call the cops.
Do you know what the German for concussion is?
I bet German words are great.
Gehirnerschütterung. Gehirnerschütterung. Which is a shaking of the brain.
Of course it is. This is right into the gap. That's going to be 4. Weatherall keeps on keeping on. Brings up the 100 now for Jersey. Fraction short. Snaps into position. Grace leading the way. She is such a threat.
Helix is not a fan of my fielding drill. He says, "What's the point of that, Tina? 0 points."
Practice.
I think it's maybe just fun. You know, sometimes fielding has to be fun. And people don't like fielding. And if you get people heading cricket balls or tennis balls, then it's fun.
Grace gets bored of batting right-handed and gives herself another challenge. I've seen this sometimes. There's no real need to play that shot, but it's almost like you're toying with the bowling. You feel like you want to do something different to challenge yourself. We're not a bad time for her to try it. Right-handed, goes a little bit easier to the same ball. Thinks about 2, going to take on the throw, and they'll get there. So good hustle still from Grace. Up to 57. Monty Luce has a good point. You can use very soft old balls for bulk fielding practice. That's the other thing. There are different hardnesses of cricket balls that you can probably get confident. So the indoor cricket balls that we use in Australia are pretty good. Also, they swirl a bit. So when you're trying to take outfield catches, it's really important, or high balls, to know which way the wind's going, so you can kind of set yourself up and account for it. But yeah, it is tough because, like I said, if you go straight to just, let's just hit a bunch of high balls as high as we can until you start catching them, well, you might be losing a few fingernails and a few teeth and a few helmets in your game before before, and probably in the end, you feel less confident in that situation.
Yeah, I think confidence is the main thing, especially for women and girls. I think you also have to take into account the size of hands as well. If you think of that, the size of Ben Stokes' hands compared to a men's ball in comparison to a girl's hand and a women's ball.
Yeah.
It's no wonder that more catches go down because there's just less of a surface area unless you have big hands.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say that 5 players all had helmets and they just keep running into each other so that you're not so scared of the ball. I wouldn't be scared of the ball after you've basically played NFL.
Like cricket jousting. Have a cricket
You're playing chicken at training, the first one to go off the line. I got another 2 here. I do think the ground fielding of Switzerland has been probably the one aspect of the game that they've outplayed Jersey here, and probably something for Jersey to work on. Again, they'll have a bit of time to probably take a few more reps on those. But anyway, into the 9th over. Run rate is very good, 11.9 at the moment. Jersey, 107 for 2.
I guarantee there's footage of this cricket fielding drill somewhere, and I will find it. I will have the last laugh.
Well, I can visualize it now, but I got to admit, I have to agree with the sane majority in the chat saying the fact that you could just not hit it as high, for example. You didn't have to hit it as high as you can and have someone put their head under the ball. Is it meant to like toughen the helmet wearer up as well? Because you said so they're not scared of the ball.
I'm not saying it's sane. I never said I was sane.
Good.
Oh, here we go. There we go. I found a 10-second clip. So he lines it up, gets himself underneath it, and then he's basically got to head it to it.
So it's more slips catching practice.
Well, that was just a bad...
Use a slips cradle, not a human's head. What's wrong with... Too many coaches now. Who's thought of that? Just... Slips cradle's been around for 150 years. You don't have to use someone's face. Wow.
Drill down the ground by flow. Or a single.
Boy. It makes less sense after you show me the video. Oh, boy. Love it. Meanwhile, Jersey just keep on keeping on. Just 31 to win. Early food chat. Apparently, lunch is on the cards here.
Do we know what we're having?
We don't.
Slapped away hard. There is a fielder out there, and it's unfortunate there for Meghna Raj. And she puts in the slide, gets almost everything behind it, but I think it pings up off her leg and goes away for 4 runs. Such was the power.
Tortuga. Either that or it came off the leg. She definitely took a jump, didn't it, towards the end. I mean, again, I don't mind that. It's a bad outcome, but the process was right. Tried to get the body behind the ball. Ball had other ideas.
Got such a violent swing of the bat, does Weatherall. This time doesn't quite get hold of it, but it's a misfield on this occasion from Raj and get through for 2.
When I think of the ECSW that we had in Jersey, which the MCC actually played in as one of the 3 teams, I think of players like Grace Weatherall and others. They've got a lot of big hitters in that competition. Basically unloading Maximo after Maximo.
Yeah.
And not just that, but this is up in the air. It's going to be a bit of a chase again. Field's quick, running away. Great effort there to keep that inside. That's Kuhnberg. We'll keep it to a couple. But there was a bunch of kids. I was actually super worried because we had big spectator numbers and there were a lot of balls flying in that ECSW. Typically 45-metre boundaries. The men's have 50-metre boundaries in ECS cricket. But there were a bunch of kids, about 6 of them, and every ball, there was a point in the weekend where every ball was going for 6 and they would just chase it. And it was like a pack of dogs chasing the ball, coming back. And they were all walking, they were all kind of primed every ball to fetch another one. And which kid would chase it this time? The ball would go over their head, they'd run, they'd bring it back. And you're seeing a glimpse of that power here. Tangi, she can also hit a long ball, but hasn't really had to do too much. She's just happy to play the support role here.
Knocked down the ground. This decline, the single. I think Grace is more than happy to keep the strike as we get to the end of the 10th, 116 on the board, then just 23 runs required for Jersey, who look like they're romping home in this first.
Yeah, we invite you into our commentary box. Vinny Sanderhu, Mr. Maximo. Got Tina Goff with me. Sun's come out. That's good signs. Positive signs for Switzerland. Obviously, they're going to go down here, but what can they take away from this loss?
I think they've fielded well on the ground. They've not been helped by the fact it's a bit of a bobbly outfield. We've had a couple of mistakes there in the baseball area, but they've bowled well enough. I think they've probably actually bowled better than Jersey in terms of restricting the extras. Yes, I know they've had a couple here and there, and they batted with intent. I think they batted well. If you score 130, 140 against Jersey, you're always in the game. But Jersey showing their experience here, especially someone like Grace Weatherall who can clear any field, any rope. It looks like they're going to get home pretty easily in the end.
Yeah, and look, Switzerland, I suppose, have earned the right to now take on another, let's say, calibre of opposition. You know, they came in, for example, their first series against Belgium, even though it was their first game, they were far too good for Belgium. At this stage, took a game off Germany, which I think was good. They may have taken even another game or two off Germany, let's be honest, in that series. I know you were following it pretty closely. But, you know, I think they're going to learn a lot from this week, regardless of which way the results go. Again, I agree with you. I've liked the tempo they were trying to set. If they weren't hitting boundaries, they need to run well, and I think they did run pretty well. And that's the thing. The Jersey were a bit loose and they bowled too many extras. But against these better teams, you're not going to get as many hit-me balls, as we say. So you need to find a way to kind of generate 6, 7, 8 runs and over off pretty good overs, and that is the difference. And I think at every level of cricket you go up, you are getting less handed to you on a plate. So I think the building blocks are there. Obviously, they've had the coaching staff over the last 12 months trying to build them into a more confident unit. I just hope that they set essentially this week, because it will be the most challenging opposition I think they've had so far, and various opposition, that they just stay focused on their own game and try and look for those improvements that will then give them better results going forward.
Yeah.
And I hope if they do lose a game or lose and maybe have a heavy loss somewhere, that they still stay pretty focused on their own journey. For Jersey, obviously a bit rusty, I think, in some aspects here, but they've got 3 days to make it or break it. So they'll be focusing on winning every game that they play this week, and I think they've got certain areas of improvement that they will focus on after this performance, despite the fact that they're going to win pretty comfortably.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that Switzerland can maybe work on is batting intent. So we saw in that first innings there was a couple of deliveries where they were just never going to get run off it because they went straight into the forward defensive. If you compare that to Grace Weatherall, who's looking to try and hit every ball to the rope, and even then if she doesn't succeed, like on this occasion, she gets runs from it and forces the fielders then to do something, whereas Switzerland, there was just one or two too many deliveries where they just basically battened down the hatches and said, okay, well, I'm just not going to score a run off this ball.
White flagging.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that.
And if they could convert some of those basically premeditated dots into ones and twos, then you're looking at maybe 150, 160 instead of 130, 140.
I did say they'd kind of squeezed as much as I thought they could, but there was a kind of flat period when they lost the openers and there was a bit of a rebuild, but it didn't really lead to anything too much more. But then again, you know, if you lose wickets and then you get rolled, everyone will say you batted too aggressively. Speaking of aggressively, here's another aggressive shot. It's another catch that's going to go down and again hit at velocity. Weatherall survives, and well, I hope the fielder does too.
There's a tough opportunity there for Sajun. She actually lines it up quite well. In fact, is that Vanny Danuka out there? It's Vanny Danuka, who, well, of all the fielders would have experience of someone hitting the ball so hard, but just dies on her at the last moment. I think it hits her in her stomach because she's
I actually thought maybe the opposite.
doubled over.
I think she kind of had fingers pointing towards the pitch, which is right, but it just went slightly above her hands, and I think it hits her in the midriff. Hopefully she's all right there. 119 the score now. That's caught behind. A little nick on it. So big swing from Tanguy. Looks a little bit nonplussed. But the umpire had the supersonic hearing and has determined there was a little edge on that. So Rajan doesn't get Weatherall, but does get Tanguy the next ball. Let's have a look at the replay. She goes on the charge. Keeper's back. Keeper throws at the stumps, which is probably a sign the keeper wasn't particularly sure about it being a catch. Bowler definitely heard something, so the sound might have been localised to that end of the pitch. But anyway, decision's been given, and Flo has to go. She's the third to go. It's 119 for 3.
Well, the bowler went straight up, didn't she, Rajan? She was convinced. If there was a noise, I don't know what else it could have been because the bat was pretty far away from the body and the ground. Take another look there. Tanguy certainly not convinced. But it's the umpire's decision that matters. He was convinced enough to give it, so it will be the third wicket to fall, 119 for 3. Weatherall still there on 69 off 37. She's now joined out there in the middle by Trinity Smith with just 20 runs required here for Jersey to take the first game here in this quad series.
Probably not a bad thing for Trinity to get a bat as well. Obviously, you won't be happy for a teammate, but gives her an opportunity. A couple to come from Rajan here in the 11th.
She's got nice pace about her, does Rajan. It's the kind of pace I think is the best to bowl in the women's game, just floating it up there. Talking about it earlier with the pace that Grace Weatherall bowls, having converted from a seamer to a spinner. This one just gets up and over it. It allows the ball to dip down on the batter rather than just zipping it through, especially when you're not going to get much off the surface here on AstroTurf. If you can just use the dip and bounce, you've got to make the most of the conditions here. And Rajan bowling well, been slightly expensive, but that's mostly thanks to the power of Weatherall, who will just take the single there to keep herself on strike as we get to the end of 11, 121 for 3, so just 18 runs required now for Jersey, and certainly Weatherall will hope to finish this game off and stay unbeaten. She's scored the lion's share of the runs here for Jersey. If we take a look there at Spain, who will be watching this contest keenly, of course, playing in this afternoon's game against Jersey.
And Spain, used to call them the Golden Girls, especially in the T10, because they had 2 golden balls in their first 20 games. Pretty entertaining games as well. They won both of them. And they'll be coming up against Jersey this afternoon. Brazil are here. I think they're probably having a net, getting a look at the ground. So we'll see them playing tomorrow, with Brazil featuring in the afternoon match. And they'll play 2 matches on Wednesday, potentially 2 matches on Thursday. So they could potentially play 5 matches in a row in the tournament, depending. If they do finish first, they'll get 1 match break and wait for the winner of the 2 versus 3.
It will be Natalie Sincere Clark changing ends, coming from, was it the eastern end? Is this side the eastern end?
This is the eastern end. You'll know it's west later when the sun's in our eyes.
We'll know on Thursday when it's 37 degrees.
Yeah, you definitely will. Yeah, enjoy this weather. You've only got wind to deal with now, not your head boiling. Here's Sincere Clark.
Smoked down the ground one. It sends Pinar there for a hot dog as she goes to the left. It ends up bouncing to the right, and a brutal strike once more from Weatherall, who's...
Oh, hit the stumps. That's why. I was like, why is she running that way? And now I know it bounces off the stumps and still easily makes it to the boundary for 4.
Dismissive there from Weatherall, who wants to put her feet up for a while, with the next game not coming for best part of 2 hours. Weatherall 74 off 39 deliveries now, just 14 runs required for Jersey. This time she goes again, and this one is stopped by Pinar. I'm not sure how much she knew about that one.
Sometimes the ball fields the fielder, but again, she does everything right. She gets in the way. She has to turn the body slightly because you've got to protect your face. But that was actually genuinely well fielded. She could have shied away from that. She didn't. And yeah, the Swiss have been brave on home turf here. Saves the boundary. 13 to win.
This time it's up in the air and it will fall just shy of Sammy, who gets a hand to it. And it's almost the same as we saw with Erin Googe in that first innings. Almost sticks.
But again, there was a bit of diving practice actually yesterday at the Swiss training session, I'm told. And that was one that if you can take 3 steps, dive, take it and roll, and you're comfortable doing that, it's a lot of an easier catch rather than the HOH, hand of hope. Almost fell in though.
Weatherall back on strike. 12 now needed for Jersey. You feel like Weatherall is just trying to deal in boundaries here with that high bat lift. lifting it like a wand. This time, it's fuller pitch delivery from Natalie.
We'll go for 2. Risky.
They do well in the end because, again, it's one of those where unless it's a direct hit, throwing it up the hill, they're always going to get through for a second. Both of these two quick between the wickets.
Normally, I'd be pro bounce throw to the bowler, but I think this is one ground where you've got to try and throw it on the full. Maybe take a bit off it to save their hands, but anything bouncing just takes off like it's on a ramp. So we've seen that time and time again today, haven't we?
Especially when you're throwing it up the hill to the proud pitch at the top. Now just 10 required, Weatherall back on strike. And well, she goes full-blooded at that and gets a slice of luck, but she's made her own luck here as she moves to 81. Now just one big hit away now, Jersey. Weatherall probably knows that 6 will win it. And certainly she'll want to turn on the style here as Jersey are now just a few runs away from what will be their first win of this series.
Probably knows that wasn't the right shot to play. They tried to go across that little bit and it could have hit straight through the line. Big gap at deep cover, long off's vacant as well. Yeah, the throws to the centre reminds me of the ski jump in the Winter Olympics. Off you go. All right, Maximo will do it. Weatherall, 81. What a good knock it's been from Grace.
She calls through for 1. Maybe she'll be, well, it's going to go through. I was going to say maybe she wanted to keep the strike, but in the end she won't have a choice as it goes under the diving figure there of Naina Saju. And Weatherall, well, she might not get a chance to get back on strike here, as that will be the end of the over. With just 2 runs required now for Jersey, with Trinity Smith on strike at the start of the 13th.
Croom news, he did get an over in match 1 against Raynham. None for 15. Didn't see it live, so we'll have to watch it back later. Did get taken from Maximo first ball and fourth ball. But hey, only 15 and some overs have gone for more. There's a 25, there's a 26. As Raynham putting up a reasonably good score. They're 128 for 4 with an over to go. Now listen, we do have a bit of a break here, so you can turn over to Hornchurch for a little while. Even if you haven't watched ECS Cricket before, you should, because it's an amazing format of the game on the other stream on the European Cricket Network. But we are back at 2 o'clock European time. That's noon GMT. It's 1 o'clock in the UK. It's 5:30 in India. But right now, this game isn't too much longer. This should be out. What a throw if she hits the stuff from here. Amazing work. Dubulka's a real enigma wrapped up in a riddle, isn't she, in the field? Goes one hand, transfers it, throws it. To be honest, she fielded it so quickly that Trinity realised she had to turn around.
Despite dropping that catch earlier, she's bowled excellently. And just as I say that will be a wide, but she's gone for just the 19 runs so far, picked up the wicket as well.
Some good tape jobs in that ECS as well.
We need a tape sponsor, really, don't we?
Oh, 100%. Now you're talking. All right, any score wins it now for Jersey.
And it will be driven down the ground and the single is taken. That's all Jersey need to claim the first victory of this quad series. It's a comfortable one in the end. They win by 7 wickets. They were never really troubled by that run chase, which got off to such a explosive start thanks to Amy Aikenhead and Grace Weatherall, the latter remaining unbeaten. 85 off just 43 deliveries, including 1 Maximo, 14 boundaries. That was really all that was required from Jersey. Just a few contributions lower down the order, but really Grace Weatherall, the star of the show, and showing just how explosive she can be at the top of the order. As for Switzerland, well, it was a valiant bowling performance from them. They just never really were able to take the few opportunities that were presented their way. There was that early costly drop from Samiha Dabolkar, who came back well and bowled well in her 2 and a bit overs. You say otherwise, pick of the bowlers probably Meghna Rajan, going for 27 off her 3, picking up a wicket as well. But Jersey, experienced side, are still a young team, but they have experience more so than Switzerland, and they've made it pay here as they put Switzerland to the sword by 7 wickets.
Yeah, look, and like I said, both teams will get something out of that game, no doubt about it. They will meet again in 48 hours' time. They play in the first match of Wednesday in a standalone T20I. So it'll be interesting to see what they learn about each other from that as well. Some positives and some negatives, I'll be honest, for both teams. And you're supposed to expect that in the first match of a series such as this week. But, I mean, Weatherall Now, you could also argue she's the difference between the two sides. The fact that she was able to really put the fielders on the back foot, to threaten the boundary, to threaten to clear the ropes. I just think that Switzerland didn't necessarily have an answer to that. But positive for Switzerland, the fact they do get 138, the fact they're industrious, the fact that they never really gave up either. They still were trying things, were able to catch up 3 wickets in the end. But in the end, Jersey just a little bit of a cut above in this first match. So we've got a break. We'll be back in about an hour and 45 minutes as we'll see Equipo España, Spain, recent World Cup winners in another sport, in another place of the world, but they will be back here in ECN Universe territory, taking on Jersey in match number 2. The toss will be done half an hour before. You'll be able to check that early if you like on our website, europeancricket.com. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, encouraging you to turn over and listen to Rico in the UCS England. But then don't forget, you can come back here because it'll be Spain-Jersey match 2 when we return to Switzerland for this quad series. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. Time for match 2 in this quad series. We've got Jersey taking on Spain. Spain playing their first game. Abraham, if you'd like to do the honours. Tails is the call, and it is ahead. Chloe.
We'll have a bowl again, please.
Very nice. And obviously we've got Amy. Amy, come here a second. I know you've got a little presentation here. Amy, I was going to say you'd like to give Chloe your... the little... But I'll talk to Amy in a second. Let's talk to Chloe Greeken. Firstly, well done, Chloe, this morning. A win. What did you take out of the game?
Yeah, it was good to get out as a team. Restrict Switzerland to 1-3 and then chase that down was really impressive inside 15. So we're looking to do similar sort of objectives.
So winning the toss, what have you elected to do in this game?
We've decided to bowl again, looking to get back out as a team, give our opening batters a bit of a rest. They were out there a little bit this morning. Try and restrict Spain and then just chase it down.
Have you had a chat about maybe the different field conditions here? I know that caused a few issues in the field. What are you going to try and do to try and sort that part of your game out?
Yeah, we've spoken about it as a team, trying to get lower into the ball, and attack it hard and try and put pressure on the batters.
Big 80 plus from Grace at the top of the order. Must have been happy with that.
Yeah, delighted. She deserves it really, and trained really hard, and lots of partnerships built throughout that innings. So yeah, really good to see.
What do you know about this Spain lineup? I'm sure you won't be underestimating them today.
No, absolutely. They've got some really good players. So we know who they are, and we've just got to go out there as a team and do our thing.
All right, wish you all the best. Get ready for the game. That was Chloe Greeken, the Jersey skipper. Amy, you can come in now. Amy, hey, great to see you again on ECN. So you will have to bat first. How do you feel about that?
No, good. We would have done that. It was we want to put a good score on here. It's a good ground to get some runs, and good strong young team now. So I think we're up for it.
Yeah, and you've got a real mix of players, don't you? Some are UK based. You've got some that are playing cricket in Spain. How have you prepared for this series?
Well, playing lots of cricket in the summer. All of us are playing constantly. We're keeping in touch, and it is just we've had great preparation for this. Lots of training camps and stuff. So we're at the top of our game right now. So I think this is it. This is our tournament.
Yeah, well, first day in Switzerland for you as well. How do you like it so far? What do you think of the ground and the setup?
No, it's great. It's very sunny. It's like in Spain right now. It's like we've brought it over with us. But no, it's great. We're very excited to get on playing here.
All right, well, play well. Wish you all the best. Spain taking on Jersey. Jersey winning the toss for the second time today. For the second time today, they will bowl first. They'll be on the chase as we get ready for a bit more of this Spanish-style sunshine in Switzerland. Let's go over to the always sunny Tina Goff, who'll take us through the first moments of this one. Time for match 2.
Well, it does always seem to be sunny here in Zurich, and Jersey, well, they've had a fair bit of sunshine this morning as they took that first game against Switzerland by 7 wickets, and they're looking to make it 2-2 here. And they've won the toss, decided to bowl again, trying to replicate that winning formula, but they're coming up against the Spanish side who are looking to notch their first win of this quad series at their first time of asking, as Chloe Greeken opens the bowling for her side, and it will be Alexis Hartley on strike for Spain. She's joined out there in the middle by Deepa Chukapali. It's the battle of bedfellows here in terms of T20I rankings. Jersey ranked 34th, Spain ranked one higher at 33rd. I think that gives you a slight taste of how close this game could be. Probably even maybe put Jersey at slight favourites, having already faced the conditions this morning, got a win under their belts. Spain off the proverbial flight and straight into the action. They'll have had a bit of a sighter of the action this morning as well. And they'll be itching to get going, I'm sure, as Chloe bowls the first delivery. It's a nice flight, but it's equally well driven through the covers, and it's going to be 4 runs to start the game. And Vinny straight into the action, not quite into the commentary box yet, but he gets his first taste of this game number 2 as he does the fielding in front of the commentary tent. Just not much more than a push through the covers there by Alexis Hartley, but gets full reward for the full face of the bat there. Dream start here for Spain. This time she gets forward and gets forward a long way, and I think that puts paid to any LBW appeals there. A quick shake of the head there from the umpire, and I think Chloe knew there it was a ambitious appeal. Alexis there, back and across in defence. As Spain actually playing their first T20Is of this calendar year. Their previous games were in the World Cup qualifiers in Rome last year. So that one's swept away for a single, which will get deeper on strike for the first time in this innings. So these two teams did meet in those World Cup qualifiers last year, as Jersey came out winners relatively comfortably in the end, winning by 7 wickets. In fact, it was a bit of a rout as they chased down Spain's 95 within 11 overs. So Spain will have some revenge to serve here this afternoon. I do think they're slightly better than that result against Jersey last year would suggest. Greeken here sends out Annalise Merritt to long on for the left-hander. The other fielder out in the deep is at deep mid-wicket. Deepa gets her first sight of the action and knocks that one away. The chase is on there. They should comfortably get back for 2. I think it comes off a bit of thigh pad there. So it'll be leg byes given there by the umpire. So last year in those World Cup qualifiers, Spain lost 4 of the 5 games. They certainly would have been upset to have lost to Sweden in that series, also losing to Germany and Italy and beating Isle of Man. So they did register 1 World Cup qualifier win. But I think by their own admission, a slightly disappointing campaign for them, and they haven't played any international cricket since. So looking to get their 2026 up and running here as we get to the end of the first over. That first ball going for a boundary, but otherwise just a couple of singles here and there, as Chloe Greeken is very impressive as always with the ball. Went for just 18 runs in that first game, picked up a wicket as well, was the most economical of all of the Jersey bowlers. Is often seen leading from the front for her side with the ball. Put in a good opening over there. She will be supported at the other end by Flo Tanguy, so we'll keep with a bit of pace off, and supporting me here in the commentary box is Vinny Sandhu. It's unfortunate we didn't get that excellent piece of fielding on camera, because that was outstanding.
So my non-dominant side. What if I told you I'd become, a bit like you, inspired by you, I'd become a left-arm orthodox net bowler?
It will save the shoulder, won't it?
Well,
there's net bowlers that bowl both ways, so they don't destroy one of their shoulders.
Overarm and underarm. Anyway, bit of a draw that first over maybe. Chukapali been given the opening spot with Alexis Hartley. And go spin at both ends, which is a deviation from earlier in the day, but it's not going to bother the Spaniards too much. Chukapali with her first boundary, just one that gets away from Tanguy. One thing about bowling at this end as a spinner is the wind's behind you, so that's a ball that maybe drops into the block hole if you're bowling from the other end, but it was well put away by the left-hander.
Didn't try to overhit it there either. Chukapali knew that if she beat outfield and the fielder that she'd get full reward, and that's exactly what happened. They have now pushed the fielder back, so now she's back at cow corner and deep square.
Slip in place as well. Pretty attacking slip. Hartley takes off the non-strikers and has to stick it in reverse. Good to see Alexis back as well. I think she's a member of MCC, isn't she, as well?
Yeah, she is indeed. In her first year of candidacy, so not quite a member yet.
Okay.
Let's get it right.
Kind of let her wait on the porch at the moment, not in the club.
She has already got 50 for the club, though.
Does that help, though?
I mean, it certainly can't harm.
Should you have retired at 30 and given other people a bat in spirit of cricket? No, it's great. And, obviously, both these teams, pretty well on ECN. They've had some good battles in men's and women's T10 and T20 over the years. But, yeah, interesting they've gone double spin because they perceive, particularly Hartley, she's a real power play pounder, isn't she, for Spain. I think she likes the nature of this pitch and this outfield as well. Generally good for the batters. Well, she gets a high ball, but she's kind of clunked it. It runs away, and it'll still get to the boundaries. Pretty close to a no ball. Anytime you're essentially hooking a ball, well, that for me is too high. Umpire thought it was dropping. I guess it would have eventually. But, yeah, Hartley would have been in jeopardy had that been taken. But instead, she'll collect it 4 runs. What do you think about that?
She wouldn't have been overly happy if she'd been caught out on that one. Certainly would have been asking for the TV replay. And again, Jersey almost picking up where they left off in the previous game in the worst sense in terms of getting the lines right.
Too short this time, overcorrection. Finds a bit of a hole in the field. Jersey talked a lot, I think, about just kind of not over-attacking those outfield balls, but getting stuff behind. I think that was a really good example of that, as it was Greeken, the captain, who threw herself down to the ground to her right. So 11 off this over, a pretty good one for España. Fraction short, guided away. That'll probably run down the hill for 4 as well. So Hartley turning it on so far, and Spain with a bright start. It's 23 without loss. And Jersey today, they haven't taken a wicket in the power play. They gave up 61 in the opening partnership earlier to the host Switzerland. Hey, Tina, I know it's been a while since you've been on ECN, but we've got a few more features now. And one of the things that's just come in last week is ECN cricketers' birthdays.
Okay.
I've got a list of them.
There must be a lot just on pure volume.
Yeah, there's normally about 12. Okay. Well, what is it? We got 12,000 cricketers divided by, let's say, 365 days of the year. So how many should we have every day? 32. All right. So it's a lean day. I've got 12.
What's the date today? 27th of July.
27th of July. I'll try and look for who's normally, and there's normally you have to look at them and say who's the biggest profile, biggest name has birthday today. Obviously, on your birthday, it'd be Tina Golf. All right, this is Greeken coming back in. Just put the mid on back. Regrets it. Concedes a single. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Does get Hartley back on strike. I've got to say today, maybe they're not names that everyone would recognise, but the one I've got is from, it kind of sticks out to me. Happy 30th birthday, Mohit. One name only.
He only needs one.
Mohit, who plays in Croatia, has played for Zagreb Sokol and played for Rijeka Markels last year. And the reason that caught my eye, they were the last Golden Ball pre-pause.
Right.
On Golden Ball 82. And actually fought back. They were fielding, and Zagreb Assassins needed 2 off 5. They only got a bye in those 5 balls, but then won the Golden Ball anyway. And so happy birthday, Mohit.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Also, I'll give you another one. Moshe Rahman, who plays in Barcelona. Spain are on the park here. Hits her in front, maybe going down the leg side. Greeken with that left arm around angle, needs to straighten it down the line. She wants the LBW. Lex is often getting a big stride in here as well. She's been hitting the pads a couple of times, but I think puts a bit of doubt in the umpire's mind on the charge this time, going nowhere. So where do you see these teams as they go into this contest? I mean, they are pretty close together in the rankings. Are they only just one spot apart? Yeah.
33 Spain, 34 Jersey. I'd say that's pretty much fair as well. I think Jersey probably would feel like they should be above Spain in the rankings. Big appeal here. And again, shake of the head, but the pressure's building here on Alexis. 3 dot balls. This time she goes for a big swing across the line and was actually lucky not to be bowled. Manages to keep her foot behind the line.
While Alexis is on, let me be the first to say hello to Lorraine.
Yep.
Alexis'
Hi, Lorraine.
wife. She'll definitely be tuning in, Lorraine. Nice to, I'm just assuming you're watching, or you're watching back. It's Vinny here. Tina's here as well. Nice to have you with us. As this is up in the air. Fielder to her left was Merritt. She's got a good wingspan, but she couldn't quite reel that one in. So the pressure relieved with a boundary. And just 5 off the over. This would have been a real classic if Annalise had held on to this, but even she couldn't get there. It was kind of fading away from her as well, wasn't it? End of the 3rd over. It's 28 without loss.
Well, she took 2 catches in the previous game, both going to her favoured right side, this time falling away to her left, but wasn't able to reel it in. Alexis going well, 19 off 12, supported by Deepa, who's 7 off 6. Yeah, I'd say these seem pretty evenly matched in the World Cup qualifiers last year. I was saying that Jersey won that one very comfortably inside 11 overs on the chase. But Spain probably felt like they had a disappointing World Cup campaign last year, probably most surprisingly losing to Sweden.
I think the strategy wasn't quite there in some games for Spain. I think sometimes they were perhaps a little bit too cautious losing wickets, or maybe strategically giving up wickets to get other players to the crease. Probably what I took away from it. So interesting to see if they're maybe a bit more proactive in that respect. Spain seemed to have a lot of good players that seemed to be getting bogged down in that World Cup qualifiers last year.
It's also worth noting that despite Spain being seasoned veterans on ECN, they're actually quite a new T20 team or T20I team. So not many of them have got more than, about 15, 20 caps.
Yeah, well, they've only played 22 matches. Yeah. Got a 12-9 record. As we said, 33rd in the world. As we're going to get some pace now with Annalise Merritt coming on. Starts round the wicket. Chutukapali beats her outside the off stump.
That's the length that Merritt has to bowl. Just need to get the batters coming on the front foot. We noticed that in the previous game this morning, that especially early on, anything short was really seized upon by the Switzerland openers. Franziska Kuhnberg in particular was really knocking away anything that was short of a length. So I'd rather see that from Merritt, that she's full but a bit wider than just kind of pounding it halfway down the pitch, which is always going to get hit, especially in the power play.
Both these two Spanish openers actually do play their domestic cricket in the UK. Chukapali's got an interesting technique in that she kind of sets herself, but you can kind of see the way she's trying to get across to those ones outside of stump. It's not a lot of foot movement. It kind of lunges at them. Maybe guide it down to deep third. That's maybe something that you want to look at because she is kind of small in stature, and so the footwork probably becomes a little bit more important rather than just relying on your reach. But I suppose if they bowl straight at you, you can just stand there and hit it. This is mishandled by Amy Aikenhead there. Otherwise, it might have been a chance for a run out at the keeper's end and get through for a single. Chris Smith has asked me twice, and I'll answer now. Chris, I haven't watched the Perth derby yet. I'm talking about Australian football here, but no spoilers because I have taped it, and I am planning to watch it. We won't get an Australian football kind of rabbit hole just yet.
It's worth mentioning as well, Deepa's only 15 years old.
Yeah.
So she plays Lancashire under 16s, but very much still in the early stages of her cricketing career.
And what a great opportunity for her to come out here, open the batting. We have seen her on ECN before. And obviously, she's improving a lot every time we see her. Here's Merritt over the wicket to Hartley. Happy to keep it out.
She made her T20I debut age just 13 a couple of years ago.
Which now, there's a word for that, illegal. Because you can't play till you're 15 now. So how is she in the records then? Because there's certain records that basically shouldn't be broken now if they've made the minimum 15 years of age thing. Pitched up, goes on the drive and actually gets through Tanguy there, and that will go for 4. Again, they're a bit disappointed there. I suppose the effort's there from Tanguy, and that's all you want. You can see he had to make some ground to her left. I thought she was going to get there pretty easily, but in the end, she went over, ball went under, 4 runs.
Well, speaking of Tanguy, she also made her debut when she was 13 years old and 27 days.
What's the record?
Erin Gouge playing for Jersey as well. Yeah. She was 12. Grace was 12.
Yikes. I mean, it's...
Mia Maguire, who's playing, she was also 12. So a lot of 12-year-olds for Jersey. We had an 11-year-old playing for Jersey.
So
Taki Alka.
Probably for various reasons.
And actually, the youngest ever was also a Jersey player.
Yeah. And
female, Nia Gregg, who's now 18. So that was a good 7 years ago.
Yeah, Lily Gregg is in the squad for Jersey this week. So I didn't realise it was 11. I suppose one thing to be there on merit, but also you got to realise, with tours and basically there's some reasons. And even if you look at other sports where some athletes are there on merit, like gymnastics and some other sports, there are pretty good reasons why there should be a minimum age because essentially you are playing senior cricket here. Anyway, 35 without loss after 4. Speaking of teenagers, though, we might have a special guest commentator that is still just a teenager coming on after the power play. Someone you know very well. It's someone that played for Switzerland this morning, but no spoilers just yet.
Half the Swiss team are teenagers, so I don't think that narrows it down.
Yeah, exactly. Not exactly the most cutting guess who question if you're playing the board game.
Yeah, so Deepa would have been 40th on that list of youngest ever debutants in T20I. So barely worth a footnote.
Old maid.
I wouldn't lead with that when you're interviewing her.
Erin Duffy's given the old 6'7" on the player profile. High controversy. Is 6'7" still in? Because once the adults found out about it, I think it was out.
Maybe news travels slower to Jersey.
It's possible. Anyway, this is going to float a little bit wide.
It was an ironic 6-7. Maybe.
Was that a wide or not? Maybe, maybe not. We're doing the hand gesture. I love the little profile videos.
Yeah.
Tell us which ones you like.
How quickly can you show your personality in 2 seconds?
He's like, go.
Be entertaining.
Here's Duffy. Full toss. Just dips below the waist, but Hartley will be annoyed she didn't put that away.
They've done well here, Jersey, to bring it back a touch. Spain got off to a roaring start, but that run rate now back at something more sensible, below 9. Hartley, though, going along nicely, 24 off 16.
Touch and go, but bowler gets the calls. That'll be a dot ball. I like this. Like Julian Dawson's son, Matthew, will always hold the 400-metre record for his middle school because they stopped doing the 400 metres in middle school after he left. I love records by default.
The school stopped being a school.
Ah.
Stopped being a middle school.
No going back from that. Short hit between the two infielders. They'll make the stop, but they won't be able to prevent the single. Like, for example, there's a whole bunch of records like javelin. Do you know what happened with javelins in the 80s? Is that the athletes started throwing too far and it became a risk, like a real risk of injury. So they made the javelins heavier. And so they had to start a whole new world record because obviously no one was throwing them as far. So if you had that lighter javelin world record, you basically got it forever.
I think I still hold my school's shot put world record, but that's just because there's not too many 6 foot 13-year-olds floating around.
And if there were, you'd pay them a visit, knock them on the door, say, hey, careful.
Break their arms.
That's
Try shot putting now.
Oh, a glimpse into the real personality of Tina Goff.
Always sunny, though.
Be a real shame if you... Oh, I love it. Anyway, Duffy goes round the wicket now to Chukapali. Takes her on, I think, the foot. But with that angle, it's probably going down the leg side. Yeah, give us some other records that shouldn't be broken. Or that it seems impossible they get broken. Mainly because the event stops or the organisation ceases to exist. Hello to Dave. Good to see you, Dave. Hopefully you're well. Saying hi to me, saying hi to Tina. And to Chris. And Lily Panda's in from New Zealand. Love a panda spot. Pretty tight over this from Duffy. Hasn't given up too much, just a wide and a 1.
Kind of see how Jersey's fortunes are so contingent on their lines and lengths. When they bowl on the spot, they're very difficult to get away. It's just in few moments in games, they've have 2-3 over periods where they lose it. And that's when the Swiss capitalise, and what Spain are hoping to do as well.
And typically they're a good fielding side that kind of choke you in the infield as well. Hasn't been the best performance today. As this is up in the air, well, it is a catching opportunity and it's taken. So it was short and it was about waist high. Erin Duffy gets the breakthrough and Chukapali. She'll be disappointed because that was one ball that she would have hoped to put away. Watch it here. Again, just kind of top edge, ballooned, and pretty well taken catch there as well. It was Olivia Baston that held on to it. So Chukapali departs for 8 sets. The end of the 5th over, 37 for 1.
Just a bit of a half-hearted shot there from Deepa. I think she picked it very quickly, knew what shot to play, but just didn't quite back herself to follow through any more on that, and it would have raced over the top of the fielder and away for 4 runs. So maybe just a little lesson learned there for the youngster, that if you're going to go for it, go hard, and you'll get your rewards. It's Erin Duffy, though, that gets the reward of the early wicket as Spain lose their first. Decent opening partnership, worth 37, but Chukapali never really got going. 8 off 12 she finishes on.
Ideally, I think I've worked this out now. You want to be looking at scoring a minimum of 1 boundary and over. You know, when you look at the 20 overs, you want to be hitting 20 boundaries. I think it's that kind of a field that, eminently boundaries are reasonably hittable. They've scored 6 in 5 overs. That's okay, but it's a kind of middling score, isn't it? About 7.5 and over so far, 148 pace. So what someone like Weatherall was able to do earlier was really, really turn it on. Here's another very good boundary hitter, Naomi Hillman-Bermejo, coming to the crease at number 3. Won't be facing, of course, Naomi we know very, very well. And she has a high score on ECN of 99 not out.
Do you remember that one?
I do very well. I'll tell you why in a moment. As this is cut nicely, just leans on it. Hartley stays over it. A little bit short from Merritt. And a nice put away. Wasn't actually that wide, but just good hands. Watched it all the way onto the face. And there's one of those boundaries to start the 6th over.
Really nicely played there from Lexi. Knew that there was enough pace on the ball that if she beat the infield, it was going to race away. Delicately played.
So Naomi scored 99 not out in the series, which was our second ever women's T10 series at the start of 2023 at the Carlton Oval, actually. And it was Austria, Malta and Spain. And for a lot of the Spanish players, it was the first competitive cricket that actually played. You know, the program's come along pretty quickly in the last few years with more cricketers being discovered and more emerging that qualify to play for Spain. Is Merritt. Good ball. Probably it's a bit too short to go forward to, and a bit of a wild woof from Hartley. Classic 6th over batting. Because I think 6th over, batters often think, it's the last over before the field goes back. And they start playing shots they otherwise wouldn't. She gets away with it. Hits her in front, again on the front foot. She gets the benefit of the doubt. So in that 99 not out that Naomi scored, she was batting the 10th over, and there were way too many outfielders. I think there were 6, and you're only meant to have 4 at that stage. Now we've made it in T10, you can have 5, but it's still too many. For the whole last time, no one noticed, and she deserved, or not, she, by the letter of the law, should have had some extra balls. I think Malta were getting pounded at that point. No one really noticed. And as someone will notice this, and probably Merritt, because she gets hit back over the top of her head. Again, Hartley looking to get on the front foot. This one was a bit fuller, allowed her to play that drive. And Annalise nonplussed. 4 runs to Hartley. She's 33 out of the 45 on the board.
That was a lovely shot as well. Probably the pick of the bunch so far. Didn't try to overhit it. Knew that what was coming in quick would go off the bat just as quickly. And straight as an arrow. Lovely shot. So the 3-dot balls have been bookended so far by boundaries either side.
Oh, gone. Well, would you believe it? 4 and out. Again, she's on that front foot, who is down towards the toe. That's a big moment in this game, and it comes on the stroke of the 6th over power play. Hartley is dismissed. Again, Merritt, right person for the occasion as well. Actually sticks in one hand in the end. And spikes it for good measure. Here's the second wicket down. Spain, 45 for 2, losing Hartley for 33.
That's a big wicket for Spain to lose, an equally big one for Jersey to pick up. And you could tell by their celebrations how much that one meant. And really only Annalise Merritt was capable of taking that catch because it was high up over her head. She's almost 6 foot, takes it then one-handed, delighted and frustrated in equal measure.
Sums up the day for Jersey in a way, doesn't it? And it's been frustrating for them. I'm not frustrated, but I do feel like I could take a break. And so we've got Vani Danuka here from the Swiss national side. We saw them playing this morning. And Tina, if you like, I'll step out and you and Vani can go through the next few overs. What do you think?
Yeah, don't overexert yourself, Vinny. I mean, it has been 6 overs after lunch, after a 2-hour break. So,
Spain playing equals Maximo Siesta. I'm out. Here's Vani to take you through the next few overs with Tina Goff.
Yeah, thanks very much, Vinny, as Vani will join me momentarily. Quite an important part of the game as it's 2 brand new batters now at the crease, having seen both openers depart in the last couple of overs. So Alexis Hartley, she goes in the end for 33 off 24. Deepa Chukapali departed just before that, 8 off 12. So Naomi and Amy are in the crease now. Both of them brand new, haven't faced a ball as Chloe continues bowling from this end. Then the skipper always brings herself on at the pivotal moments. And as Vinny steps out, I'm delighted to be joined by a superior V in the form of Vani Danuka. Welcome to the commentary box.
Thanks, Tina. Exciting.
Yeah, it's an exciting game so far. We've been speaking a lot so far about the fact that these two are quite evenly matched in terms of the rankings and also just in terms of players. You'd say Jersey probably back themselves as favourites, but Spain are no mugs either. And Naomi, you might have just heard Vinny say that she's scored 99 not out in T10 cricket. So
Oh wow.
she's got
T10.
Yeah, and she's got a chance here, a bit more time with the best part of 14 overs left. A great pick up there, and they run through quickly enough. So it will be a scamper through single. So you had your game this morning on the wrong end of the result, of course, but how did you feel it went from a Switzerland perspective?
So obviously not the result we were hoping for, but there's quite a few positives we can take from the game. Obviously playing against a much more experienced side. Switzerland, only our second year in international cricket. I think our batting performance overall was really good. Our opening partnership really standing out. Oh, that's a close catch. But yeah. So, and then...
Well, they're going to take overthrows here. There's a catch dropped and then thrown in frustration by Grace Weatherall, and they get through for 2.
But yeah, definitely positives we can take into the next game tomorrow where we face Spain. So yeah, just looking to build on that. We had a good competitive score on the board, just weren't able to defend that.
Yeah, I think we were both impressed with your batting performance as a team, as that one's been knocked away by the Spain skipper for 4 runs, played round the corner. So a rare misfire there from the Jersey skipper, Chloe Greeken, who's usually so tight on her lines, and she knew straight away that that was going to race away. So at the end of the 7th, 52 for 2. Yeah, obviously you lost the toss, were put into bat, and we thought maybe that Jersey would really kind of strangle you, but you batted well as a team and you got up to what you said was a competitive score as well. What do you think could be improved in your fielding performance? I mean, they won it relatively easily in the end, but I think you guys did have chances at times.
Yeah, definitely. We had quite a few chances we just weren't able to take. Not our day, but hopefully we come back stronger, taking all our catches and just getting our bodies behind it. Bit of a bobbly outfield, but yeah, just putting our all into the next game tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of this kind of tournament as well, is that the next game's always round the corner. You have a rest this afternoon, but coming back tomorrow, as Annalise is back into the attack here, and she's pumped from that wicket, pumped in her little profile as well, as that one is knocked for a single. Yeah, so if we quickly take a look at the fixtures then, Switzerland playing Spain tomorrow morning. So you'll have a chance to do a bit of scouting this afternoon and maybe put that into action tomorrow morning. And then, of course, we see Brazil for the first time in the second game tomorrow against Jersey. So all 4 teams in action tomorrow. What will be your game plan tomorrow for that game against Spain?
I think we just want to keep our standards high and just really back ourselves in every skill, bowling, batting, fielding, because when everything clicks, it just all comes together. As we saw in our last tournament, actually, against Germany, that last game, we had really close games, losing by 2 runs, 4 runs, and then that last game just clicked. We just got all our skills right.
Yeah, I think that's the important element as well at this level of cricket as well, is that all the teams show parts of being successful, but it's when you get all those 3 elements together that you can put in a successful game. Just speaking about the fielding, we've got some questions coming in the chat. Senthil asks, how do you guys train to field on such a fast outfield? I mean, I know Switzerland and the whole of Europe has been particularly dry this year, so the outfields are lightning quick. But do you have any special drills you do or any techniques that you have for training on an outfield like this?
I think just knowing the ball's coming relatively quite fast to us, we just want to aim to get our bodies behind it, especially with the odd bounce, just getting everything behind the ball, especially on this type of outfield.
Yeah, I think we saw that, especially from Melissa in that first game. She must have taken 3 or 4 straight into the shin, but she got something behind it as this one's up in the air and it's just going to fall short of Chloe, who tries to go for the wicket rather than stopping it, and it is then scooped up in the deep there by Liv Bastin. It was half chance, nothing more, but a big swing of the bat there from ABC, which kind of saved her in the end as she got enough of a thick edge on it. It's been a decent over so far from Merritt, just that 1 wide, but otherwise a couple of singles to speak of. 2 balls left of the 8th over. Yeah, and I want to talk to you about the Switzerland journey so far.
Yeah.
Because as you mentioned, you're quite a young team when it comes to the international stage. You only started playing T20Is last year, but you've played an incredible amount of games in that time. Have you seen the development in the team in such a short space of time?
Yeah, definitely. I think we've been really lucky this year as well with the games we've had against much more experienced teams, and it's been a year of growth and learning. And then going into this quad series, obviously much tougher opponents, but we're all really fired up for this challenge.
Yeah, and I think it will be a challenge as we get to the end of the 8th, 57 for 2. So ABC and Naomi looking to build another partnership here. Yeah, you guys coming into this one lowest ranked. And I suppose we were saying earlier in the first game that it doesn't mean it's a complete free hit for you guys, but it does mean that the expectations are maybe slightly lower, which means you can get a win. That will boost your rankings and I suppose boost your confidence as well, just like you did against Germany a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, definitely. And I think even this game in the morning against Jersey, it was one of our highest scores in T20I so far. So it's just really exciting, and we're really looking forward to tomorrow's game, just taking everything into that.
You've got the home advantage as well, so I know that you maybe haven't played loads of games here. There's a few different pitches popping up in Switzerland. But I suppose it's nice to be on home soil. It's nice to have a few fans around as well and to feel that support. And it's a beautiful setting as well. I mean,
yeah, it's lovely. Switzerland's just beautiful, isn't it?
It is. So another question from Nicole in the chat. Do you guys train for switch hits or reverse hit kind of shots, given how the game is evolving? I mean, I suppose you personally, but also you as a team.
I think we try to be innovative, but honestly, sometimes just sticking to the basics really helps, especially with these pitches. I think there's a lot of bounce and just we don't look to go too fancy almost.
Yeah, I suppose the one thing with AstroTurf is that you can rely on the bounce generally. You know it's going to be bouncy, but it's not going to do the same as maybe a pitch in Australia or India or England where it might do things off the pitch. As they run through for 2 here, it's a risky 2, but it's actually excellent running there from Amy Brown Carrera, knowing that she was going to the danger end, gets herself safely back. Yeah, I suppose the way you can bat on AstroTurf was shown by Grace Weatherall, which I know was against you guys in the game this morning, but almost baseball style where she was playing with a cross bat. And I know when you're growing up in England or in Australia, you're told to play with a straight bat. But I think on AstroTurf, it's often more rewarding to play with that cross bat because you know the bounce is going to be a bit more than in traditional cricket playing countries. Having said that though, cover drives are always worth their salt, and that one goes through the tumbling defences there of Erin Duffy in the covers, and it'll be 4 runs. Elegantly played shot there by the Spanish batter. So I wanted to learn a bit more about your personal journey. Obviously, you don't sound necessarily like someone from Switzerland, like I don't sound like someone from Germany. How did you get involved in playing in the Swiss national team?
So I was actually born here in Switzerland, quite close to Zurich, in Zug actually. So my parents were settled here. And then I moved to the UK when I was roughly just turning 5. And then, yeah, I've been playing my cricket back home in London. And then this time last year, actually, I reached out to Switzerland, having seen that they're now playing T20Is. And yeah, it's just been pretty good. They've been really helpful, sorting all my logistics out, helping me come over, train, attend the squad days, play domestic games, and then these tours. So yeah, it's my first year with them, and it's been really exciting.
Yeah, it's obviously a great time to get involved in Swiss cricket, kind of at the grassroots level where things are still getting going. But as we've seen in the last year or so, things can accelerate very quickly, going from, playing maybe a few friendly matches here and there to suddenly playing on the international stage. Yeah, and I'm sure you have ambitions to play in World Cup qualifiers soon as well. Yeah,
we're hoping that we could qualify to play for the World Cup qualifiers. I do know there's a certain requirement which needs to be fulfilled. But yeah, we're really excited. Obviously, very early stages for us, but just getting that experience out there, I think it'll be really good for the team.
Yeah, absolutely is. Bastin here just trying to recorrect her line, and she does get that one on the right side, but it's knocked into the covers for a single. Yeah, and I think experience is a big word for you guys because we were talking earlier, and I think we're right in saying you have no players in their 20s. So you have a couple of experienced players in their 30s, speaking as an experienced player in their 30s. But you have a lot of teenagers as well. How do you deal with that as such a young team? Of course, you're touring, so you're kind of going away from home. you're missing the home comforts sometimes. Is that something that as a team brings you together?
Yeah, I think almost the older lot of the group, the ones in the
Let's not use the O
30s.
word. I mean, come on.
But yeah, they really look after all of us, and the coaches are amazing as well. And I think we just bond really well as a team. We have really fun moments on tour, and I think everyone just really enjoys themselves.
And that's the main thing, right, as we get to the end of the 9th over, 67 for 2. So a nice little partnership blossoming here between the two players with the 4 names, Naomi Hillman Bermejo and Amy Brown Carrera. Yeah, I suppose when you're a young team, you can maybe just use that fearlessness, that sense of fun as well. I mean, I know it's international cricket, but ultimately it should be good fun as well. And I think sometimes that's maybe lost in the seriousness of tactics and competition.
Yes, no, definitely. Having fun is always really important. I think everyone just always plays with a smile on their face, and that's really good for the team.
Yeah, I think we noticed that this morning as well, that even when you're almost being put to the sword by Grace Weatherall, you were still enjoying it, still maybe just appreciating the fact that over a year ago or just over a year ago you weren't playing international cricket, and now you're playing against sides with players who have got, almost 50 international caps. So it's maybe a blueprint of where you guys can go in just a few years' time. Going into the 10th over then, and it will be Erin Duffy to continue, unsurprisingly, given that she picked up a wicket in her previous over and went for just the 2 runs. Another question coming from Senthil saying, which club do you play for in the UK? And maybe you can talk a bit about how you grew up playing cricket in the UK.
Yeah, so I currently play for Ickenham Cricket Club, which is based more in northwest London, and I've gone through the Middlesex pathway all the way from under 11s to under 18, and I've played a couple games for the first team. But yeah, it's been a really good long journey. Started out when I was about 9 or 10, originally playing softball cricket, and then just used to go down with a mate. And then I was just bowling one day to my brother in the nets, and then just had no idea, but someone sent me out for Middlesex trials. And then, yeah, my journey kind of just began from there.
Oh, Middlesex is a pretty decent setup to get involved in, isn't it? And all that surrounds not only Middlesex, but I suppose Lords as well. And I know you're involved in MCC now as well. How's that been for you?
Yeah, so this is my first year as a candidate, and it's been really exciting getting to play lots of fixtures. Even got to play with Charlotte Edwards the other day alongside you as well, which was a very cool game to be part of. But yeah, I just think there's lots of opportunities out there for female cricketers, and the game's growing rapidly. So it's just really exciting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's growing rapidly, not just in the conventional test playing countries, but all over the world as well. And Spain are a testament to that as well. Obviously experienced on the network, maybe less experienced in T20Is, but getting there. So that's the end of the 10th over, 68 for 2 at the halfway mark. I think the umpires were just double checking that it was, in fact, the end of the over. So it's been a steady start for Spain, if not entirely explosive. I suppose they've got to be wary of the fact that they've got the likes of Grace Weatherall in their attack when they're bowling. And they've got to be looking at something like 150, really, if they want to be able to defend that. What would you say Spain would be looking to get at this point, given that they're 68 for 2 at the halfway mark?
I think they're definitely looking to accelerate now and hopefully pushing the 140 mark. Obviously, seeing the scores from this morning's game, I think it'll be a high-scoring game. And yeah, and they've got lots of wickets in hand, so hopefully they can look to really push.
Yeah, that'll be the main thing as you join us in the commentary box. Tina Goff, Vanny Danuka from Switzerland joining me. They've got wickets in hand, so they've got halfway through 68 for 2. I suppose they're conscious of the fact that they have maybe quite a top-heavy batting lineup, so they don't want to lose wickets too quickly. But I suppose you guys this morning were actually quite a good blueprint for that, is that you started off steadily and then tried to accelerate throughout. And yes, maybe it didn't quite work as you would have liked, but you have to kind of be fearless in those final overs to try and get the runs on the board, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Jersey's done a really good job of keeping their line and lengths really good, and they've been really good in the field, taking all their catches. But yeah, I think Spain just need to be brave and just really go for it from here.
That's actually something Vinny and I spoke about earlier, is that if there's one thing Spain can improve is that they should be a bit braver. I know it's a T20 game, so you think maybe longer format than the T10 that they're used to. So they feel like they can build an innings, but equally, if you get bogged down in those early overs, then you leave yourself so much to do going into the final few overs, where really then you have to accelerate and you're coming up against bowlers who are maybe going into their third or fourth over. So they're going to be a bit more confident in a bit more of a rhythm. So Spain have to not get bogged down here. They've got two batters at the crease who are now relatively well set. Both of them have got international experience. And I think the one thing that they can both do well is run. And that was something we were talking about earlier as well with you guys, that you seem to be very conscious to run hard between the wickets.
Yeah, and I think with this outfield, I think the Spanish players, they should really be looking for the twos, because a couple of misfields here and there, and they can really accelerate on that.
Yeah, I think we saw that this morning as well, is that Jersey probably a bit too sloppy in the field for their own high standards, and that was also because you were putting the pressure on as a batting side, running the ones and twos hard, which meant the fielders felt like they had to go and get the ball quickly, and that led to the misfielding. And pretty much a misfield is deadly here, because if it goes past you, it almost always goes to the rope. As again,
That was good running.
Yeah, exactly. Two Spanish batters there proving our point perfectly, as if on cue, to not run on contact, but pretty much if it's not going straight into the hands of the fielder on this slightly bobbly outfield as well, you can run. And then if your stumps get thrown down on a direct hit run out, you say, okay, fair enough. These things happen. But the runs that you can accumulate, 20, 30 extra runs in an innings, will be worth more than just maybe one run out that you might risk. As it's been off again here, Flo Tanguy bowling the 11th over. One's cut away, and well, that's exactly the point again, as it's half stopped, I think, by the tumbling Erin Googe. I'm not sure if she got anything on it, but she was able to reel it in the end as they run through for two. Going through a bit of a boundary dry spell here. Just looking back, the last boundary was the third ball of the 9th over. So a good 2 overs since we've had a boundary scored, which kind of shows how Spain have slowed down a little, given that there was almost a boundary every single over up until then. But Jersey have pulled it back well as well, despite, again, probably a few too many extras. But they've been a bit tighter in the field. I'm sure they had discussions about that over lunch, as that one knocked away into the leg side. But again, should just be a single. Well, just as I say that, it's misfielded by the 3 fielders out there, and Spain capitalise and get through for a second. So that'll be the end of the 11th, and it will be 73 for 2 on the board. So what are Switzerland's plans for the rest of the season? Do you have any more games lined up?
No, I think this is our final series for this season, and then we'll just be looking to keep training going and just making a plan for the winter months. But yeah, this is also our first home series, so it's really exciting for the country.
Yeah, we wanted to mention that as well, because it was something that Vinny and I didn't know before we started, that it's not only the first women's T20I series in Switzerland, but it's the first T20I series full stop. It's amazing that the women are the ones that are kicking off the international cricket here in Switzerland, and I'm sure it's the first of many series here, because you do have a beautiful setup.
Yeah, and we have a couple more grounds across the countries with beautiful views everywhere. Well, there's beautiful views everywhere in Switzerland, wherever you go.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's difficult to get a bad view here. We were thinking earlier whether we could set up a picnic on the mound over there. It'll be quite a severe picnic, but I think it's possible, because the views from up there are probably even better with the mountains in the background. Certainly worse places to play cricket, although we might have to ask you again on Thursday when it's due to be 37 degrees. You might be regretting your choices then. As Grace Weatherall comes into the attack from the top end. I would say with pace off, but actually she probably bowls quicker than a fair few of the pacers. She did used to be a pacer.
Yeah.
She's converted to spin, but clearly hasn't lost much of that quick bowling menace, as that one's well taken. And I have to say, Mia Maguire is particularly impressive behind the stumps. It's not easy standing up to spinners of Grace Weatherall's speed and the bounce, of course, of the AstroTurf, but she's been outstanding so far today. So that one is worked away, and that will be a much-needed boundary for Spain. This is why I'd prefer Grace Weatherall just to take a bit of pace off, because anything here that gets bat on it will race away. Nicely played by Amy Brown Carrera. So do you get much winter training in? I suppose you've got players up and down the country and maybe a few internationally based players like you as well. Do you have winter training camps?
So, I mean, for me, this is I've only joined kind of in the summer. So I'm still very new to everything. But we're hoping to get consistent winter training. So yeah, it'll be part of our plans going into the winter months.
That one's nicely played away for the second boundary of the innings, and Weatherall just hasn't quite found her line yet. Yeah, I suppose for a young team especially, it's important that you get as much practice in as possible, not only games, but also just being together as a squad and getting both kind of team spirit together as well as the technical aspects, because I suppose there's only so much you can do in a hall in winter, but it's mostly about team spirit and good vibes, and it feels like your team does have very good vibes.
Yeah, no, the vibes are honestly so high in our little squad, but
one ball left of the 12th as that one was reeled in nicely. So just go past the keeper after I think there are two byes that sneak through. So that will get us to the end of the 12th over. 84 runs on the board for Spain. A decent over from them, getting 11 runs off it. And looking now to accelerate these two, having now put together a decent partnership and a platform to build on now, but they will have to accelerate just a touch. And speaking of accelerating, I think Vanni Danuka's going to accelerate on out of here, as she's got some prep to do before the game tomorrow. But thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you so much for having me.
Best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll get you on again
Yeah.
sooner or later. Thanks very much, Vanni.
Bye.
And it will be a wicket then to start the 13th over. And clearly Spain would have hoped that Vanni stuck around, because as soon as she leaves, the wicket falls. And it will be the skipper, ABC, who has to depart for just over a runner ball 25. But her luck runs out in the unlucky for some 13th over as Flo Tanguy picks up the wicket, goes through the defences, and while there was a half appeal because I think they weren't sure that it actually clipped the stumps, but it does nick the top of leg stump on its way through, and Jersey pick up their third wicket. I think of the two sides, they'll be happier with where this game situation is at the moment, with Spain 84 for 3. Most significantly though, 3 of their top 4, the 3 probably strongest batters back in the shed. You will say, though, that Naomi Hillman-Bermejo is equally fierce with the bat. And as long as she sticks around, they'll have hope that they can assemble a decent enough score. Naomi's high score in T20 Internationals, 47 not out. Averaging 64, thanks to her 6 not outs in her 12 innings so far. Certainly if she can remain unbeaten here in these remaining almost 8 overs and get some runs on the board, then Spain will have a bit more confidence going into the defence in the second half of the innings. Jersey, though, have shown that they are more than capable of chasing down runs. 139 of them they made mincemeat of in that first game against Switzerland. As it will be Sabela Velázquez coming out at number 5 for Spain, as that one beats the bat. Flo Tanguy picks up another wicket to add to her collection. She's the second highest wicket taker for Jersey. That's her 39th of her international career, and just this now her 32nd international. So another one who's picking up more than a wicket every game so far, which is great going for the youngster. Second only, of course, to the Jersey skipper Chloe Greeken, who has 63 wickets to her name. So it's the spin that's doing it so far for Jersey. I do like the balance of their bowling lineup. They've got the spin options of Chloe and Flo. Of course, the pace of Annalise Merritt and Annie Mossop, of course, as well. And Erin Duffy and Grace Weatherall, then the quick spin. So they have a nice balance to their team. Several different options to turn to. But I think spin is the way to go against a Spanish side who probably prefer a bit of pace on. You could see then in the previous over from Grace Weatherall, quicker spinner, that she was knocked away. But that one's been knocked straight into the hands of Flo Tanguy as Sabella lasts just 3 balls. That one just doesn't quite follow through on the shot and ends up just chipping it straight back to Flo Tanguy, who takes a relatively easy catch. And Spain in danger here of just falling away a touch with another wicket in quick succession. It's the second wicket in the over. And they fall to 85 for 4 as the duck is crying. And Spain looking like they might need to have a bit of a rebuild job here. But helping me rebuild in the commentary box is Vinny Sandhu, who's awoken from his siesta.
Good siesta. I found the siesta zone as well over in the tree part of the ground. I saw John Harris from Jersey cricket, John Howden from Spanish cricket there. Just showing, doesn't matter what country you're from, you can always find a good siesta zone together. So, yeah, Spain and Jersey tangling on the field. Obviously, the spectators enjoying the action. And, yeah, look, 2 full toss caught and bowled. That hurts a little bit, doesn't it? That was a bit of a genuine full toss compared to the one that Hartley got one off the kind of bottom of the bat. His was with Saeed, a.k.a. Rambo, for her face paint. And I can tell you right now she's wearing it, even though we can't really see at this point. She's a great bowler to watch as well. She's a right arm Google Meister. Just bowls Googlies, as the traditional term is known. Yeah, she's a Googleizer. But she's been working on the leg spinner. I wonder if we'll see her try a couple of those this week. Right now, Tanguy does the job. Gets the quite dangerous Isabella Velasquez. She'll be disappointed that she wasn't able to contribute. But I suppose still plenty of cricket to go in the week. 13 overs down. It's 85 for 4. Big thanks to Vani as well. It's good to have her in the commentary box. And I guess she's got to get back to her official duties as international cricketer.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's lovely to hear the story of Switzerland cricket so far, which is, of course, a tale that's only about a year old. They've played an enormous amount of cricket in that year, but still a very young side, both in experience and in age. I'm excited to see where that journey takes them. And, of course, Vanny's own journey back in the UK. MCC journey is also in its first year.
So many journeys.
God.
On my journey, I went past the grassy knoll and I summed up.
You get the spirit level out.
I tried to work out whether you could picnic on it. I'll be honest, there are some barriers, and I'll list them after in order of gravity, which is a word I use on purpose. Here's Duffy. Oh, it's rank full toss. That one will be put away. Is outside the leg stump. And bang, bang. Cuatro carreras. Naomi hasn't quite clicked into gear yet. It was borderline as well for height, maybe just dropping to the waist. With the results 4 runs. Okay, the biggest issue I've got with my angular picnic zone is I couldn't quite walk up it.
Does that say more about your cardiovascular?
No, it was the shoes.
Okay, yeah.
So
need crampons.
When I'm having my, I suppose at times you do need those. I need my football boots, or it may be cricket spikes, because getting up there would be half the battle. I feel like you could get the food dropped at the top, whether it be by drone or some other means, and they could roll the food down to you. So maybe I'm keeping the dream alive.
So it'd be like a civilized, controlled cheese roll.
Anyway, no, what Duffy's going for. Won't get it with this short in towards Uzwa, who turns it away for a single. Uzwa's batting's come a long way as well. She used to be a bowler that bats a bit. We've seen her batting higher and higher, and at the domestic level in Spain, when they have had domestic games, she's been a real star, scoring some half centuries and quite big ones as well. Naomi tries to open the shoulders but won't beat. Short cover, Greekin in that position that she's made her own. Yeah, I'm still puzzled. I feel like 130s is a respectable score, but not necessarily a winning score. It's kind of, I suppose it depends who you're playing as well. I suppose Weatherall just completely blew the numbers out of the water earlier on today. Low full toss, hit down the ground. And, well, by luck or by design, Aikenhead gets a boot to it. And so they'll only get a single.
Yeah, Uzwa has a high score of 46 in T20Is, has played every single one of Spain's 22 T20Is so far, I suppose this being the 23rd, as has Amy Brown Carrera. I think they're the only two in the squad that will have played every single game in T20Is so far for Spain.
That doesn't quite get through the field. End of the over, and Spain 92 for 4. Well done to Dave for being a member for 37 months. He's an ECN hardcore fan. Good to have you with us, Dave, as always. Lily's got a very good food-related question, so you know I'm going to address it. What is the food here? Meaning here, I guess, not in New Zealand. Here. Well, we did have lunch. I don't know how traditional Swiss it was, but I suppose different parts of Switzerland, different foods, because you have the more French influenced side, you got the more Italian influenced side, and of course the German influenced side that we're in here. So here, I think you can get a pretty good schnitzel.
Well, we had kind of a few traditional bits at lunch. I don't know if maybe it just didn't touch the sides quickly enough for you to remark on the fact that we had Schupfnudeln, which were like the long dumplings, kind of like gnocchi, but cylindrical.
They were great. I just thought it was just what was lying around. that was on purpose, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're called Schupfnudeln.
Schupfnudel.
Yeah, so noodle like pasta,
Yeah.
and they're kind of, I would
Was it
describe
pasta
them
or
as
potato?
Well, I think it's potato because it's gnocchi.
Yeah,
so I assume
okay.
it's a cylindrical gnocchi.
Oh, like a gnocchi bullet.
Yeah, gnocchi bullets. Yeah,
That's basically what it was.
I
were great.
love them. They're so good
say what
fried. Yeah,
Put in the chat what's it?
Schupfnudel. I'll put it in the chat.
Schupfnudel. Got it. Really good bowling. Baston gets it perfect to Hilma Bumeka. Another kind of bail breaker, wasn't it? It was good length, drew her forward, just did enough to beat the bat. And Spain now, they're in a little bit of trouble. They've lost 5 wickets. There's still over 5 overs to go. Might have snuck through the gate, takes the top of leg. And Hilma Bumeka, talented player, but couldn't quite get going today. She's out for 14. And Spain, 93 for 5. Amelia Jones comes in, batting 7. She'll do the keeping today for Team España. Okay, so that's good to know. Basically, I've got my 3 must-dos of Switzerland. Have you spent much time in Switzerland? Or is this...
This is my first time doing cricket in Switzerland,
okay.
which is a surprise given its proximity to Germany.
True.
But I haven't spent enormous amounts of time here because I'd be bankrupt. It's an expensive country.
We know.
And because why would I come to Switzerland if I live in Germany? It's more or less the same. Famously. I mean, if you want to go to the mountains, I probably wouldn't go to Switzerland. I'd probably go to Austria or Bavaria.
Okay.
Why am I coming to Switzerland?
Keep talking.
For the Schupfnudeln, I'm coming for the Schupfnudeln.
I give you enough. That's what I call one of the Corey rolls, where I just let you keep your paragraph going.
Now there's only 11 notches on a Toblerone. What's the point?
Let me tell you what a must-dos in Switzerland.
Please do.
Cheese.
Yes.
Chocolate.
Yes.
Wine.
Not at the same time.
CCW. Oh.
We came to Switzerland at the start of last year in the build-up for
ECN
2025.
In our high-level, when we were in the Situation Room.
We had fondue, not in the Situation Room. In the
raclette. That goes file that one under cheese.
Yes.
Raclette's good.
Which type of raclette? There's two types of raclette.
The hot one is Baston.
The hot cheesy one.
New batter coming out there. Amelia Jones keeps the first one out. Jersey kind of like vultures circling at the moment. I think they sense a potential to run through this lower order. So it's an important partnership. Probably the last two recognised batters for Spain. And yeah, fondue. Just melt stuff. That's what they're all about here.
Melted cheese, melted chocolate.
Well bowled again. It's a good over from Baston.
You know, I've immediately changed my opinion on Switzerland now that you've told me about the cheese and the chocolate.
It's
I
like,
mean,
why? That could have come at any time. Could have walked here.
if you'd reminded me about the cheese and the chocolate, I would have been here in a heartbeat.
Switzerland is fascinating, especially, I mean, they take great pride in the diversity in their nation, and so they should. They even kind of split where the capital is. They have 4 official languages, which there's no dominant language, essentially. There's no default language. Each region has their language that they operate in.
I think maybe that's why Switzerland confuses me, because it's a confusing country in such a small area.
You prefer the Germany do this attitude.
You know where you stand.
Speak this way. Eat this.
There is no room for any complacency or debate.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, well, Phil said last time I was in Switzerland, I had fondue, but committed too many fondants.
Phil, leave those jokes at home.
Oh, really? Your G-Force partner getting criticised down the leg side. Now, this will be called a wide.
Leave the dad jokes to ChatGPT.
Listen, you miss Phil. Phil's
I do miss Phil.
your G-Force compatriot.
Was he the last Golden Ball I did, or did I do one with you after?
I think you did one in Germany. I think it might have been with Rico. Strass Rising Stars in a 3-over match.
Yes. Okay, does that feel like a pure Golden Ball because it was only a 3-over game?
Golden Ball's Golden Ball.
I mean, beggars can't be choosers. We've been begging very much in the last year or so for Golden Balls.
293 matches since the Golden Ball. End of the 15th over here. Spain hitting a bit of a speed hump through these middle overs. 94 for 5. As we say, 1 of 4 will be facing. Jones yet to score in 5 balls. So 5 overs to go. What's their best case here? Maybe they can go 10s from here. Maybe a bit of help from Jersey, who might give them a few extras, but yeah, maybe you could touch 140s, but they're 125 pace. To be honest, the way things are going, even that might be a bit of a stretch. So they need a bit of a turning point here, Team Spain. Still got Kat Frost to come, Maria Zamorano, Olivia William Lopez, I'm excited to see for the first time, and Payal Chilangia. Over 16 starts pretty well. As Mossop, she's impressed me today. I was with good rhythm. And she's going to bowl from that western end.
Chris Smith has a very firm cheese policy.
I will not touch anything cheese-based.
Is cheese cheese-based?
I think if it's the whole thing, then it is the base. It's only base.
You're missing out.
Are we talking lactose intolerance here, Chris? Let us know your aversion to cheese.
It sounds more like a moral intolerance to cheese rather than a lactose-based
it seems medical. So I'm going to leave it at that. Chocolate fondue as well, though. That's what we need. At the airport here, I'm scared for when I go.
Yeah, you got to walk through duty free with your head down.
Got it. Another time the ball will rattle the stumps here as Wasaid gets done by a good ball from Mossop. Look to just leave her a bit. Breeze going a little bit kind of left to right on your screen. It was drawn forward here. Never really got going, though. Played it on the move. And Mossop finds herself in the wicket takers. 7th bowl to be used here. Mossop showing they've got good depth in the bowling stakes. But that's the 6th wicket to fall, 94 for 6. Here comes Kat Frost. And I think it might be her debut in T20 cricket, although we have seen Kat play before in the T10 format. I might be wrong.
She's played 8 T20Is.
Okay, since I last saw her. But she still is young. She's still only 17 years old.
She's the the youngest in the setup for.
Yes, she played.
Apart from Deeper, of course.
Of course, she played. I forgot this. She played in the Croatia series back in late 2024, and then also played when they toured Greece. So they're the 8 that she's played, but she hasn't played since 2024.
And certainly, when it comes to T20I, Spain years behind Jersey in terms of experience. They have played a lot in T10. That's why maybe for ECN viewers they come across as a bit more experienced than they actually are.
Yeah, I think that's fair as well. And I think they've been around, I suppose, because of our relationship with Cricket España and having our major tournaments there. That's when the program really, I suppose, was brought out into the light. But it still was in its infancy when we started covering it. Cat will get off the mark here. Oh, she backed on 1, but she might get 4. Great effort there from Trinity Smith, who hurled herself to her right. But it's time to taste that Swiss sand for Trinity as the ball gets through. And that's cuatro carreras.
It was a brave dive there from Trinity because we walked over the outfield earlier and I said I wouldn't like to fall onto this because it's bone dry and also slightly uneven.
True. But I've seen worse diving grounds. This reminds me if you go to the mattress store but you pick out the hardest one. So in theory, you should be able to sleep on it, but probably wouldn't be your first choice. Mossop with the comeback ball goes full. Haven't seen too much of Kat batting. We'll see her bowling, I think. She's pretty handy with the ball. But she has to try and get her team to a decent score first. That'll be the end of the 16th over. Good one for Mossop, just the boundary as far as the scoring goes. And, of course, she picks up that wicket of Uzwa Saeed. It's 98 for 6 after 16.
Jersey have learned a quick lesson here in terms of the length to bowl. They were much too short this morning against the Swiss openers, and that was punished in particular by Franziska Kuhnberg. But this time, you can see by the wickets that they've picked up that they've been bowling much fuller, much more direct at the stumps, and that means that they have been able to pick up 3 clean bowled and a couple that have been hit straight back at the bowler as well with caught and bowled. So that suggests that they're just getting those lines and lengths better and in better areas than they did this morning.
What if I told you that in the chat right now, as we're going on about the game, the milk wars are playing out?
Goodness.
The dairy wars. Chris is pretty graphic about why you can't have cheese. I won't go into that just to save any of you that might be having lunch as this has worked away to the leg side. Tangi getting her 4th and final over here. There's some milk lovers. Wayne saying he drinks over a litre of milk a day, loves it. Phil G saying Wayne likes the cow juice. What a way to put it. Dave saying his foster father couldn't eat cheese at night. It gave him nightmares.
Well, that's
cheese-based nightmares.
It's an old wives' tale, isn't it? That if you eat cheese at night, it gives you nightmares. I eat cheese at all times of day and have nightmares. So I don't know if that's cause and effect, or I just have nightmares and I also eat cheese.
Cheese at night, horror film delight. Cheese in the morning, bathroom warning.
I mean, Chris Smith is definitely having nightmares if he eats cheese. Living nightmares by the sounds of it.
Lily, this is your fault for getting us onto Swiss food chat.
Apparently it can lead to more vivid dream recall, eating cheese. And also
do you want to recall your dreams? I feel there's a lot of dark stuff going on in mine that I'm happy to let go when I open my eyes in the morning. 100's up for Spain. How high can they go? 20 balls remaining in the innings. It's in the air, just out of the grasp of the fielder at point. That's Aaron Googe there. They're going to take on a slightly specious 2, but well done to Amelia Jones, who gets back for a couple.
Yeah, good intent in the running there. If you're not going to score the boundaries, you have to make sure you get every single possible. And the boundaries have just dried up a little, just 1 in the previous 3 overs.
Goes for it again, gets it over Greeken at cover. Probably want 2 here. They weren't exactly motoring the first. It's be pretty tight if it throws on line. It was just off. So again, pushing the envelope with the running. I think they have to do that at this stage. They've still got 4 wickets to play with. End of the 17th over, 104 for 6. Yeah, a bit of shade being thrown. Is Wayne saying he loves milk? And then Monty Lou saying that milk is for babies. Wayne,
whoa,
big chat.
Settle down, lads.
Where do you sit? Are you a plain milk drinker? It's two people, one or the other.
I can. I'm not disgusted by it, but I don't seek it out.
I was never a plain milk drinker. But then when I had one of these hottest wings challenges, I actually didn't. My eyes begged for milk at the bar, and they just gave it to me, and I took it pretty willingly. I think that's the only situation where I've had it / would have it. A little bit short. Fine leg is back. Rican. She seems like she's everywhere at times, doesn't she? She's normally in that short cover. With that short ball, maybe you'd argue she might have put herself down there because she thought the ball might come that way. But it's Mossop getting a second over here in the 18th.
Yeah, it's unusual to see the captain down at, what do you call that, a deep backward square.
Yeah.
But she puts herself in the hot spots.
Sometimes it's like parents got to get away from the kids. She's just saying, look, just give me some peace and quiet. Give me the green fields of fine leg. I also like that Chloe goes the proper Richie Richardson floppy hat. It's got good width. It's got good coverage. She could be on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. Go with that hat and sunglasses combo through the main street. And she's walking free. No one's recognising her. Amelia with a knock and run for a single. All right, so we've had the milk wars. A few people like their milk disguised, it seems like, either in tea or mashed potatoes.
I mean, I'd probably have chocolate milk more than I have normal milk or kind of a protein milk shake.
Let me wrap this up nicely in a bow with an experimental breakfast story. Fraction short, does just miss the mark. And Moss will have to bowl that one again. When I was a kid, I don't know what you call them in other countries. We have Cocoa Pops.
Yeah, we have Cocoa Pops.
Some are called Cocoa Puffs.
Yeah, we have Cocoa Pops.
Not the most nutritious cereal, but I liked them. And they would turn the milk a chocolatey brown.
Yes.
As is, I suppose the point of it. How it did it, probably scientists would tell you, and you probably wouldn't want to know. Fraction short, straight. One day I thought, it's not enough chocolate, so I made it with chocolate milk. Already chocolate milk.
Chocolate squared.
Yeah, and this is, in my 8-year-old brain, the Cocoa Pops with chocolate milk was just more of a good thing.
Yeah.
Let me save you a lot of trouble. Do not do it. There is such a thing. It's too much chocolate. It was not good. Did
the chocolate almost cancel each other out?
Trouble. Mia Maguire couldn't gather it. Bat plug comes in as well. Oh, now it's an overthrow without consent, but it's gonna be made. Well, that had everything, didn't it? Where do we start here? So Amelia Jones hits it to point. Kat Frost then lost her bat, and then as she picked up her bat, she got told, "Hey, another run." She said, "I guess so." Again, Jersey, they got to work out these throws in the infield. I think they're used to bouncing it in on a more lush surface, but this is one where I think you've got to take chances and throw it on the full. Definitely to your keeper who's got the gloves, and maybe like an 80% throw to a gloveless receiver, normally the bowler. But yeah, it's something tactically they're going to have to work on, because when these balls bounce, it's like throwing it up a ramp. Anyway, tell us any other food fails you might have had. Too much of a good thing. Pretty full. Caught a no balls. Might have been off the surface from Mossop. Also like the field here that the Greeken's gone for, because these two haven't really established they can hit down the ground and beat the infielders. So instead she's protecting the boundaries that will kind of use the pace of the bowler more. So they've got deep backward square, deep fine leg, deep third. Just saying, look, if you're going to hit a boundary, you're going to have to hit it. You can't just deflect it away. Anyway, here's a free hit. Also takes out probably a funkalicious stroke in this moment on a free hit, which I don't think you're meant to change your field, eh? I mean, this is just it's a conference. But often you'll see little ramps used on a free hit, but there's probably no value in that with a fine leg back.
No, I think you've just got to stand and deliver here if you're Amelia Jones. Try and get it down the ground. There's no protection deep, either long on or long off.
Misses the free hit back to way slightly. You think, she'll get the wide call. Bit of luck there for for Spain. Hola, Jaime. Jaime Gonzalez is in the chat. Saying, vamos, chicas, mucho ánimo. Lots of luck. Saludos a los otros países participantes y a los amigos de ECN. Saying, greetings to all the other countries participating and to all their friends at ECN. Thank you, Jaime. Hola, ¿cómo estás? All right, left-handed. Like the ambition. I guess if she got it through point, it was possible. But again, if she's gone right-handed, maybe she can pop that over the leg side for 6. So Jones trying almost anything to get going here, but she's still stuck 8 off 12.
I think you can just be guilty of overthinking a free hit, especially when mid-on and mid-off are in the circle. Just stand and deliver.
That's better. Gets a good piece of bat on this. This will test the fielder to go for 4. As Baston down there, couldn't get down to her right. Yeah, I suppose just asking some questions of fielders paying off there as Jones will hit her first boundary, moves to 12. And after 18 overs, Spain 118 for 6. Yeah, hello to all of our friends in Spain. Hello to all our friends in Jersey as well, who've probably been tuning in the whole day, but we've probably got a few of our Spanish viewers tuning in for the first time this afternoon. And I'm sure they're curious to see how this week goes. Again, Spain, haven't been playing a lot of games together lately, but obviously they'll be very busy this week, and plenty of them are playing regularly. That's what we heard from Amy Brown-Carrera, the Spanish skipper, before the first ball, and they've been keeping in touch. Again, I suppose a bit like Jersey. We'd have some Jersey-based players and some UK-based players. Kind of the same for Spain, with some Spanish-based players and some UK-based players as well. Greeken comes back to bowl in the 19th. Trinity Smith down long on. It's funny watching the Jersey players trying to throw in what they think is conservative to the bowler. And they've tried everything. Now they're trying double bounces at times, but it's just that last bounce is going to be tricky to gather. All right, goes for it here, up in the air. Smith coming in, pulls the shoot. One hand, one bounce out in the backyard. But yeah, it's just going to be one run. Hey, and also, obviously, you're pretty useful with your German, which helps you get by in this part of Switzerland, Tina.
Just about.
My Spanish has been reasonably handy so far, obviously with Spain being here. Really takes the air out of that one. Trinity Smith does well, attacks that, still gets it on a pretty comfortable hop. But also with Brazil here, obviously they speak Portuguese, and they're Brazilian-based players. Basically entirely native team, Brazil, as we mentioned earlier, the first country to basically have a pro women's cricket team. And I suppose the good thing is, even though they don't speak a lot of English, some of them do speak a little bit, but I suppose Spanish and Portuguese are kind of mutually intelligible. So if I speak Spanish, they speak Portuguese, I think we kind of get the gist of what we're saying. But yeah, really excited to have them here. They were training earlier. I think they might still be around, just finishing their session, but they'll be playing tomorrow afternoon, and then a couple of games on Wednesday and potentially finals on Thursday, some way, shape or form. Geez, Grecian, such a wily fox with the ball, isn't she? Really gives you nothing at all. Once again, goes under a runner ball. None for 21, her figures. And with 1 over remaining, Spain 121 for 6.
Looking like it's going to be a similar chase here for Jersey than they successfully reached in that first game, 139 on that occasion, which they made light work of, thanks in most part due to Grace Weatherall, who finished on a very impressive 85 not out off 43. We'll say Spain have got a decent bowling attack as well. We've already mentioned Uzwa Saeed. She's the leading wicket taker for the Spanish side. Amy Brown-Carrera, the skipper. She'll have to do some heavy lifting as well, I'm sure. So they've got options there.
All right, last over. Smerritt to close things out. Short and flat batted straight, mid-offs up. Maybe Chloe could coach Flo on a lawn bowling style there. Let's give one a bunch of batters here where they're at. Looks to be less than they chased down this morning. Do think Spain probably a little bit more experience with the ball at the level, so and catch better, I think, based on what we've seen so far. Not a bad shot here. Pushes. One time maybe it's worth going for two. They will. Good throw might be trouble, and that'll be run out. Not out. Okay. That's been an interesting replay. Very good dive. Yeah, I've got a terrible angle, so I'm just going on vibes-based.
Aren't we
call.
all? Aren't we
Let's
all?
have a look. Can't slow us down for it, Al. Obviously, the technology doesn't get used. It's a pretty good effort, and it's almost in. There goes the bat. There goes Amy.
Mia Maguire tries to.
Mia Maguire takes another head knock. This time from stumps and what else? Bush. She's okay, folks. Going to be tough to be a keeper and a bit crazy. So they get back for two. Yeah, just were a bit slow turning for the second there. I think they always had to take it on. But Jersey, I suppose everyone's kind of thinking, oh, this is unders and a done deal. But, I mean, let's see what happens if Jersey lose a couple of wickets, in particular Weatherall, who looked really good.
And that is the one thing that Spain have to keep up as well. Is have known, especially as a young side, into the early wickets that all. No one was tested in that first innings in that first game because Grace Weatherall got the lion's share of the runs. As you say, if they get a couple of early wickets, suddenly 130 or whatever Spain will finish on, does seem like a tough task.
Won't beat the fielder. Yes, it will. Rare miss in that position. Weatherall won't be happy. Now they've got to be thinking about a second again. Just this stage maybe is worth getting a bit kamikaze. So wrapping up some loose ends. Monty Loose, have I tried corn with corn relish? No, but I'd be curious. In the break, tell us your other foods with foods of the same type. For example, tomatoes with tomato sauce. Where do you stand on it? Let's see if we can dig out a few others. But it'll be 126 plus this as Amelia Jones gets ready to face the last ball of the first innings. Again, checks her shot. Handled at cover. They'll concede the single. And Spain will finish 127 for 6 after the 20 overs. Again, you feel they're probably about 20 short of what you would think's a winning score. But look, there's plenty of time still to go. And they do have some handy bowlers, and they'll be pushing for those early wickets to put some pressure on the Jersey bats. As far as the batting went, it was Alexis Hartley at the top of the order that led the scoring, 33 of 24. 25 for Amy Brown-Carrera. She looks like she's improved various aspects of her batting. I like to work square of the wicket on the offside. Naomi Hillman-Bameko with 14. Towards the end, Amelia Jones with 17 not out, and Kat Frost 11 not out. Gets Spain up to that 127. Plenty of options used by Chloe Greekin, including herself, but she used 7 bowlers in all. 2 for 27, Florence Tanguy with the figures, but wickets also to Merritt, Erin Duffy, Olivia Baston, and Annie Mossop grabbing 1 for 18. We will take a break, and when we return, it will be Jersey looking to make it 2 for 2 on opening day of this quad series. They'll need 128 for victory. Sit tight, back in around about 10. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. And big thanks to Vanny as well for her stint in the commentary box. We'll be back after the break to close out the day. Opening day here in Switzerland. You're watching the quad series on ECN. Guten Tag and good day to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Switzerland and our coverage of this T20IW Quad Series. Right now we're halfway through match number 2 with Spain coming out to defend 127, which they scored off their 20 overs for the loss of 6 wickets. Jersey hoping to chase this target of 128 and make it a perfect day, 2 out of 2. Earlier on we saw Switzerland in action. The home side going down after posting 138. Jersey chased it in 12.2 overs. So going on that, you'd be pretty confident as a Jersey supporter that you can get it done again. But it's a different game. And Grace Weatherall, who's on your screen right there, natural in front of the camera as well. She's going to come out, and wasn't she brilliant this morning? Put on a bit of a show for the crowd here. 85 not out of 43, so fair chance of the 100 in the day. Naomi Hillman-Bameko is going to get us going. Like her video as well. 92 rated bowler, best of 2 for 1. Back in 2024 on ECN. She slides the first one past Amy Aikenhead. Amelia Jones behind the stumps for Team España. Here's something fun that you might not know, is that they are in the process of making a movie in Spain about cricket. Just sat back on that a little bit. Maria Zamorano fielding round the corner. Yeah, but there's a movie coming out in March 2027 called La Roja, and it's based on true events about Spain's participation in the European Cricket Championship, and it's got a 7-figure budget and some pretty big names attached. And it might even star some people that you might have seen around the ECN periphery. I don't want to give too much away. But yeah, it's an interesting story about, I suppose, the blend of cultures that make up the modern country. Right now, Grace starts confidently, picks out the fielder. It's Payal out at pretty wide, long on, keeps it to 1. Yeah, so La Roca, named, I suppose, ironically, because that's what their football team is known as in Spain. Get on the pad, maybe just sliding. So something to look forward to. Yeah, a European cricket themed movie. Naomi wasn't watching for a second when the ball got rolled back, and now Lex is going to have to fetch it from about 2 metres inside the boundary. Not great for the new ball. It's still pretty tight first over. Just 2 singles off it so far. Work by Jones down the leg side to make a block on this. Of course, European cricket is so diverse with many different backgrounds, cultures, stories combining to form a rich tapestry, which is very interesting to cricket lovers and sport lovers alike. Spain ranked 1 spot higher than Jersey. Who knows, that might flip if Jersey win this game. Probably a run here. Maybe even more, as that will run all the way. Hartley did everything she could to get there, hurled herself to her left. But all slopes run to the boundary rope here at the Embrah Cricket Ground. 10 points for effort, 4 points for the batter in the end. It'll take us to the end of the first over. And the score 7 without loss. Gives me a chance to welcome everyone in the chat again. Hello to Wayne. Glad you're still in with us. I know a few people occasionally posting the wrong chat because you might be double screening, which is absolutely fine with Hornchurch going. And to be honest, they're only halfway through the day there. So that should run at least 1 full game, I think, after we wrap up here in Switzerland today. And then tomorrow we have 2 more games from the Embrah Cricket Ground here in the Quad Series. Switzerland, Spain first up. I think that's a pretty interesting one. Battle of the S's. And then Brazil will be on the park for the first time in this Quad Series. Brazil taking on Jersey tomorrow afternoon. So it will be Deepa Chukapali who's going to bowl over number 2. A few calls for her to open with her left arm spin. And we actually saw Jersey opening with a pair of spinners, really trying to take the pace off the new ball, make the batters make all the pace. So Chukapali opens the batting, opens the bowling. Often we call that under 12 style, but I suppose she was playing under 12s only about 5 years ago. Nice crowd in here as well. Today we got the first ever T20 internationals on Swiss soil. Never been a men's T20I here before. Never been a women's T20I here in Switzerland before. Here's Deepa. Pretty good start. Can't handle it on the way back. Looked to maybe just slip in the delivery, but the delivery was good from Deepa Chukapali. Aikenhead should be keen to establish herself at the top of the order here with a good performance. Earlier on in the day, 22 or 15. Made a bright start. Would have been disappointed. Was caught low down at cover. Ring of three fielders in that region. Well stopped by Naomi Hillman-Bermejo. Suppose defending it slightly light on score. Spain probably want to ring the changes of the bowlers if it's not going their way. But this is in the air. Maybe it's gravity caught. As soon as with Saeed goes back, gets two hands to it but can't hold on. Oh, she'll be disappointed there. She judged it pretty well. She had to back, basically run, but she stayed facing the ball. Running backwards off the two hands, popped up, never got a second opportunity. Aikenhead gets lucky, dropped on 5. Was what? We'll handle this one. This was a bowler I was thinking of just then as well when I thought about Spain maybe ringing changes with the bowling if they're not taking wickets or creating chances. Uzwa is a right arm wrist spin bowler, really interesting bowler as well to watch. Standing sweep, that'll get past Maria Zamorano, and that's going to be 4. Bat speed here from Weatherall. Just have a, I called it a standing sweep. She never really collapses that back leg and gets the knee on the ground, but definitely the bat plane was like a sweep and just hit it far too well. That was into the car park, I think. Well, you wouldn't want to damage a car here in Switzerland. I think it might cost you a little bit. Yeah, but Chukapali, I suppose, strategy here to Weatherall would be tempt her to come forward, maybe leave the crease, maybe try to overhit the ball. They've gone deep long on. There's also deep square leg. See, I'd be tempted to kind of put long on, long off back and tempt her forward to try and clear the rope. Maybe you can get it caught that way. That one comes back at velocity. Payal, well, she'll be disappointed with that. She just off with the boot and didn't get down. It gets through for 4. Payal's another bowler. I think they'd consider bowling before too long. Another left arm spinner. That was hit well, probably catchable height, but it wasn't at the bowler. And this pitch is rapid. This outfield, I mean. End of the second over, and the score is 17 without loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Max Mo for ECN, and always a pleasure to have this fine wine commentator, who is also a fine commentator.
Have you been on the wine?
Tina Goff, well, it is Switzerland. It is one of my 3 key pillars of Swiss cuisine: wine, cheese, and chocolate. And, well, you're as sweet as all 3. Welcome back to the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a similar start to the first run chase here for Jersey, with Grace Weatherall taking no time at all to get into her work, and Amy Aikenhead. She was dropped early on in the piece in the first game as well. Has been given a life here early on, and it's not something that Spain can afford to do, give too many lives to these explosive top order batters.
And I suppose Jersey know that they don't have to take any undue risks here, given that they've already got it down to about a run a ball. So you just got to make sure you keep your batting resources available. Don't throw wickets away. And the runs should come. This is a good example. Short and just jabbed behind square leg. Just pitches inside, almost a Maximo. But Amy will have to settle for 4 runs still. The score continues to climb.
I'd say Spain probably feel like they're about 30 runs short of where they should be. We were asked by Brazil earlier what we think par score is. Probably about 160.
Yeah, I think so. If you're serious about winning, I mentioned earlier there's kind of a respectable score and then there's a winning score.
Yeah.
I think 130 is respectable, but I can't see winning too many games. I suppose it depends. You might have two teams run into each other that are both a little bit haven't had too much confidence with the bat. Maybe you can have a low-scoring thriller, 120 or 130 holding up. But I think with this pitch being pretty true, fast outfield, all the field sloping towards the rope, I think we're going to see a lot of boundaries. I was kind of using that one boundary and over at least. To give you an idea, Spain hit 15 boundaries in their 20 overs, and I think they're a little bit short. If you go back to earlier in the day, obviously Switzerland batted first. They scored 17 boundaries. It wasn't enough to win. Well, that's a bit of a miss hit from Grace. Got surprised by a bit of extra bounce there. Might have even come off the glove, but no chance for the keeper. And then Jersey, obviously they only batted for a shade over 12 overs, but they were able to hit 20 boundaries in that time. So, yeah, I think boundaries is mainly how you're going to build the score here. Bit of a discussion going on here. Not quite sure what it's about. Maybe I thought it hit Grace maybe on the hands, but it wasn't necessarily a thunderbolt coming in from Naomi.
What are we thinking about the light pink uniforms of the umpires?
I like it. You know, you're wearing pink today.
This is more of
Middlesex.
a hot pink.
That is true. So is theirs more of a lukewarm pink?
Tepid pink.
Pastel pink.
Pastel pink.
Pastel pink.
PP.
I'm a fan.
What's the best umpiring gear we've had on the European Cricket Network? 'Cause that one's played away nicely on the late cut.
Yeah, again, just rolling it down the hill. Aikenhead continues to build this total. Again, minimum of risk there, a little bit of length to work with. Just gives a little love tap and away it goes. End of the third over, 27 without loss. Okay. Some iconic, it's hard to pick a favourite, iconic umpire uniforms we've seen on ECN. I'll go right back to Portugal in 21-22, the lime green. You ever seen that look?
I don't think so.
The lime green is striking. I liked it.
Well, they've got hot pink
Like
now.
fluoro green. Yeah, and I like the hot pink there. I like this pastel pink as well.
It's very demure.
Yeah,
Very...
I think that's what they were going for. Yeah, I like it. What do you think if they had the pastel pink trousers as well, and not the black trousers?
The full Barbie.
Yeah, but then it probably look like me. Or you.
No one can look like us, Vinny.
Chukapali continues. So on the pad, I won't get a run. I think with the angle just going down the leg side, you needed to probably actually straighten the ball. I think with Deepa, she is quite tall already. She's still growing. But a lot of these balls probably going over the top of the stumps from that length. Tell us the other umpiring kits you liked.
Well, this one's a bigger appeal. Again.
Oh, gone. Well, this one, to be fair, did hit a bit more on the crease. I had concerns with height. Seemed to hit her on the top of the pad. But Grace Weatherall's going to be out for the first time today. Let's check it out. Assuming the line's good, we can only really make a judgment on height. It is full of a length. Goes back. My initial concerns probably valid. But, yeah, Grace looks back, tries to calculate the height of where the ball hit her. Probably won't feel too much better after seeing the replay. But Chukapali does break through. And the first wicket captured by Spain in the tournament as Jersey lose their playmaker 27 for 1.
Yeah, just despite the fact she's pinned on the back leg, probably height an issue. But the umpire may be thinking there wasn't much pace on the delivery, might be on its way down again.
It actually perfectly fits one of my cricket theories, which is 2 appeals is better than 1. If you have 2 big appeals in a row, and it's amazing how often the second one goes your way, and then as long as the sun comes up in the east and sets in the west, every third appeals out. That's why if there'd been 2 close-ish ones and there was a third one, didn't even matter if it was close, I'd be yelling my lungs out. And sure as day, you can wear these umpires down. Sometimes. But anyway, umpire called as he saw it. Didn't really probably see the stumps the way we could see the stumps. Had to make a judgment. Fair enough. As Merritt comes out, she's locked down that number 3 position. But I actually literally had just finished saying before that LBW that most balls of that length or slightly shorter are probably going over the top.
Well, especially the height that Deepa has, speaking as a fellow tall left arm spinner. Not too many balls hit the stumps. That one's going to hit the rope, though.
These modern bats, they really fly. This is kind of off the outside half of the bat. Wouldn't necessarily call it an edge, but it's definitely not off the middle. But she kind of played for a little bit there, Merritt. She kind of opened the face and looked to hit sideways. And she has her first runs in the form of a boundary. Oh, wow. Unbelievable. Chukapali makes it 2 for the over. Merritt, it has to go, goes 4 and out. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Again, tossed up. I think it's basically a full toss. You know, you might call it a Yorker, but Merritt just plays down the wrong line. I almost couldn't believe my eyes for a second. But Chukapali with the double strike in the 4th over, and suddenly Spain dared a dream with Jersey, 31 for 2.
This is what we were saying about Jersey. They've got a bit of inexperience in their side, that a few times wickets fall in quick succession, and that's what's happened on this occasion. Merritt, such a dangerous batter. She's got bagfuls of runs for Jersey, but only manages 4 on this occasion. It's 4 and out for her. Take a look at this one on the replay again, and yeah, it almost goes underneath the bat, doesn't it? She plays all around it. And it's a pivotal over for here for Spain. 2 wickets coming off it.
But I think just in general, players tend to make more mistakes on the front foot than the back foot. In general, at this level. So the perfect length kind of has the batter coming forward, but it's not quite a full toss. That one might have been a full toss. But I think that's what you need to do, because I think with the kind of velocity off the bat of some of these sideways slaps, it's going to be tough to field, even if it's only 2 or 3 metres away from you in the outfield. So here's Florent Tanguy coming out at number 4. And a little bit of an interesting point in the game.
Certainly they'll feel they're more than in this now, Spain, with 1 ball left of the 4th over. It might be 2 and 2.
Air. Oh, can't believe it. 3 in the over. Tanguy's gone now. Chukapali with 3 in the over. And Jersey have seen their top order decimated here. It was kind of an in-between shot, wasn't it? It wasn't a block, but it wasn't a full-blooded stroke trying to hit over the infield. And Uzwa gets a second opportunity. This time she makes no mistake as Tanguy goes for a golden dark. Terrible start to her week with the bat. And Jersey 31 for 3, end of the over. That over saw 1 boundary, but 3 wickets fall.
Dream bowling so far from Chukapali, the 15-year-old. 3 wickets. Probably can count herself a little lucky on the first one with that LBW decision going her way, but nothing lucky about the next 2. One going straight through the defences of Merritt, and that one is picked out there at mid-wicket. And suddenly Jersey are rocking here. 31 for 3, end of the over. Amy Aikenhead still's out there, 15 off 12 for her. I've been watching on in horror from the non-strikers end for the duration of that over. Still a long way to go, though. The required rate is nothing to be worried about for Jersey. Pretty much a runner ball here, 97 required off 96. They can't keep on losing wickets at this regularity. It looks like they'll continue with spin, having seen it be so successful from the bottom end as Uzwa Syed comes on for her first bowl of this tournament.
Yeah, so watch Uzwa. She's such a fascinating bowler because there's not many like her. Her stock ball is a wrong one. It's a googly. And not all batters necessarily pick that straight away if you haven't seen her before. These Jersey batters should know having seen her before. That's what she bowls as Aikenhead springs onto the back foot and cuts this one away into the gap. That's going to be 4. Bit of a steadier. Aikenhead's got an important role to play here. Watch that come in. Watched it all the way under the bat and gets the result.
They just have to keep calm here, Jersey. They know there's going to be enough deliveries with a bit of width on that they can knock away to the rope. They only need 1 or 2 boundaries and over the run rate, just a touch over 8. That one played nicely by Aikenhead.
That's driven and slightly mishandled there by Frost at cover. They'll get a single. I'm also interested with Uzwa to see how she's going. I know she's been working really hard at developing a leg spinner, which it just isn't natural for her in her action. So she's been working very hard on that because I think then she'll be a genuine two-way threat and have batters not picking her. I think at the moment, quite a lot of batters that haven't seen her before, they kind of assume she's bowling leg spin. Then they've got a tricky 2 or 3 balls, and then they realise, oh, it's coming in. Yeah, so I think it is really important for her to get the most out of her career, that she develops that one that goes the other way, that has a similar action, still over the wrist, but just not out of the back of the hand. Hit to the leg side this time. Here's Pyle. I think we might see her at some point. She was umpiring, actually, earlier in the year, our first ECS of the year in Madrid. Again, runs it off the face. Interesting over that one. Did have a boundary. It did go for 7. And after 5, Jersey 38 for 3.
Pretty delicately poised this game now. You'd say Jersey still the happier of the 2 sides with that required rate, just at a runner ball. But unsurprisingly here, Deepa Chukapalli is going to continue, the youngster. 40th youngest ever T20I debutant in the women's game. That'll be a Tom First CV. But going to continue left arm around to Amy Aikenhead, who you'd imagine holds the key to the Jersey run chase here, the opener 21 off 16.
Trinity Smith's come out now at number 5, a bit earlier than she would have thought. Spain, they need to take wickets in the power play. They've got 3 pretty important ones. Can they go on with it? Here's Deepa. Played past the cover. In fact, this will probably run down the hill now. Alexis is after it. Great effort, actually. Just manages to keep it inside and doesn't touch the rope and the ball at the same time. But again, it just was leaned on, wasn't it? Always went all the way. She did touch the rope there, but I think she'd already let go of the ball.
Yeah.
Umpire's doing well to check that, but benefit the outfielder anyway. Well bowled. As bottom edge could have gone anywhere. They can head to 23 now.
The Jersey men are actually in action today over on home soil. They're playing against
UAE.
UAE. Halfway, Jersey 315 for 5 off their 50.
Is that a good score these days?
I don't know.
100 under? As that's hit through the offside, that will run away for 4. Aikenhead looking good. I think she just kind of simplified her batting a little bit. She's not necessarily taking a lot of risks. I think she's realised, look, just make good contact, challenge the field. If it's in a gap, it's probably running away. We are still in the power play. It was a nice shot for 4.
Nick Greenwood scored a century, 102 off 92. Not bad.
Good effort.
Every batter that went in and got out got minimum 30. So I guess you'd call that a good score.
I think that is a good score. But 50 over cricket, of course, influenced by the short formats now, just gone out of control. Gone are the days where you have a lucky 170 and try and defend it in 50 overs, depending on the conditions, of course, these days. But there are a lot of flat decks and batters so used to attacking. This one's going to actually spring away, takes a right turn at Albuquerque. That's Olivia Guillem-Lopez just having a bit of trouble there, tracking the first bounce. Looking forward to seeing her because I've met her brother. I've called her brother Chris Guillem-Lopez. And, you know, with the surnames being Guillem-Lopez, She is known as G-Lo.
Very
So
good.
is he, for that matter. See if she comes into the bowling a bit later on. Down the leg side. That's going to run away as well. Oh, just going to get past the fielder. Again, valiant effort. It's going to be 5 wide. So that's going to hurt for Spain. Bit of an unforced error. Tough one for Jones. Took off as well. There was a bit of bounce in this pitch. A bit of extra bounce at times for the spinners and the quick bowlers alike. But that minimo, as we call it, brings up the 50 for Jersey.
They just need to find another spark here. Do Spain gone a touch flat after that explosion in the previous over from Chukapali? The runs have still been flowing though.
That's the thing though for Jersey. They can respect the good ball here, can't they? Because they're cruising as far as the run rate goes. As we get to the end of the power play, wickets, runs, it had it all. 53 for 3 after 6. So UAE, obviously, a team that are reasonably highly ranked in the ICC men's at least, and have featured at the World Cup fairly recently. Good to see more of these contests being played. But I've got to say, in the 50 over format, what a slap in the face with a wet fish, the recent decision with the World Cup.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, well done, you've qualified for the World Cup light. She's like going to a party and they say, yeah, just wait here, please.
You can stay in the foyer.
And then they kick 2 of you out and then 1 they let in. Crazy. So they've said it's a 14-team World Cup. But now, and basically there's 11 automatics and then there's 3 that have to qualify from outside that zone. And the 3 qualifiers think they're going to the World Cup. But no, they've said, okay, you 3 can all play for the 1 place once you get here. It's crazy. They should just say, don't bother playing 50 over cricket if you're not in the mix. Like all these countries, I know that everyone's furious about it and have gone as far as just to say it. And then in a time where the Football World Cup's expanding from 32 to 48 and maybe 64, we're basically saying, yeah, it's a World Cup without the world. As Saeed comes back, rips that one in to Trinity Smith. Yeah, so it's a bit tough. So to travel to, a lot of these players aren't on a lot of money, if any, as well. So to give up work, to travel around the world 3 years to get to World Cup that you're actually not allowed into, they keep you behind the velvet rope. So yeah, I don't think it's good for the game. I do think it's good for the game that the T20 Cup, World Cup keeps expanding. I think that's good. It's up to 20. I'd like to see it up to 32. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting for viewers.
You can say the same about the women's cricket
Yeah.
World Cup as well.
100%. 100%. They bring flavour to the tournament. Yeah, it's a bit of a disappointing one. And so for teams like the Spanish men's team, for example, and the Jersey team, they've already achieved ODI status, the Jersey men's team. So they've played 50 over cricket. But now you're saying, okay, is that really the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that we're chasing? Maybe it's just a sign of the times. 50 over cricket outside a closed shop quadrennial World Cup. That's it. No one cares. Hashtag nostalgia. That's in the air. There's good fielding, actually. That's Sabella Velasquez, who dived and probably was never going to get there on the full, but she does well to at least keep it in front of her. Otherwise, it was going to run away, spin past her for 4. Haven't seen the best of her yet, but I'm keeping a close eye on her this week. Good footwork here. And actually, Zamorano, she kind of guessed to her right that it was going to go that way a bit finer. Al's basically gone like a cage fighter. This way, Al, right at your left foot. There you go. Well, luckily somebody's a good listener. And thanks, Olivia. G-Lo gets a touch.
If you need a job done right, get a woman to do it.
Al's pretty good out of the chair there. But, yeah, again, good footwork to turn that into a boundary ball. See how she gets across rather than kind of just stand and kind of pat it back. She was in position to open up that leg side. So 59 for 3 after 7. Jersey going at 8.4, just needing 5.3 and over from here on in.
We haven't spoken yet about your day out at Lord's.
Oh, yeah.
Can we talk about that?
fire away.
The
What do you want to know?
The pitch report that you've done has not yet seen the
Oh,
light
yeah.
of day.
I still, everyone knows I'm so busy actually doing stuff. So a normal commentator has 5 days to prepare, promote themselves, and on the 6th day they'll do a game, and then they go back to promoting themselves and being on the socials. But I've got it on my to-do list to do an Instagram post about my experience at Lords. Yeah, I haven't even probably watched it. We did a pitch report at Lords on the hallowed turf of pitch 18. I honestly thought at Lords, playing so close to one of the square boundaries, that the clock or Father Time might have got hit.
It was close on a few occasions, especially when the Sydney girls were smashing it.
Oh, great fielding in the end from Hartley, who had it stuck in the right hand and shied, but don't think they were ever going to get a run out there. Yeah, so I was thrilled to be invited. Tina, you had a big hand in it as well for me to come and call 2 games at Lords with a touring SCG 11 from Sydney. Full toss gets handled by Saeed at mid-wicket. And it was a brilliant experience. Like any cricket lover, I love the history of the game and the traditions of the game and Lords, the spiritual home of cricket, to go there. Actually go in the ground for the first time was amazing. I've only ever seen it from outside. You've inspired me to attend the 100 this week because I'll be in London. So I'm going to go down there and check that out. I'm always going to the Oval this week as well because we got Saturday, Sunday off. And yeah, it was also great. I mean, Kevin and Claire were great to commentate with as well. And just a different setup. Went from the Garden Shed in Poland to commentary box 4 in the Lords Media Centre in just a couple of days.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a more significant fall to rise in the commentary stakes than a shed to the media centre.
But this
at
is
Lords.
pretty good as well. I mean, you can't complain. Kat Frost getting a bowl here, by the way. It's exciting to see Kat in action again. And she's coming on from this eastern end. Yeah, so I met lots of great people. Hosted the post-match in the long room, which was really great as well.
Yeah, and that was completely unplanned, wasn't it?
Oh.
So it was the day after the women's test match, so I think a lot of the big dogs were putting their feet up on holiday.
Right.
And we're like,
it was planned to the extent of I got a message in the middle of the day going, "Hey, Vinny, how would you like to present?"
Just throwing it out there.
But to give you an idea, player scored a 50 for the SCG 11, another player picked up a 5 for.
Yeah.
And minutes after the game had concluded, they had already framed a scorecard of the game.
It wasn't even after. It was minutes after it had occurred. So
really?
Yeah, the fifer.
Uh-oh.
That's going to race away, and she's going to just about stop it before it hits the rope. So she finished her spell, I think, halfway through the game, and before the ball was even.
The typists, you can hear them clack, 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 clack.
That's the magic of the cricket office.
Yeah, look, it was amazing. And I also got to see where you work at Lords, which is affectionately known as the Dungeon.
Yeah, watch out for the trolls in the dungeon.
And is it true? I forget who it was, but someone got sent down there to rewrite the laws of cricket order at some point, and he would answer the phone. Maybe we shouldn't mention any names. Hello, the Dungeon.
Probably, yeah.
That was you weren't there, but that's what they were talking about.
I was probably doing some real work.
Yeah,
while
probably.
You were. I mean, it was nice of you to be shocked that the Laws of Cricket advisor for the whole of MCC and thereby the world knew his stuff more than you, or maybe just as much as you.
Easy. That's a good shot. That's the low full toss. Trinity says thank you very much. Takes a bit of a risk there, playing it across the line, but she watches it all the way. Didn't have the element of bounce to worry about. And again, rolls very quickly over this outfield to 4. End of the 8th over, 68 for 3. Now you're talking about, it was Johnny, right?
Yeah.
Johnny, who writes the laws of cricket or updates them or entertains adjustments. So I was able to, I was selective with what I told him, but there's a couple of things I said. And I never said anything that he rejected, which I felt was a little bit of a feather in my cap. So I felt we were peers, because
finally someone that can meet you at eye level.
I said, I know you've written an obscure rule, but I've seen it enforced 15 times. So we had some good ones. We had some good chats. But again, people that love the game, and this is what I said actually when I talked about it during the European Cricket Series, the vibe at Lords. It wasn't maybe what everyone would expect. Aikenhead plays it off the back foot. It was Saeed getting a third over here. So obviously there's so much tradition. Uh-oh, this is a risky one. Oh, and it bounces over the top. And Trinity, well, she became the backup fielder in a sense, but I actually think that was a risk too far. We didn't realise the ball hadn't gone too far, and Maria Zamorano had a chance to run out Trinity Smith, but couldn't finish it off. But as far as the welcome I got at Lord's was great. If you think of it as maybe historically, if you go back decades and 100 years plus, it was quite an exclusive thing. The ground and the club and everything like that. But it just felt so welcoming, and it didn't really matter where you came from. If you loved cricket, you were welcome there.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of work that's been done. Another right turn at Albuquerque. Come back for a couple. And that's what I felt. And in that post-match ceremony, it wasn't a snobby environment. It wasn't a kind of, a kind of class-based environment. It was just everyone was thrilled to be there, and everyone had the same kind of awe for the place and the history, and yeah, I couldn't have felt more welcome. So again, thanks for your part in helping set that up, and thanks to everyone who made that such a great day.
Well, it might not be the last that we see of you at Lord's. I think you left a lasting impression. So keep your inbox open.
The other thing that I should probably mention is I wasn't sure with the pretty strict dress code, because it says things like acceptable shoes. What it says something that says a word, but I didn't know if the purple shoes would pass muster. Right, this is in the air, and it should be an easy catch. It's taken. So Rambo finally is able to gun one down as Smith almost run out during the over. Tries to swipe across. I called this a risky shot last over. Suppose she got away with it off the full toss. But this time, a little bit of variation in the bounce. Wasn't in a great position to hit that. And it was very quick to change direction, get off to her right, and take the catch. So Spain still daring to dream and take further wickets. That's the fourth one down. 74 for 4, and the first for Saeed in the tournament.
Her 28th wicket in just her 23rd T20 international. Consistent wicket taker, the highest wicket taker for Spain in international games, and this one probably just not the length to go after with a slap shot. And as well does her own fielding, what that wicket means to her as well. It just keeps Spain in the game here. A couple more wickets, and suddenly they'll feel like they're right back in it.
And they've got some real competitors, Spain. I think we know that about them. They work really hard. Some of them don't get that many opportunities to play competitive cricket as often as they'd like to, especially some of the players that aren't based in the day. So they really put a lot of work in behind the scenes when they get the opportunity. Coming in is I was calling her brother Paddy recently when we did the Nordic Smash up in Sweden, and of course Paddy features on ECN a fair bit as well through his work for farmers and for Jersey, not Germany. Anyway, Googe faces up. Oh, full toss up in the air. It's going to fall safely. It's going to run away for 4. So again, they've been reasonably slack, I think, on some of these high deliveries today. I just think that's, to me, I know it's dropping, but it just feels to me that it's not necessarily getting down to the waist in time. But anyway, Googe able to put it away. In fact, that was called a no ball, so I think it is the right call. And she'll get a free hit here.
It's frustrating here for Spain as well. They get the wicket. It feels like the pressure is just pushed back to Jersey, and then they let all the air out of the balloon with that 4 no ball, and the free hits hit for 4 as well. So again, just valuable runs here for Jersey, and a nice swing of the bat there by Erin Googe.
Pretty smart from Erin as well to charge that, because couldn't be stumped. Obviously, the one element, or 2 elements, the spin and the bounce of Uzwa, aren't necessarily the same for any 2 given balls. So you take that out of it by charging, you get it before it bounces, and you slam it away for 4. Much better this time in the air and taken. Well, it was a bit of a bang and gone for Googe, as Rambo will cash in a second wicket for her. And again, once this ball bounces, these elements come into play. A little bit of spin. I think maybe Once again, we see a Jersey batter not really trying to keep the ball down, but not really trying to get under it and get it over the infield. So another turn in this game as that's half the side gone. Jersey 83 for 5, still requiring 45 for victory.
Spain are by no means out of this one. We've spoken before about the fact that Jersey's batting lineup can be a bit fragile. They can lose wickets in clusters. That's been the case here once more as Erin Gouge has to depart. Her brother Patrick actually is playing in the 50-over game. He scored 30 opening up for Jersey. So I don't know how many times that's happened that a brother and sister have been playing simultaneously for their country.
That's a good question. And we've had a few, I won't say first, but rarities. We've had some mother-daughter combinations actually in T20I cricket in Czechia, I think some other places as well. You've got Amy Brown Carrera playing, and her mum sometimes plays Marisol in the Spanish domestic competition as well. So I want to say hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Got Tina Goff with me, and we're thrilled to be here in Switzerland. Yeah, sun, check. Sea, no. But they got lakes. Sand?
Also no.
Yeah. Getting a few of the S's
But
done.
we've got, what is it, wine, chocolate,
wine,
cheese.
Sun, lake. It doesn't work. Yeah. Sun, lake, sand. Great cricket.
There we go. What more could you want?
What more could you want?
And I don't think this one's done by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah. Do you feel with this camera angle, it looks like it's like our children looking up at us?
Yeah,
Hello down there.
It's good for the old double chins.
We're going to keep it on the level. Look, yeah, Switzerland watching this pretty closely as well. It was good to have Vani in the commentary box earlier. Brazil, again, super excited to see what they bring to the table. They look like a pretty well-drilled unit. Just watching them warm up and kind of the professionalism that they've kind of instilled in that program. I think, again, there's going to be a lot of learnings both ways and all directions in this series. So, yeah, great to have you with us. Here, Spain, their only hope is to basically run through, take these 5 wickets. I think if it goes the distance or close to it, there's no doubt Jersey are getting these runs. So it should be an interesting little period here over the next 5 overs, probably where the game gets decided.
I think it's still very much on a knife's edge. Jersey have got a lot of inexperience the lower down you go in their batting lineup, and now you're asking players who maybe won't have batted as much because of the dominance of their top order to suddenly now get the runs, and they still need, 40-odd runs. And if Spain can really tighten things up in the field, make sure there's no freebies, get another couple of wickets, then I wouldn't quite call them favourites, but I certainly think there's still a few twists in this one.
And this, what I'd call mini collapse, has happened despite Spain giving a few gift-wrapped freebies out to Jersey. So I still think Spain can improve. I think the catching's improved already over the course of this innings. Some of the ground fielding, obviously, it's tricky. It's not easy. But if it all clicks into gear, maybe it's going to be possible. As Annie Mossop comes in as the new batter. 9 overs down. Score 83 for 5. It is Aikenhead still there. As long as she's still there, I think they're still pretty heavy favourites. But again, one ball can change everything.
Well, just as we were saying, there's inexperience in the batting lineup. You've got now Mossop out there, who's just 16 years of age, playing her 10th T20I.
That's a good shot, makes good contact. Friendly bounce down there for the fielder to gather it on the one bounce. But yeah, look, I was really impressed with what I saw of Mossop. First time I think I've seen her live for a while, and she's had good rhythm. I think from the first ball she bowled, did everything asked of her. And of course, this is the first time she's batted in the series. Facing up now to Cat Frost. Pretty solid shot first up. Hartley grabs it, throws. Geez, I think that would have been out if it had hit. There's the bat plug again. Hartley's got a really good pair of hands. And she actually knew she had a moment to size it up here. See, she steadies her body. And, well, close but no cigar. Aikenhead gets the strike back. Didn't get enough chance to say that was a pretty good shot from Mossop first up. Pretty solid drive back down the ground. Weather conditions here, pleasant if a little breezy. But Tina, I know I'm here tomorrow with you and probably Wednesday morning, but Mercury's going to soar over the next couple of days. 30 expected tomorrow. Today's 27. Another one down the leg side. Frost hasn't quite got it right. That'll run down the hill. Another boundary. So, yeah, just what I was saying, a bit of too many hit-me balls at the moment, considering Spain have only, what is it now, under 40 to play with. Yeah, so 30 tomorrow, 35 on Wednesday, 36 on Thursday. And then, I know you're off Friday, but Phil will be here, and he's got 32 to deal with.
Well, I wasn't expecting it to be warmer in Zurich than in Portugal, where I'm going at the weekend.
Yeah.
Going to Portugal for a bit of cold weather.
There's been some big heat waves as well across Europe at different times this year. Not always at the same time. So during the CE Cup, we had 41 degrees new record in Prague, but that weekend in Portugal, in southern Europe, it was kind of a pretty pleasant 26 or 27. Another one down the leg side. Great work by Amelia Jones. Flings herself at this leg side delivery. That's actually a brilliant take. But Frost again, I wouldn't mind seeing her bowling at the other end. I think that her natural movement, when she's bowling well, typically she's got the kind of action that she can take the ball away from the right hander, but the wind is blowing everything left to right. It's better though. Punched out to the sweeper. Naomi does the fielding. Takes us to the end of the 10th over. And Jersey 92 for 5, requiring 36 for the win. 5 wickets in hand. 10 overs remaining. Let's say hello in the chase as well. Yeah, Phil is obviously watching. He says he's packed his sunscreen and his budgie smugglers, which is basically Australian for Speedos. What if I told you that even if Phil does pack his budgie smugglers, it wouldn't be the first time that some of our crew, remaining nameless, will have rocked them on the trip, because Alistair, I just did mention a name, and one of your commentators, that isn't you, we were rocking them. We had a swim in Lake Geneva. It was one of Rhino's big tips. We said, what should we do while we're here? He said, have a swim in Lake Geneva. And it was amazing, actually. You would have absolutely loved it.
I'm upset I missed out on that. I'm glad you clarified that it wasn't me and the budgie smugglers.
Yeah, just so you know. Yeah. Well,
was it cold?
I'm trying to think of what the
Was
female
that just your
equivalent of budgie
excuse?
smugglers are. But anyway, no, it wasn't that cold. It was after about a 28-degree day, and they had drinks and food on the, I suppose you call it like a beach. It's like a lake beach. Yeah. So, but also there's a company, Budgie Smugglers. They do some good work, and they do women's swimsuits as well. Pretty well bowled. This is probably going to run away for 4. Feel that despairing dive, but yeah, a bit about in that. No real chance though for Mealy Jones with a deflection. There's no slip in place, I suppose understandably so. Maybe there's a case for it when you need wickets to win. And once again, runs down the hill for a boundary. So 97 for 5 now. Yes, we had a great swim in Lake Geneva. And Rhino, who of course is our ECN colleague, I think this is the first time you actually met Rhino today? Yeah. First time today, yeah?
Yes.
He is a funny guy.
He is, yeah. I mean, obviously he's very much not neutral.
He's not. He doesn't need to be.
In this tournament, but he's wearing his coaching hat today.
Yeah, he is, but he's still a good person.
You can be not neutral and a good person.
He said good morning to the Jersey crew on the bus, and he meant it. Team's sharing the bus this morning, by the way. Always interesting.
Was it very much a front of bus, back of bus situation?
There were different hotels, so the back. There was no awkwardness, i.e., the back half was already taken. Then there was the front, and of course, I was trying to sit in the middle because trying to be neutral, like in Parliament.
We are in Switzerland.
The independence, yeah, neutrality is important here. Is that wrong? And again, pretty well struck, but I mean, wicket cuts it off.
Yeah, it is always a weird one when I've had that a few times as we get to the end of the 11th, 99 for 5, so 29 required when you're sharing a bus after the game, especially if it's some kind of World Cup qualifier.
This is where I would have loved an ECA versus Zurich Cricket's bus after the Golden Ball.
Just bats being launched from one end to the other.
It would have been like, what is it? It would have needed like the whatever the president's car has on the outside.
Like the Pope Mobile.
Yeah, the Pope Mobile. If you don't know what we're talking about, go back to the European Cricket Series in Cossonay Finals Day Eliminator and do yourself a favour. I know I sent that to you. I know you've
So
been pretty
good.
busy on the weekend. Every time you watch it, you'll pick up something new. And of course, European Cricket Series cricket. We love it, don't we? T10 format, and we've got that continuing in England this week. Obviously, also really excited whenever we can cover some T20 international cricket in Europe as well. And here's a pretty experienced player, Payal Chilangia, to bowl. And she is a really interesting spinner in that she does give the ball a lot of air. She's not super tall, so she will kind of toss it up above the eye line. And probably just the sort of wicket-taking bowler that you'd want to be able to bring on now, knowing that you basically need 5 wickets to win. Well bowled it was with Saeed, by the way. Maybe went for a few more than she would have liked, but she does capture 2 wickets that give her team a fighting chance, finishing with that 2 for 34. Payal loses his first one to the left. Wait on the umpire here. Throw comes whistling in. That's going to get away for an overthrow. Again, we don't have too many to play with. You don't want to be handing them up on a silver platter. This will be a no ball, which means it'll be buys as well. Waiting, it must have been for off the pitch. It was quite wide. We couldn't really see. Maybe it was hit. Maybe. No, it's got to be a no ball plus a couple of buys. Now free hit as this is going. It's gone. Maximo and 50 for Aikenhead. She's held this chase together. And Payal just coming on but not getting it right as the ball flies out of the ground with the wind.
Been a good run of form for Amy Aikenhead, scoring 85 off 64 in the final game of that short series against Guernsey. Picks up where she left off in that one. 53 coming off just 40 deliveries.
Let me just say as well, she got credited the 2 runs for the ball that she left that was off the pitch because of a missed signal. I have a feeling that she might get downgraded to 51.
Well, she made sure anyway with the 6, meaning that either way she was going to get over that milestone. She's hit almost half of the team runs so far in this innings, has been the glue that's held them together as she's seen wickets fall all around her. Oh, and that's almost a tremendous caught and bowled. Almost gets it on the second attempt there as well. Take another look at this one. Comes back at her sharply and gets both hands to it,
And
but
she's
isn't
a
able
good
to hold
fielder.
on.
She's taken some really good catches on the network. She'll be disappointed that she doesn't hold on to that. It was a spicy one, but the kind of half chance you probably have to take to stay in the game. Now she's finding her radar, but I suppose she's already gone for 10 in the over. But still, I think she'll be a key cog of this bowling lineup this week for Spain.
She's found her lines now after a shaky start. I suppose the damage in this over was all on that first delivery with the no ball and the 6. Since then, it's just given away a handful of singles, but Jersey are content now to just knock it about with just 18 runs now required. Aikenhead sitting pretty 54, which might actually be 52 in actuality. Again, just loses the length, but Jersey not needing to or willing to take any risks at this stage. They've done a good job of just steadying themselves after losing that flurry of wickets in the middle overs. They lost those 3 wickets in Deepa Chukapalli's second over. That was over number 4. They found themselves 31 for 3. But now they've steadied it on Nelson, 111 for 5. Just losing that other set of wickets in a cluster of 3 deliveries in over number 9. But since then, been smooth sailing. And it's been a mature innings so far from Annie Mossop, knowing that she just had to basically play second fiddle to Amy Aikenhead, but has done that well, rotated the strike when needed, and has got Aikenhead back on strike. With now 17 required. The balls at this stage pretty much irrelevant. If Spain are to get themselves back into this game, they need wickets, and they need them quickly. Looks like it will be another change of bowler. And it looks like it will be Naomi to take on the responsibility here going into the 13th over. Just some field changes being made here alongside Amy Brown Carrera. It will be Amy Aikenhead on strike, looking to remain unbeaten, basically playing the Grace Weatherall role of this morning, who finished the game off in style, finishing 85 not out, just 43 deliveries. She departed early in the piece in this game, can consider herself slightly unlucky that an LBW decision went against her when it looked like height might have been in question. But Naomi comes back on then and starts with a dot ball. Yeah, so it'll be an interesting couple of matchups tomorrow if Jersey do take the win here, which is looking increasingly likely. A direct hit here will be interesting. It just flashes past the stumps. Naomi had pretty much given up, knowing that only a direct hit would have caused the wicket. Take a look at how close this one was. It did just flash past the base of the stumps. But Jersey will then have the rest tomorrow morning after what they'll think is a good day's work today if they get over the line, and then they have that big game again in the afternoon. But before that, in the morning, we have Switzerland against Spain. So all 4 teams in the quad series playing tomorrow. That will certainly be an interesting matchup between the two sides that have fallen to Jersey today. Good pick up there from Amy Brown Carrera, but again, Jersey happy to knock the ball into the gaps and take the singles, and with so much time on their side, they're in no hurry whatsoever, just waiting for that bad ball, which unfortunately for Spain, they have delivered every now and then. One ball left of the 13th then. It's just gone a bit quiet in the field for Spain. I think they know that they've possibly missed their opportunity here. They were pretty much in it all the way through until that 5th wicket fell. 83 was the score on the board when that 5th one went down. But since then, these two have put on a handy little partnership, which is worth over 30 now.
Yeah, they just needed a steadying partnership. And you still see, for example, and it was mentioned in the chat, for example, Chloe Regan hasn't even batted yet. There's still quality underneath this. So Jersey, look, right now, after 13 overs, they're 115 for 5. And you're right, let's have a look at those games tomorrow. Switzerland, Spain. Okay, they're both going to come off a similar result in day one, going down by, I'd say, similar margins. Although Spain have lasted longer in the second innings than Switzerland, but Spain didn't put up as many on the board as Switzerland did this morning. So I think that'll be a really good game. And yeah, it'd be nice to see Switzerland and Spain taking each other on for the first time, right? In T20IW cricket. And then the afternoon game, Brazil-Jersey. That's going to be a doozy as well. Don't go anywhere. Might have to even leave the jacket at home the way. Had a whole outfit planned, but it might be sweltering. Maria Zamorano is going to get a bowl here. I've seen her a fair bit. Occasionally getting the ball on ECN. Never taken an ECN wicket. Here's an opportunity for her. In the air and almost. Oh, well, Uswa hurled herself at that. Left hand got near it, but couldn't get any of that ball, and it's going to be 4 runs. Takes Jersey 4 closer.
Mossop has played a mature innings here, knowing what was needed, which was just a steady head with a couple of wickets falling in quick succession. But she's proven herself to be a handy all-rounder. We've seen her skills with ball in hand, and she's quite fearless here with the bat as well. Doesn't mind taking a big swing at it. This time doesn't quite get hold of it, but still gets Amy Aikenhead back on strike.
It's been a good knock from Aikenhead. Really, I suppose, batted fairly low risk, high return, I think, particularly through the second half of her innings. Just using the pace where possible, pushing gaps, challenging fielders. I think there's a lot of runs along the ground here. I know we tend to get carried away with seeing big sixes, and everyone loves big sixes. But I think on this ground, make good contact, even if it's straight out of field, or especially if they have to move a little bit laterally. It's not going to be an easy stop. Once it gets past the infield, it typically is running away for 4. And even outfielders, testing them to their sides, you're going to get a few Tortugas out here, and you're going to get boundaries. Fraction short. Great take from Jones, but it'll be another one to the total. Played away for back foot. This is what I'm talking about. There's no easy stops out there. Naomi does well. And I suppose the other thing is when outfielders, just like that one, are so intent on just stopping the boundary, you can often pinch 2 to them more often than you otherwise would. I think that's something to bear in mind during the week. Okay, Sting's kind of got out of this game, so it's probably not as important. But, yeah, late in the innings, you can probably do a couple of things. This is going to be tough to stop. Naomi... and again, does a good job to her right, but it just sneaks away for 4 runs. And, yeah, she did a good job to get there in the first place. But it just bounced off her knee and ended up going the other side of the line. So, yeah, something to think about, I think, particularly towards the end of innings. The other thing you can do is you can force misfields by, if the fielder knows you're pushing for 2, they might over-attack the ball and you might get a fumble and a 4 anyway. Down the leg side, that's going to be GAME over. In fact, the game will be over, I think, after that first run because it's down the leg side. It'll be a wide. Wait for it. And plus one of those 2 physical runs would count. And that will do it as Jersey, I don't think they realise yet, but they have won this game and they've done it with 37 balls to spare. Aikenhead, she's going to finish 58 not out. So a good effort from her. And Spain just caught a little bit short, I think, in the end. We said they were probably 20, 30 short. Even think an extra 20 or 30 might not have been enough if you looked at the Jersey batting. Even with those 5 wickets down, those 2 at the crease were compiling the runs pretty quickly. So, again, congratulations to Jersey. They go 2-0 in the opening day games. They get a big win over Switzerland and then another over Spain, and that's only going to be helping their ranking, I suppose, after day 1, Tina.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget that this is a quad series, but I suppose most significantly for all of these countries is that every game is T20I ranked in its own way as well, and Jersey 2 from 2. I think Spain will be slightly disappointed with their showing this afternoon. I think they are better than what they've left out there. They have shown glimpses of it with those wickets that they picked up, but just let Jersey off at key intervals, weren't able to capitalise on those few moments of pressure. You have to say, though, Amy Aikenhead was a standout with the bat, and Mossop came in and was ably supporting her with 19 off 15. So I'd say in that first innings, Spain probably about 30 runs short of where they should be. I think 160 we've probably guessed is around par on what we've seen from the 2 games so far, especially with how quick the outfield is and the value of the runs you get out here. So Spain will certainly come back tomorrow with a point to prove. And as for Jersey, well, it's already kind of lining up as a top of the table clash against Brazil tomorrow afternoon. Of course, we haven't seen Brazil yet, but we know what they're capable of, the experience they have in their side. So Jersey, they'll be more than happy with their day's showing. And Spain, I think there's room to grow for them. Yeah,
I think I agree with that 100%. I also think Jersey, they'll have certainly things that they will discuss that they can improve on. I think some of the shots were probably to be filed under you for unnecessary. But also there's a lot to like, wasn't there? I think the extra is probably another thing they'll probably discuss in the first game, something they definitely tightened up in their afternoon game. But I suppose it's a sense of settling as well. You've got to be realistic. It is opening day of a new tournament, and you can't expect everything to be firing on all cylinders at once. Anyway, I want to say a big thank you to everyone across from Cricket Switzerland for having us today. It's so nice to see so many friends around the ground, not just from Switzerland, but from all the countries that have that come to play in this quad series. Big thank you to all of our mini blue crew here. To Mars over there in the tents. We've got Al here with us. Vani was great when we had her on for commentary for a little bit. Of course, we've got Isaac, who's an absolute cameraman extraordinaire. He's an artiste, is Isaac, and he did a great job. You wouldn't have known it was his first day behind the camera. And Tina, big thanks to you. Nice to have you back on ECN. Can't believe it's been so long since we've actually commentated together on ECN.
It's been a lot.
Ages.
Last year, yeah.
We have worked together in the meantime, though. But nice to have you back. And guess what? You will be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. We're going to go a little bit of the old Brazilian style churrascaria when we come back, because they'll be on the park in the afternoon. But first, Switzerland, Spain. On behalf of everyone here at ECN and the ECN family, a reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, to like this video, subscribe to the channel, then quickly turn around and do the same in Hornchurch. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. But for now, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff on behalf of all the team. Stay happy, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow right here for more European Cricket. Until then, it's hasta mañana.